This is a world where godhood is within everyone's grasp. Based on their level of divine power, people are categorized into demigods, true gods, elders, and the supreme higher gods. Once a person turns 18, they can awaken their personal god realm and discover their one-of-a-kind representative within it. There's also a clear hierarchy among these representatives. The more natural talent someone has, the greater the potential their representative holds. Potential that could let them ascend to the highest echelons of power. So, will our main character, a guy who awakened his divine realm only to get a bottom-tier, worthless locust, manage to defy his destiny? In the present, our protagonist was at school, being harassed by the local bully. A student named Jang Ben stood over his desk, calling him a punk and sneering, asking if he had a death wish. How dare he talk back? Jang Ben always gets what he wants. And if he didn't hand over the divine power points willingly, then he gave his word that his entire god realm would be utterly annihilated. This guy, Jang Ben, is an arrogant school bully who was blessed by the heavens with power he didn't deserve. His god realm commands an army of 5,000 orcs, Han Wu shot back, telling him to try it if he had the guts. And this supposed weakling is our protagonist, Han Wu, or more accurately, the person whose body he now inhabits. The original Han Wu grew up with the most pathetic representative imaginable, a locust. This begs the question, why would a nobody like him suddenly find the courage to talk back to a powerful moron, who was unfairly gifted by fate? It all started yesterday. He arrived in this amazing world where anyone could become a god, but his grand entrance was into the body of a pathetic, spineless loser who, on his 18th birthday, awakened a god realm with a locust as his representative. When he visited his grandfather in the hospital, the old man told him his parents had been lost in the chaotic sea of stars at the Imperial Academy. But he was almost certain they were still alive. If he ever got the chance, he should try to find them. On top of that, a girl named Chinwan began to pressure him, saying that if he agreed to become her slave and feed his locusts to her thunder gods every day, she would guarantee he could graduate from high school. She told him to think carefully about her offer. Meanwhile, the school bully Jang Ben began extorting 100 points of divine power from him, threatening to destroy his entire god realm. It seemed like the difficulty of this new life was cranked up to hell mode from the very beginning. His only representatives are locusts, and with them, he'd never be able to enter the Imperial Academy, let alone find his parents. He approached the connection capsule, deciding he had to deal with the annoying Jang Ben first. He wasn't about to stand by and let that guy ruin his life. He climbed into the capsule and put on the helmet, thinking that since he was in this world now, he had to at least try to change his circumstances. Simply giving up would be a massive disrespect to whatever force brought him here. The system announced that the connection to the god realm had begun. He connected successfully, and his eyes shot wide open as he took in the sight of vast green fields and mountains before him. He looked down in astonishment and saw swarms of locusts, wondering if these were really his representatives, a massive colony resting on the grass. A status window then materialized in front of him, showing his information and details about his god realm. He possessed a unique talent called Son of Heaven, and also had the divine abilities of accelerated growth and life sacrifice. He currently had 1 divinity point and 0 divine power points. His faith power stood at 200,000, and his god sphere was at level 1. Right now, his sphere contained 800,000 adult locusts, 160,000 young ones, and 20 million eggs. The MC processed this, recalling the original owner's memories, and realized that he never had the Son of Heaven talent or the life sacrifice ability before. They must have appeared after his soul transferred over. He opened the talent descriptions. The description for his Son of Heaven talent stated that he was an individual chosen by the heavens themselves, possessing immense luck. For each level he gained, he would acquire 1 unique ability. Life sacrifice was an ability that let him sacrifice a creature once per day and receive an randomly generated product of equivalent value. A smirk crossed the main character's face. This had to be his cheat, the special perk he received for being transported to this world. But the unique ability of life sacrifice was likely something he gained by becoming a divine being. This wasn't bad at all. With these cheats, he might actually be able to fulfill his grandfather's last wish, but only if he could survive his confrontation with Jang Ben tomorrow. He gazed thoughtfully at the representative description window. He saw that the locusts had the talent of reproduction, And their degree of faith was fanatic, meaning they blindly obeyed their god's commands. There were 3 classifications for believers: devout, fanatics, and saints. He could gain 1 point of faith per day. Their reproduction rate was 300 individuals per day, and their life cycle was 90 days, 15 days in the egg stage, 15 days as juveniles, 45 days as adults, and 15 days in old age. Han Wu's mind raced. His representative's main talent was reproduction, and their life cycle was 90 days. He could accelerate their growth using his talent, and 1 day in the real world was equal to 100 days. In his god realm, this meant that in just 1 real-world day, several generations of locusts could live and die. An idea struck him like lightning. He knew he would have to take a huge risk and make an all-or-nothing bet. If he won, he would become a master overnight. But if he lost, he would lose everything and be reduced to absolute nobody. The next morning, he arrived at school, and Chinwon walked into the classroom. She went straight to the MC's desk and asked if he had considered her offer. Was he ready to become her slave if he accepted? She promised that no one would dare lay a finger on him until graduation. He replied that he refused. Not expecting this, she exclaimed in shock, asking if he even understood what he'd just said. Without her protection, he would be eaten alive. He calmly replied that maybe she was right, and he might indeed get eaten alive before he graduates. However, he would still prefer to refuse. Even weaklings like him had some dignity. He really appreciated her concern, but his mind was made up. If she had nothing else to say, she could leave. She spun around and stormed away from his desk in disgust, hissing that he would regret his decision. After that, he let out a heavy sigh, but Jang Ben and his lackeys immediately swarmed him, demanding the 100 points of divine power he owed them. One of his friends told him not to be stupid and make them work for it. The second demanded he hand over the points, immediately, or they would destroy his pathetic god sphere. The protagonist looked at them with a tired expression, but suddenly, Jang Ben slammed a hand on his shoulder. He grew furious, telling him to get it off. The bully asked irritably if he had a death wish. How dare he argue with him? If he didn't give up his divine power points voluntarily, he swore on his honor he would obliterate his god sphere. Han Wu frowned and told him to try it if he dared. Hearing this, Jang Ben was baffled, wondering what was wrong with him today. Usually, he was too scared to even lift his head. But now this. He glanced over at Chinwon, assuming this display of courage was for her. His friends started egging him on for a fight. One of them said he had never seen a god sphere get destroyed before. Another guy happily added that his locusts were dragging down the class's average strength, so he should hurry up and deal with him, forcing him to leave the school. Someone mentioned that Jang Ben's orc army was ranked among the top 60 representatives in the school, and they'd be interested to see it in action. Jang Ben smiled and pulled a card from his inner pocket, telling Han Wu not to claim later that he wasn't given a chance. He was choosing death himself. He even felt a little sorry for wasting 10 power points on a piece of trash like him. He activated an invasion card, which cost 10 divine power points. It generates a portal between realms, allowing you to invade an enemy's god realm. The MC felt a surge of panic and then gasped as he felt himself being violently sucked into the portal. A second later, he found himself in a rocky wasteland, seeing a massive gate in front of him. He wondered what it was. The gate creaked open, revealing countless silhouettes with glittering red eyes. They were Jang Ben's orcs. Meanwhile, Jang Ben himself was floating high in the sky in his divine form and ordered his subjects to smash his enemy's pathetic locust army and destroy his god realm. The orcs clenched their fists, raised them high, and let out a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, everyone was watching the invasion on a live broadcast. One of them commented that it looked like the orc army had grown by at least 1,000 more. He figured Jang Ben must now be in the school's top 50. Another guy scoffed in disbelief. Top 50. What are you talking about? Don't you see that every single one of his orcs is armed with an iron weapon? They're already in the top 30. Another student told them to look, pointing out some kind of unusual creature, standing in front of the orc army. One of the students was surprised, saying that he already had a unique creature. Now, Han Wu didn't even have a ghost of a chance. Chinwon, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, sighed in frustration. And the protagonist, meanwhile, summoned self-detonating. He unleashed a swarm of locusts, commanding them to descend upon his foes. The spectators, however, noticed something strange. The insects were a bizarre color. "What are those red things?" one disciple asked. "Are locusts supposed to look like that?" Another gasped in shock. "Those are self-detonating locusts. But he only had normal bugs in his god realm. How did he get so many?" A skeptic beside him sneered. "So what if they're elite? They're still just bugs. They stand no chance against orcs. This is pointless." Just then, the orcs charged, and the crimson swarm surged forward to meet them. The moment they collided, the insects detonated. A colossal pillar of fire erupted into the sky as our hero watched with a smirk. The day before, he'd used his powers, setting aside 1 million adults for breeding and sacrificing the rest. The locusts were instantly consumed by a sacrificial flame that spiraled into the heavens, like a fiery tornado. In response, the system presented him with several choices. Option 1, a one-time summoning of 10,000 goblin warriors, a truly unique creature type. Option 2, the Spring of Life, which would produce life-giving water to better sustain his creations and improve the chaos environment within his god realm. And Option 3, a first-level sacred artifact known as the Heart of Explosion. Once placed in his god realm, this artifact would grant a chance for his creatures to be born with the inherent ability to self-destruct. Mulling over the first option, he admitted it was a very tempting offer. That instant army would solve his immediate problems tomorrow. However, it was a one-time deal, leaving him just as vulnerable in the long run. The Spring of Life was a fantastic long-term investment, evolving his creatures into stronger forms. But it required time he didn't have, with the battle looming just a day away. That left the third option, which seemed like the perfect fit. The reward was aimed directly at his primary species, so it wouldn't be a temporary fix, assuming. Of course, that luck was on his side and it actually worked. A scarlet crystal materialized above his palm, which he promptly crushed. He then hurled an insect with all his strength, triggering a massive blast. Staring at the roaring inferno, he grinned, thinking his gamble had paid off. The orcs might survive a single explosion, but if he could overwhelm them with sheer numbers, it might just work. It was time for an experiment. A thick cloud of dust and smoke now blanketed the entire battlefield. "What's happening over there?" the students wondered. As the haze cleared, the field was littered with orc corpses, though a few survivors were still standing. The protagonist summoned another wave of locusts, sending them hurtling toward the remaining enemies. Qin Shuang, meanwhile, smirked. "Well, this just got a little more interesting." Watching the relentless swarm close in, the lead orc froze. In that same instant, his deity commanded all surviving orcs to retreat to their home god realm. Han Wu chuckled. "Thinking of running away? It's a bit late for that." He extended his hand and gave the order, "Chase them down. If you have to, invade Zhang Bin's god realm." A massive cloud of locusts poured through the portal, followed by the sound of several powerful detonations. Zhang Bin roared in fury. "Get your insects out of my realm now!" As the locusts continued to blow up his orcs, Zhang Bin's tone changed. "I admit defeat. Just call them off. Get them out of my domain and leave my orcs alone." Han Wu simply asked, "Why should I? Weren't you the one threatening to destroy my realm? It seems only fair that I return the favor." His opponent panicked. "You wouldn't dare if you do this. My parents will destroy you. My father is a demigod, and my mother is about to become one. You can't possibly handle them." But the protagonist cut him off, ordering the locusts to target his core. With their defenses crumbling, the insects flew straight for the gate. Zhang Bin tearfully begged, "Stop, please. I've lost. I promise I'll never bother you again. I'll do anything you ask. Just make them stop." Our hero replied coldly, "I don't want anything from you. I just want you to suffer the same fate you had planned for me." Suddenly, a stern voice boomed from behind him. "That's enough. Stop this now." It was Teacher Liu. He ordered Han Wu to stand down, stating, "You've already won. There's no need to take it this far." Zhang Bin cried out, "Teacher, please make him stop." But our hero didn't listen. He let the locusts continue their assault as they began to shatter Zhang Bin's god realm. At that moment, Zhang Bin himself collapsed in pain. "Teacher, help me," he cried. Teacher Liu then shouted at Han Wu, Don't pretend you can't hear me, Hanwoo calmly replied. Oh, I hear you perfectly. Let me ask you a question. What are you even doing here? The teacher declared. I'm your homeroom teacher, and I'm responsible for all of you. It's only right that I put a stop to this madness. Hanwoo shot back. All right, then let me ask you another question. Where were you when Jangbin and his cronies were bullying me and extorting God? Points from me. Why didn't you intervene then? Lulian scoffed internally, thinking what a complete fool Hanwoo was. Why would he ever risk his own neck for a nobody like him when Jangbin's parents were demigods? He simply replied, We'll discuss that after you stop this. The protagonist pressed on. One last question. If our roles were reversed, and I was in Jangbin's place right now, would you have stepped in? The teacher fell silent, completely stumped. Hanwoo took his silence as an answer. That's what I thought. Just then, his locusts destroyed the core inside the god realm. The portal began to collapse as Jangbin let out a final, agonizing scream. Our protagonist turned to the teacher. Now, get out of my domain. The live broadcast ended, leaving all the students in stunned silence. Jangbin, now crumpled on the floor, cursed under his breath. He actually did it. At that moment, the homeroom teacher stormed into the classroom. Hanwoo, get over here, now. When he saw the boy wasn't there, he roared. Where is that insolent brat? One of the students meekly replied. I think he went home. The teacher's fists clenched in fury. I will see him expelled for this. Meanwhile, inside the MC's god, Sphere, he stood in an empty field, ready to assess his gains. A system window materialized, displaying his new army's numbers. He now commanded 18,195 self-detonating locusts and 4,056,443 regular ones. Looking at the numbers, the protagonist decided he needed to start breeding more of the normal ones. They would still be useful. For now, it was time to merge the fragment of Jangbin's Godsphere core, which he had won in the battle, with his own. A red crystal appeared above his hand and began the fusion process. The territory of his god's sphere expanded to 260 square kilometers, now consisting of 100 square kilometers of fertile land, 20 of mines, 40 of forest, 60 of desert, and 40 of mountains. He also acquired a second-level core, a first-level divine city, a first-level sacred artifact called the Orc Hammer, a population of 820 orcs, and several sets of iron gear. Not bad, Hanwoo remarked. This should be enough to get me through graduation. But then he remembered his enemy's threats about his parents. He knew he couldn't take on 2 demigods at once, and judging by his teacher's cowardice, the school wasn't going to protect him. He would have to rely on his own strength. He decided to put the iron hammer up for trade, hoping someone might offer something more useful in exchange. A second later, a system notification popped up. That was fast, he muttered. The system informed him that someone had already responded to his trade request. The offer was one, flame lava crystal. He recognized the item immediately. These crystals could increase a creature's resistance to fire. More importantly, they could also amplify the power of explosions. He accepted the trade without hesitation. This will significantly strengthen my locusts, he thought. A moment later, a glowing red crystal floated down from the air. A new species was born, the magma locust. They generated 1/5 of a point of faith per day, could reproduce up to 20 individuals daily, and had a life cycle of 250 days. The protagonist scooped up one of the new locusts from the ground, tossed it aside, and watched the resulting blast. Wow, he said, impressed. The explosive power of these little guys is comparable to a hand grenade now. Magma also sprayed out from the explosion, dramatically increasing the damage and the blast radius. He realized he now effectively had an army of living fragmentation grenades. Meanwhile, Jangang, Jangbin's father, stormed into the deputy director's office. My son's Godsphere core has been shattered beyond repair, he fumed. And this school has yet to give me any explanation. The vice principal, a woman named Sue, calmly stated, From what I understand, it was your son who initiated the invasion of another student's god realm, after a long history of bullying. That same student? He refused to listen, his voice rising in anger. So you're telling me my son is the only one to blame? That the school and its teachers bear no responsibility in this? His wife added. We believe the student who destroyed our son's core should be punished. At the very least, the school should expel him. Back in his realm, the protagonist was about to use his growth acceleration skill to breed as many magma locusts as possible. But before he could act, a call came through from Vice Principal Sue. He frowned, thinking to himself, I knew this was coming. He answered the call, Model, get punished. The school should, at the very least, expel him. Meanwhile, the protagonist planned on using his growth acceleration skill to spawn as many magma locusts as he could. But before he could get started, Vice Principal Sue gave him a call. He frowned, knowing this was inevitable, and answered. She explained that she needed to discuss a recent incident with him. Apparently, his classmate Jangbin's parents had come to the school demanding his expulsion. She then flashed back to their heated conversation, where the student's mother was furiously insisting that the MC be kicked out. The deputy principal calmly stated that, as she'd mentioned before, their investigation had already concluded that Jangbin initiated the conflict by invading Hanwoo's god realm first. The MC had no choice but to accept the challenge in self-defense, giving the school no grounds for expulsion. Mrs. Du shot back, questioning if the school was just going to keep protecting the fool who had wrecked his own classmate's god realm. Deputy Sue calmly pointed out that she was overlooking a key detail. Hanwoo had always been a model student, and they possessed irrefutable evidence of her son's history of bullying. Mrs. Du snapped at her to cut the nonsense and just tell them if they were going to expel him or not. Sue apologized, confirming they would not be expelling him. At that point, Jangbin's father stepped in, saying he could accept the school's decision, but as a father, he couldn't just let this go. He warned that if they didn't grant him one simple request, he would no longer care about protecting their school's reputation. After relaying this conversation to Hanwoo, she explained the father's proposal. He wanted to send a detachment of 1,000 of his personal representatives to attack him. He didn't care about the outcome of the invasion into his god realm. He claimed this was just to let off some steam. She apologized, saying this was the best the school could do to de-escalate the situation. While he wouldn't make any major concessions, she warned him that even 1,000 representatives from a demigod are a terrifying force. The strength of his units is easily comparable to 50,000 elite representatives from a typical high school student. She asked if he was sure he could handle it. The protagonist thanked her for the assistance and assured her he would be at school tomorrow to settle everything. After hanging up, he muttered that a single explosive locust clearly wasn't going to cut it anymore. He was going to have to kick things into high gear. With that, he activated his sacrifice ability once more, offering up 4 C3S. 8 million lives. A massive explosion rocked his god sphere, after which 3 new options appeared before him. The first was a Tier 1 sacred artifact, the Bloody Demonic Eye. If absorbed by his god sphere's core, his representatives would have a chance of being born with a bloody eye. The bloody eye enhances the user's dynamic vision and triggers a berserker state at the sight of blood. The second option was a Tier 1 Fireball Crystal. Absorbing this would give his representatives a chance to be born with the basic Fireball skill, and if a hero-type representative was born, they could master the ultimate Fireball technique. The third choice was a hero-type unit, the Emperor of the Wind Sword. After reviewing his options, he figured that for that many lives sacrificed, this was a pretty good haul. He selected the third option, and in a flash, an old man materialized before him, the Emperor of the Wind Sword. His skills included Warwind at basic level 1, Fury at level 2, Storm Slash at level 3, and his self-created Iron Sword style at level 5. His faith level was fanatical, generating 500,000 faith points a day, and his life expectancy was 800 years, of which he had already lived 150. The Emperor addressed Hanwoo as his esteemed guide and declared that he required a sword. The MC replied that it was no problem, then opened up the Nishi trading network. He realized that since he'd spent the last 2 days doing nothing but accelerating his locusts' reproduction, they were now generating 100 million faith power daily. This massive influx was automatically converting into divine power points. Factoring in the points he'd earned selling off surplus land, his total came to 54 divine power points. Browsing the trading network, he started looking at different weapons and spotted the whirlwind sword. Equipment was sorted into 4 distinct categories. Ordinary equipment, made from pure materials with no energy infusions. Sacred equipment, which were true. Masterpieces crafted from rare materials using faith power and often possessed special effects. Divine power equipment, which were forged using divine power crystals for tempering and could even develop their own souls. And finally, divine equipment, items that embodied the power and authority of the gods themselves, which naturally only gods could wield. He purchased the sacred equipment, the Sword of the Whirlwind, and handed it to the old man to test it out. The emperor swung it a few times, unleashing shockwaves with each motion. He then turned to his god and said that he needed 3 more swords just like it to unleash his true power. This stunned the main character, who thought to himself that this would cost a staggering 150 divine power points. Did the old man think those things grew on trees? But then again, he had to face Zhang Gong's 1,000-strong demigod army tomorrow. And he knew he couldn't afford to underestimate them. He'd just have to roll the dice. With that thought, he opened the system window to message someone. Meanwhile, Qinan was meditating within her god realm, so focused that she didn't even notice the birds circling and landing on her body. Her mind was completely absorbed as she recalled a memory from her childhood. One day, she had fallen into a river, and Han Wu had rushed in to save her. After pulling her onto the shore, he performed artificial respiration, and thanks to him, she woke up. The memory was so vivid that it broke her concentration. She opened her eyes and whispered, "That idiot. He's going to die because of his own stubbornness." After all, her grandfather was a true god, and her family had 23 demigods. With her protection, he wouldn't have to fear anything. Just then, a system window popped up, notifying her that Han Wu was calling. She accepted, answering with, "So, have you finally decided to become my slave?" He replied that he just wanted to borrow some divine power. She shot back, asking why she would ever lend him any. What could he possibly use to repay her? His worthless representatives? He shouldn't get cocky just because he beat Zhang Bin, his self-destructing. Locusts barely met the criteria for an elite creature and had almost no real value. Annoyed, he just said to forget it, said goodbye, and ended the call. She clutched her head in frustration, wondering why she always said the most hurtful things. That wasn't what she meant to say at all. She was certain he had completely misunderstood her now. She immediately called him back. When he answered, he just asked what she wanted. With her arms crossed and a scowl on her face, she demanded, "How much do you need? Just drop your account number." After that, the main character bought the remaining weapons, and the emperor armed himself with all 4 swords at once. The MC looked at him grimly and said, "I spent all my savings and even went into debt for those. You'd better work it all off." The next day at school, his classmates were buzzing, asking if he wasn't afraid of a demigod's army crushing his god realm. Another student laughed, saying he must have a death wish. His friend agreed, adding that they'd see if he could stay so calm when that army started tearing his realm apart. Listening to all the chatter, Han Wu thought that it seemed like everyone was betting on him to fail, which wasn't really a surprise. Just then, Qinan walked up to him and asked if he really borrowed her divine power points just to try and compete with a demigod. She advised him not to waste his energy, because even a 1,000-strong demigod army was way out of his league right now. He closed his eyes and replied with a calm smile that he didn't have any other choice. "Nonsense," she retorted. "You have a choice. If you agree to be my slave, I'll ask my family to put this Zhang Gang in his place. His family only has 1 demigod. Mine has a true god and 23 demigods. He wouldn't dare defy us." He turned away from her, saying he appreciated the concern, but his answer was final. He then sat at his desk, ending the conversation by stating he needed to prepare for the battle. After she walked away, a classmate started taunting him, asking why Qinan was so worried about a loser like him who was definitely going to die today. Soon, the teacher entered the classroom, followed by Zhang Bin's parents. The father stood behind the teacher's desk, pointed a finger at Han Wu, and declared, "That's him!" Mrs. Du erupted in fury, screaming, "You little freak! How dare you touch my son's god realm?" Her husband grabbed her shoulders, urging her to calm down and not break their agreement with the school. The teacher addressed his student with an annoyed tone, telling him to get up and stop keeping Mr. Zhang waiting. Han Wu simply smiled and replied that he'd rather wait for Deputy Su. Lulin started to get angry, asking if he thought the deputy had nothing better to do. He insisted that he alone was more than enough of an audience for this battle, so he should just stop the act. At that very moment, the deputy director walked into the classroom and asked why he was causing such a scene, making such a racket. He instantly settled down, awkwardly scratching the back of his neck as he apologized for troubling her over something so minor. He explained he was just trying to teach his students a thing or two, crossing her arms. She shot him a look of disapproval, reminding him not to forget that he was an educator first and foremost, not demigods. But it seems he understood everything perfectly. Jang Gong announced that since Deputy Su had arrived, it was time to get started. Su turned to Han Wu, asking if he was ready. He just shot her a confident smile, signaling he was good to go. With that, Jang Gang produced an invasion card and declared that they would begin. Our protagonist was instantly zapped into a pocket dimension, where thousands of crimson-furred wolves began pouring out of a portal right before his eyes, led by a massive werewolf at the head of the army. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the students were glued to the live feed, and one of them shouted for the others to look at his wolf pack. His entire cavalry was composed solely of elite-tier creatures, and the army's leader looked like it was in a league far beyond elite. The wolf cavalry was a deadly combination of green orcs mounted on wild wolves, all of them decked out in top-tier gear. It looked like Han Wu was completely outmatched. As they watched, Zhang Gang's army halted in front of the MC and formed a perfect line. Jang Gong himself declared that he would make Han Wu pay for what he did to his son, adding that he didn't expect him to leave this place alive. Deputy Su, meanwhile, had a look of pure shock on her face, realizing that while the wolf cavalry was made of two different creature types, an orc rider and its wolf mount count as a single enemy unit in the God Realm system. That meant there were clearly more than 1,000 of them on the field. What a cheat, Qin Huang noticed it too. Telling her this was a total scam, his army was actually 2,000 strong. At that moment, Jang Gong ordered his cavalry to charge. Thousands of wolves surged forward, and to meet them, our protagonist unleashed his swarm of locusts. One of the students exclaimed that Han Wu had almost 7 million elite-type locusts. Another guy, stunned, asked how that was possible. Didn't he only have about 20,000 left yesterday? How on earth did he breed 7 million in a single day, even for locusts? That's an insane reproduction rate. The student next to him chimed in, saying that even the weakest elite, creatures can become a real threat in large enough numbers. But it was just bad luck that the fight was happening the very next day. Those 7 million locusts weren't going to make a dent in that wolf cavalry. Right on cue, the orcs riding the wolves crashed into the swarm. And as they collided with the locusts, the entire battlefield erupted in explosions. One of the students pointed out that he'd already burned through a huge number of his self-detonating locusts. But the wolves and orcs barely even flinched, getting away with only minor injuries. Tulu remarked that if it weren't for the boy's stubbornness and thick-headedness, he might have had a chance to showcase his talent down the line. It was a pity their school was about to lose such a promising student. Suddenly, one of the students spotted something behind him and yelled, "What is that?" Ominous clouds of black smoke were forming above the wolves, and on the MC's command, magma locusts flew out, caught off guard. The wolves and orcs just stood there growling, completely bewildered. Then, the new locusts slammed into them, triggering a chain of massive explosions. A student screamed, "What in the world are those? The explosive power of this new species is way more powerful than the regular ones. And they're spraying lava. Is this another elite type?" Su turned to the student body and asked if anyone with an analysis skill was present. "Can anyone get us information on this species?" One of them immediately spoke up, activating his ability and reporting that his assessment identified it as a magma locust, an elite-type creature. Hearing this, the vice director beamed with joy. Jang Gong, however, scoffed, telling Han Wu not to even think for a second that a few pathetic insects could destroy his wolf cavalry. He commanded his forces to unleash everything they had. The werewolf leading the charge let out a deafening roar, and at its command, all the wolves began to howl in unison, releasing an icy fog toward the enemy. The frost began to smother the explosions, quickly extinguishing the flames. One of the disciples sighed. "Well, a demigod is in a different league. You can't beat them with cheap tricks." Even a demigod's elite creatures possess an incredibly wide range of skills. Another disciple added that Han Wu had fewer than half a Shezhu. Million of his regular self-detonating locusts left, and the magma ones were completely gone. Meanwhile, Jang Gang sneered that he was about to show Han Wu the meaning of true despair. Once you lose, you'll be kicked out of school, and then you'll have no one left to protect you from my wrath. His army surged forward on his command to destroy the core. Ignoring the protagonist completely, the wolves charged right past him, heading straight for his god realm. Realizing it was over, Su looked down in disappointment, and Qin Huang couldn't bear to watch. But suddenly, someone shouted for them to look at Han Wu's sphere. There was someone standing there. She immediately snapped her attention back to the broadcast. Standing guard by the huge crystal was an old man, calmly facing the onrushing wolf cavalry. He stood his ground, perfectly still and ready for a fight. One of the students gasped that he was wielding whirlwind swords, one of which was worth 50 points of divine power. Another student cried out in shock. That's 200 points in total. Where did he get that kind of money? I thought Han Wu was an orphan. And what kind of creature is that? Su replied with a knowing smile. That's a member of the Windsword race. Creatures of that race are never born below the elite type. The disciple pressed. So what does that really change anything? Jang Gang has plenty of rare units too, including that wolf captain, whose power is a cut above a typical elite. The captain can handle this swordsman, while the rest of the orcs and wolves simply go and shatter Han Wu's god realm, right? She said nothing, thinking to herself that he was probably correct. But the aura of power coming from the wind swordsman felt nothing like an elite-type creature. He had to be a hero. Across the field, Jang Gang stared at the Sword Emperor in disbelief. He had trained for decades and had only managed to raise a single hero-type creature. And this punk already has one, a kid who just graduated high school. How was this possible? He ordered his army to capture the hero, but not to kill it. He was going to take that unit for himself. He commanded them to destroy the boys' core and bring him the hero. In response, the old man's eyes flashed, and he let out a sigh of disappointment. The orc riders had already closed the distance and were screaming their war cries. But the Sword Emperor effortlessly parried their attack, using a level 3 storm cut skill, winging 2 pairs of hands to easily cut them down with his other techniques. Suddenly, one of the orcs let out a piercing shriek, blasting a freezing wind from its mouth that encased the Emperor's feet in ice. Seizing the opening, the orc raised its sword, signaling the attack, and the wolves swarmed toward the immobilized swordsman. In response, he raised all 4, hands to the sky, and activated the iron sword style. An orb of energy formed between his swords, swirling into a massive vortex of wind above his head. After growing exponentially stronger, he unleashed his attack, sending a powerful shockwave blasting out from his body. The observing disciples were left speechless, and one of them stammered that it was just overkill. The battlefield fell completely silent. The old man glanced down at the wolf corpses piled up in front of him. Jang Gang roared a curse and ordered his wolf cavalry general to raze this place to the ground. Hearing the command, the werewolf charged toward the core of Han Wu's realm, ready to strike the final blow. But just then, the director's voice echoed across the field, asking the demigod, "Are you really planning on going back on your word?" Hearing this, Jang Gang looked up in shock, then stammered that it wasn't true. "Of course not, I wouldn't dare." He waved his hand frantically, ordering the wolf cavalry to fall back. The principal then turned his gaze to the student being protected by the Sword Emperor and simply said, "Not bad." And just like that, the battle was over, and the protagonist returned to the real world. The vice principal told him he did well, but warned him not to get cocky just because he lucked out and got a hero unit. Don't think for a second that heroes are invincible. At your current level, you'll be lucky to even break into the top 3. Han Wu ignored her warning and said he had a small favor to ask. When she asked what it was, he replied with a dead serious expression that he wanted to change classes. His homeroom teacher was stunned and began waving his hands frantically, admitting that he hadn't given him enough attention in the past. He promised that would all change. "From now on, I'll do everything in my power to make you one of the best. And of course, I'll make sure you get every resource you need to develop. Just give me one more chance," he pleaded, smiling nervously. In his head, he was thinking that if the kid kept growing at this rate, he was guaranteed to get into a prestigious academy, maybe even compete for a spot at the top academy in the country. If that happened, he, as the teacher, would get a massive bonus. He couldn't let an opportunity like this slip away. But our protagonist was firm and repeated that he wanted to change classes. Su frowned, clearly displeased, and told him he couldn't just switch classes on a whim, as it was against school regulations. However, she added, if he was truly determined, he could attempt to pass a special placement test prepared by the school. If he could pass it, he would be permitted to transfer to a different class. He immediately agreed. At that, Qin Huang shot up from her seat and announced to the deputy that she also wanted to change classes and was prepared to take the test. Her teacher, Lan, grew anxious and said that if she was unhappy with anything in her studies, she could just tell him. There was no need to be so hasty. They could discuss it after class. She replied that she had no complaints. She simply wished to change her class. Then, a guy named Jiang Song, who was sitting near her, raised his hand and said that he would also like to put in an application. The teacher called out to him, his voice laced with annoyance, demanding to know why the class monitor was suddenly trying to transfer. Han Wu replied that while he appreciated all the years of instruction, he had compelling reasons for his decision. He then cast a loving glance at Chenan, thinking to himself that he would follow her anywhere, and one day she would undoubtedly be his. The vice principal announced that everything would be prepared for the next day. As she headed for the exit, she asked Teacher Lu to come with her. Time flew by, and as the sun began to dip below the horizon, Hanu stepped outside. Xinwang trailed after him, demanding to know where he had acquired a hero-type creature. He shot back that it was none of her business. She scoffed, insisting that it absolutely was. He owed her 150 points of divine power, and if he couldn't pay up, he'd become her servant. Therefore, she had every right to know where the hero came from. He assured her he would repay the debt. He could even give her 5 points in interest right away. But he refused to say a word about the hero. That wasn't part of their deal. With that, he vanished into his god sphere, staring at the shimmering portal he left behind. She cursed him under her breath. Meanwhile, our protagonist was already inside, taking stock of his forces. He now had 1 billion common locusts, 1 million self-detonating variants, and 30,000 of the magma type. He mused that he couldn't possibly assemble a massive army in just a few days, which meant tomorrow's test was going to be tough. The Sword Emperor materialized before him, reporting that the White Wolves and their riders were hiding within the mines of their world, and asked if he should eliminate them. Han Wu frowned, realizing that some of Wolf Valeria's forces must have failed to escape with Zhang Gang and were now hiding somewhere in his divine realm. They couldn't be left alive, as they might start preying on his other units. However, it felt like a waste to just execute them. He ordered the Emperor to capture them, not kill them. He needed them alive. Upon receiving his command, the Emperor departed on his search. 2 hours later, he returned, dragging the captured wolves before his god. After a moment's consideration, Han Wu decided to sacrifice 24 wolves and 1 billion ordinary locusts. A swirling vortex of energy enveloped him, and the system offered him 3 choices in alpha mechanism: a level 1 artifact, a blueprint for a smelting furnace, which would allow him to forge sacred tier equipment, and finally, 3 observation towers, designed to improve visibility and guard against surprise attacks from any enemies. The main character considered his options. The alpha mechanism was tempting, but could his mindless locusts even operate it? And a furnace? How would locusts forge anything? As for an observation tower, what could he possibly see from such a low vantage point? None of the 3 options seemed particularly useful. Then he recalled the few hundred orcs he had left over from his victory against Jiang Bin and wondered what they were up to. He activated his falcon eye skill, his eyes widening in surprise at what he saw. The orcs were actively mining ore and constructing a city, noticing their deity was watching. They offered up their thanks for the wonderful new life he had granted them. It dawned on Han Wu that after his victory, he'd simply told them to mine the clan's resources. It seemed this clan was naturally skilled at mining and crafting. But Jiang Bin had ignored all that and turned them into simple grunts. As he continued to watch, he noted their genuine talent for this work. Perhaps he could transform them into a force of equipment manufacturers. In that case, the furnace might be useful after all. He placed the structure before them, announcing that he was gifting them the smelting furnace and that he hoped they would meet his expectations. The orcs erupted in cheers, ecstatic that their god had blessed them with a furnace and vowing not to disappoint him. Meanwhile, the school's teachers had convened a meeting. Teacher Lin addressed his colleagues, stating that they were all aware of the upcoming promotional exams for Hanwoo, Chinan, and Jiangzhal. The school had tasked them with preparing the tests, and he wanted to know their thoughts. One teacher immediately chimed in, asking what there was to think about. He was deeply grateful for such a gift. After all, 3 of the school's top students would be joining one of their classes. Toch interrupted with a disgruntled tone, saying he'd be blunt. He didn't care what tests they prepared for Qin Shuang and Song, but he insisted that the difficulty for Hanwoo's test be cranked up to the absolute maximum. They had to punish a student who showed such disrespect. For his teacher, he reminded them that he had always supported them, so he was asking them to indulge him just this once. As he waited for their response, he fumed inwardly. Su Mei had nearly eaten him alive yesterday over the sudden transfer of those 3, which had caused his class's performance for the semester to plummet. He was determined to put Hanwoo back in his place. The other teachers quickly agreed to his proposal, declaring they'd never forgive themselves if they failed to repay his past kindness. The day of the test arrived. As the students gathered, the teacher distributed the exams to the 3 participants. Seong received a level 1 test, requiring him to defend against 1,000 intruders. Qin Shuang got the same, but Hanu was utterly stunned by his assignment. To advance to the next class, he had to defend against 10,000 intruders, a level 10 test. Su asked the teacher if he wasn't being a little too biased against one student. He coolly replied that it was a unanimous decision by all the teachers, not just his own. The protagonist, however, just said it was fine, suggesting the teacher simply wanted him to show off his skills to his new instructor. He then stepped away, and his homeroom teacher warned him with a scowl not to get too cocky. Qin Shuang approached her old friend, reminding him that her offer still stood. If he just agreed to become her servant, no one in this school would ever dare to mess with him again. He thanked her for the offer, but said they'd talk after the tests. She frowned, clearly annoyed by his stubbornness. Kalong, meanwhile, just smirked, thinking to himself what an idiot Hanwoo was for digging his own grave. Soon, the test commenced. An army of goblins materialized in the protagonist's god realm, and the students watching the broadcast gasped. One pointed out that Hanwoo's difficulty was on a completely different level than the other 2's. Another student remarked that this is what he gets for ticking off his teacher. Now he was paying the price for his arrogance. Our hero, meanwhile, was cursing up a storm, furious that he was facing red goblins with high fire resistance, and so many of them at that. Lin smirked from the observation room, thinking that this was Hanwoo's own fault for turning his back on him. An army of 10,000 red goblins would decimate his locusts and make a beeline for his core. One of the other teachers watching the battle congratulated him on his victory in advance, but he simply replied that this wasn't a victory, but a valuable lesson. There should be no bad blood between teachers and students, a fact Hanwoo was about to learn the hard way. Su, her eyes glued to the screen, anxiously cheered for Hanwoo. Inside the realm, he commanded his army to charge. In response, the goblins tapped their chests, igniting flames in their hands before unleashing a volley of fireballs. As the projectiles made impact, they erupted in a series of explosions. Hanwoo realized his ordinary locusts were completely ineffective. With this understanding, he ordered the self-detonating locusts into the fray. The goblins panicked as they saw the insects rapidly closing in on them. A moment later, a wave of massive explosions tore through their ranks, wiping out 400 red goblins. Just then, Xiang and Qin Shuang emerged from their test capsules. One student shouted for everyone to look; they had already passed their exams. Qin Shuang walked over to the deputy, who remarked that it looked like Hanwoo was in for a rough time. She mused that she knew this would happen. In the end, locusts were just locusts, the trash-tier units among all the races. No matter how much he powered them up, they could never compete with the others. Back in the battle, the magma locusts had joined the fight. They managed to take down 3,000 red goblins with shrapnel blasts, but the rest were already closing in on his core. One of the spectators declared that this was it for him. Even his hero couldn't possibly handle 6,000 red goblins at once. Chuang grew worried, muttering that this was sheer madness. The red goblins were about to shatter his divine core. Some contacted the main character, urging him to just surrender. There was no shame in it. He had fought bravely. She was certain he could pass this test eventually, with more time. but he replied with unwavering confidence that his mind was made up and she couldn't change it. He would fight until his very last unit fell. Besides, he hadn't lost yet. At that moment, the Sword Emperor unleashed his Storm Slash, swinging his blade several times to send out powerful shockwaves. But the monsters just roared in defiance, raising their hands to the sky and summoning countless streams of fire, which they aimed directly at the old warrior. A series of deafening explosions rocked the battlefield, and one student exclaimed that even a hero was struggling. They just needed to look at the screen to see it. Hanwoo was definitely finished. The Emperor was now trapped under a relentless barrage of fire, finding it difficult to hold his ground. Seeing this, Teacher L beamed with satisfaction, declaring this would be his final lesson for Hanwoo. He hoped he would remember it well, because soon, he would be left without his divine core. The guy next to him gasped, pointing frantically at the screen. Just then, a monstrous army of orcs stormed the battlefield, their determination clear. One of them hoisted an axe high, roaring that they would defend their god. The sight sent waves of terror through the goblins, and the lead orc gave the bone-chilling order to slaughter them all. As his orc brethren threw themselves into the fray, one student gasped in disbelief. "Are those Jangbin's orcs, by any chance?" His friend chimed in, wondering aloud where he'd discovered such a prodigy. At this pace, he predicted, the kid would crack the top 10 by year's end. Just then, the orcs finished wiping out the goblins, leaving Hanwoo thoroughly pleased. "Great work," he said with a grin. While Qin Shuang and the vice principal celebrated his triumph, Teacher Liu could only grit his teeth and curse under his breath. In the aftermath, various teachers descended, attempting to recruit the three standouts. One of them cornered Qin Shuang, urging her to join his class with promises of all the resources she'd need to cultivate her thunder gods. Another teacher approached Kailong, dangling a secret technique for nurturing demonic representatives if he'd only switch classes. A third teacher made a play for Hanwoo, offering him a chance to transfer and command an incredibly formidable orc army. Kailong paid them no mind, his gaze fixed on his beloved, thinking he would follow her anywhere. Hanwoo, however, faced Vice Chief Su and demanded to know why his test had been so much harder than everyone else's. She explained that all the teachers collaborate to determine the test's difficulty, and apparently, the majority felt his challenge was appropriate. The protagonist smirked. "Is that right?" He then asked to see the list of everyone who voted. She handed over the teacher's council decision, and the instructors who had voted to ramp up the difficulty instantly knew Hanwoo would never pick them, starting to curse their decision. Spotting the names of those who voted in his favor, Hanwoo thanked them before asking what they could offer if he transferred. One of them declared that after witnessing his talent for empowering orc creatures, he'd decided to offer him an orc army of at least 10,000 soldiers if he joined his class. With such a massive force, he'd be in the school's top 10 in no time and could even aim for a prestigious academy. The second, teacher, Tianan, stated his belief that the top priority for any of them was to strengthen their primary species. He revealed he had several unique methods for enhancing insectoid types. If Hanwoo joined his class, he would personally help him evolve every single type of locust. Hearing that, the MC made up his mind instantly, declaring he would join Teacher Tianan's class. Right after him, Qin Shuang announced she would do the same, and Kailong quickly followed suit. Tianan was ecstatic, realizing that with 3 prodigies joining at once, he was on track to become the teacher of the year. This couldn't have gone better. He handed each of them a building card as a small welcome gift. Hanwoo received a level 2 building card called the Hive. It spanned 1 square kilometer and generated 1 million insects a year. Its effect copied all the buffs he'd applied to his other insectoid representatives. The protagonist was thrilled. This card felt like it was custom-made for him. If he placed the hive in his god sphere, any insects born there would instantly gain the effects of the explosion heart and the fiery lava crystal. This meant the card would produce 1 million magma locusts for him every single year. As a sign of respect, he bowed deeply to the teacher, who told him not to be so quick with his thanks. He should show his gratitude with outstanding results. Afterwards, Vice Chief Su addressed the other teachers, announcing the end of the day's tests. She did, however, want to remind them that the crucial exams were just 1 week away. The results would dictate how resources were allocated among the classes, so they'd better prepare their students. A short while later, Han Wu was back in his god realm. His current forces consisted of 2,400,000 common locusts, 5,000 self-detonating locusts, 300 magma locusts, 52 red orc blacksmiths, and a single heroic tier representative, the Windsword Emperor. Looking over his army, he sighed at how pathetic it looked. He was certain that if the exam were tomorrow, he'd land at the very bottom of the school rankings. He desperately needed to increase his magma locust numbers and enhance his other species. He then noticed the appearance of some red orcs in his realm and shot into the air, deciding he had to see them up close. He flew over to where a red orc stood and immediately pulled up its description. It was an elite creature that evolved from regular orcs through brutal combat. The creature possessed a talent for forging and had fiery blood. Its faith level was fanatical, generating 20,000 faith power daily, with a reproduction rate of 1 per year. Their 80-year lifespan was divided into 5 years of infancy, 10 years of youth, 55 years of maturity, and 10 years of old age. Their forging talent enhanced their blacksmithing comprehension, while their fiery blood provided significant resistance to high temperatures and made it easier to learn fire-related skills. After reading the description, the MC realized his orcs had managed to evolve into an elite species all on their own, which was simply incredible. It would be fantastic if they became his main representatives. Then he could use his growth acceleration ability on them to drastically boost their population. 4 days later, his ordinary locusts had finally bred to a staggering 7,300,000,000. This should be enough, he declared. It was time for his favorite ritual sacrifice, swirling the locusts into a blazing tornado. He offered up their lives and was granted a reward. The first choice was a sacred, broken, level 2 artifact, the Law of Gluttony. It would grant the main representatives of his divine realm the gluttony ability. Once they consumed 10,000 times their energy, they would evolve into a higher-tier creature. The catch. The artifact was broken and only worked on ordinary-type creatures. The second option was a hero template, which would elevate a creature all the way to the heroic tier. The third choice offered a small amount of divinity. The main character's eyes shone with excitement as he marveled at the incredible options. He was completely spoiled for choice. The Law of Gluttony could transform all his normal locusts into elite creatures, but he didn't have nearly enough of them to evolve right now. The hero template seemed far superior in comparison, as a heroic tier creature wielded immense power, and a little bit of divinity was worth about 100 billion faith points, or 1 million divine power points, basically a lottery win. Ultimately, he chose the first option, deciding it was best not to be too greedy. He needed to focus on unlocking the full potential of his primary species first. Since he didn't have many normal locusts left, he would have to breed more in the hive. 3 days later, upon entering his god sphere, he was utterly stunned. He never imagined his locusts could reach such a colossal size. Walking up to an insect that had grown as large as a horse, he dubbed it a Magma Locust Plus. Sometime later at school, before he could even take his seat, Qin Shuang approached him with her usual offer. Would he like to become her slave? She argued that without a wealthy family or proper resources, he would struggle to stand out, even among the children of demigods. He'd done well improving his locusts, but they would soon hit their limit due to their low potential. She pointed out that while his orcs were good, they weren't his main representatives in the end. He replied that while he appreciated her concern, she should stop asking the same question. He promised she would see for herself during the exam. She sighed, calling him stubborn before launching into a furious rant. All the while, Kailong watched them, gritting his teeth and vowing to himself that one day he would make Han Wu disappear from his beloved sight forever. Their homeroom teacher then announced that this exam was critically important for everyone. Their performance would determine if their class received the school's resources and equipment, so he urged them to give it everything they had. The school was offering up sacred artifacts, additional lands for their realms, core shards, legions of creatures, and other valuable materials. However, they would only get their hands on these rewards if they performed exceptionally well. He then instructed them to review the exam rules. The test would have 2 parts, a selection stage and a ranking stage. During selection, all students would face trials of identical difficulty. Those who passed would earn 1 point and advance, while those who failed would be expelled. After clearing the first part, students could either decline the ranking test or accept it. The second stage consisted of defending against and ending waves, of invaders attacking their god realm. For every wave they successfully repelled, their class would earn another point, and their personal rank would climb higher. Han Wu remarked, "They expel people from school just like that. That's pretty harsh. The rewards must be incredible." And indeed they were. The rewards were displayed for all to see. Students ranking in the top 100 would get a random basic resource card and Divine Realm land worth 100 Divine Power Points. If a student made it into the top 50, they would receive a level 1 sacred artifact. And for the top 30, a reproduction card that could boost the breeding speed of a species. Creatures by 5 times, with a duration of 10 years inside the realm. If a student lands in the top 20, they'll get a Tier 1 building called the Temple, which emits a Tier 1 sacred aura within a 100-meter radius, speeding up the recovery of injured units. If a student breaks into the top 10, they'll receive a divine weapon valued at up to 100,000 points of divine power, with the style being of their own choosing. For those who place in the top 5, the prize is 1 elite seed. This seed allows their species to sense the power of an elite type, boosting their chances of evolving. The students who secure the top 3 spots get an additional level for their core, and the number 1 student receives a single point of divinity. Han Wu was ecstatic, declaring he'd do anything for a reward like that. Right after, their teacher announced the exam was starting. The first stage was about to kick off, so he told them to get ready. He began the countdown, and when it hit 0, Han Wu was teleported to his god realm, leading his forces. He ordered them to prepare for a fight. Spotting the lizard-headed monsters before him, he blurted out, "Demonic golems, isn't this a bit intense for the first stage?" Even though they were just normal-type creatures, their strength was nearly on par with elites. With their tough scales and powerful limbs, these monsters were no easy fight. Fortunately, they were incredibly slow. He pointed forward, commanding 50,000 locusts to charge and obliterate them with lava. A volley of fire from the swarm rained down on the golems, who shrieked in agony. The protagonist just laughed, remarking that it smelled like a barbecue. He wondered if he could feed the corpses to his locusts. He summoned the red orc blacksmiths and ordered them to drag the bodies over. 10 minutes later, the locusts had devoured the monsters, leaving nothing but bones behind. The protagonist mused, "So I can just keep feeding them like this?" This was less of an exam and more like a food delivery service. He hoped things would continue this way. Meanwhile, the teachers monitored the exams. Teacher Lu grumbled that another student had been eliminated, one he'd had high hopes for. Teacher Taion chimed in that 20 students from his class were already out, almost a third of his total. Another colleague mentioned his class was doing even worse, with half of them already gone. They questioned if the school had gone overboard by jacking up the difficulty so much. Su explained that their principal and his deputies were currently battling abyssal demon invaders on the borderland. She suspected he had his reasons for picking demonic golems as the opponents for this exam. It wasn't their place as demigods to question it. Tian Wan spotted his student on screen and grinned, saying he had a pretty clever idea. His locusts were just devouring those demonic golems and seemed perfectly fine. He asked if anyone had ever heard of creatures that could eat demon flesh, completely ignoring the toxins. Another teacher asked in shock, "They ignore the toxins inside a demon's body." He'd never heard of such a thing and insisted it needed to be studied immediately. Lillian scoffed. "What's the big deal? Being immune to toxins doesn't change the fact that locusts are trash tier in terms of combat power. He just got lucky." His colleague retorted that luck was also a component of strength, and he shouldn't forget it. The type of locust Han Wu had bred was surprisingly strong and useful. He told him to see for himself. The locusts had already reached an elite tier. Considering their potential, they were at the bottom of the list of creatures that could even make that leap from a normal to an elite type. Teacher Lu told him not to make him laugh, claiming those things were weaker than standard goblins. Teacher Tion argued that he was being too narrow-minded. He shouldn't just compare the locust's weaknesses with the strengths of other creatures. He asked him, "Which do you think reproduces faster, locusts or goblins?" Lillian crossed his arms, replying that he wouldn't debate that point. He had a student in his class, Lu Mo, whose main force was goblins. He said they should just wait and see which of them made it to the final rankings. Tian agreed, saying he had a feeling he didn't just bring this up out of nowhere, and told him to spit it out. Teacher Lu addressed the other teachers, offering a 5-star divinity rating to any colleague who would witness their bet. Teacher Titian accepted, while their colleague smirked, thinking what a complete moron he was. Lu Mo was his nephew, so of course he'd given him way more resources than he was supposed to. Could he say the same for Han Wu soon? The system announced that 430 students had passed the selection round, and 300 had opted to enter the ranking round. Lu Lian asked, "So 130 of them just gave up a bunch of worthless cowards?" His colleague advised him not to speak about their students that way. The exam's difficulty was unusually high this year, so there was no shame in backing out. The other teacher added that it was for the best, as they could only focus on teaching the students who could conquer their fears and survive this brutal test. Meanwhile, the second stage of the exam began. An army of skeletons emerged from the gate, catching the teachers by surprise. They wondered, "Isn't this a bit too easy?" The MC sighed in disappointment. "You've got to be kidding me. I have over 1 billion starving locusts here, and you're offering them bones to gnaw on." But he had no choice. He commanded his army to devour them, and a massive swarm of locusts blotted out the sky. The skeletons looked up just as the battle erupted. 2 hours later, Han Wu was already bored, muttering that it was barely enough for a snack. A new wave began. Skeleton warriors poured out of the gate again, and the protagonist started to undermine them with his locusts, peering into the chasm where the skeletons were now bathing in fire. He realized that if the lava kept pooling, they wouldn't even be able to get near him. Plus, he thought, I can speed this process up a bit. He called over the red orcs and ordered them to dump molten metal from the great smelter on top of them. They followed his command, walking to the edge of the cans and pouring the searing metal from their barrels. Staring at the blazing inferno below, the protagonist thought, "This is perfect. Now the skeletons will be destroyed the second they step out of the portal. I don't even have to lift a finger. I'm a genius," one of the teachers asked in astonishment. "How did he even think of that?" Tianwen proudly boasted. "It's all about proper training," Teacher Lu asked, him irritably if he was getting cocky. After all, it was only the 7th wave, and his own student, Lu Mo, had also reached the 7th. Meanwhile, Lu Mo stood in his realm, observing the skeleton enemies with his goblin army. Behind him were 13 Tier 1 ballista towers, 9 Tier 1, lightning towers, and 12 fireball towers. The teachers looked on, exclaiming in shock at how much he must have spent. Lu Lian wondered which of the other fools had invested that many resources into their students. That's right, no one, he thought. Lu Mo simply had to win first place. Suddenly, one of the teachers urged the others to look at Qinshuang's sphere, and all eyes turned to her screen. Inside her realm was a flock of elite thunder rocks, numbering 300,000, alongside 100 ordinary war giants. The only structures she had were 100 lightning towers. A teacher remarked that the Qin family's daughter was incredibly strong. He used to think she was in the top 3 at the school, but now it seemed she was the best. Another teacher agreed, saying it was pointless to even compare her to the others. Their colleague added that even he, a demigod, didn't have as many creatures as she did. Lu Lian grew furious at this, cursing Han Wu in his mind. Soon, the 10th wave concluded, leaving only 18 surviving students. The next wave would be fundamentally different from the previous ones, so they needed to be ready for anything. The students braced themselves as a single monster emerged from the gate into each of their spheres. One of the teachers gasped, "That's a hero-type creature." A bone collector appeared before the students, possessing the skills of bone manipulation and bone fusion. The moment it took its first step into the sphere, it immediately located nearby bones and levitated them with magic. It then summoned a staff and began spinning it, weaving the bones together into a monstrous skeleton. The collector waved both its hands, ordering the beast to charge forward and kill them all. With that, the bone giant roared to life and attacked. It slammed its hand down, crushing a portion of the student's army, then stomped its foot, triggering a massive explosion. The teachers watched nervously, noting that not even 3 minutes had passed and 8 students were already out. This was just too much for them. Teacher Lu noted that something was off. Why is the bone giant in Hanwoo's realm so small? He must have cheated somehow. Meanwhile, the bone giant in the MC's realm was desperately clinging to the rocks, trying not to fall into the magma below. Tianwan scoffed. Isn't it obvious it's because Hanwoo already drowned most of the skeleton warriors in magma? As it turned out, the bone collector was fresh out of materials and couldn't even summon his bone giant. Right on cue, the Emperor charged into the fray, using his iron sword style to dice the giant into a dozen pieces. Our protagonist just let out a huge yawn as the system announced he'd successfully cleared the 11th wave. Teacher Luo flew into a rage, indignantly shouting that Hanwoo had to have cheated. There was no other explanation. He insisted the kid must have found out about the exam's monster lineup in advance. In response, Teacher Tian calmly asked if he had a single shred of proof for such a serious accusation. Luo shot back. Are you trying to cover for your student? Just watch yourself, Luo warned. I'm not afraid to report this to the higher-ups. The proof is obvious. Everyone saw what Hanwoo was doing with those skeleton warriors. Who in their right mind wastes time cleaning up the remains of dead monsters? Nobody? Unless they knew a bone collector was about to show up and use those very parts. His colleague told him to cut the nonsense, but he fired back that it wasn't nonsense at all. He claimed he had every reason to be suspicious of Hanwoo, and that the school needed to investigate and punish him severely. Sue chimed in, saying that was completely out of the question. The principal herself was personally overseeing the monster selection for the exam. Even she didn't know the exact details of what was coming. If Hanwoo really did get inside information, that would mean the leak came directly from the headmaster. She then asked, "Do you honestly believe our all-powerful headmaster would make such a blunder?" Hearing this, Luo immediately grew flustered and backpedaled, stammering that he never meant to imply such a thing. Clearly, the student was just incredibly lucky, but it was just so unfair to everyone else. That's why he was so worked up. The vice headmaster glared at him, his voice dripping with disappointment, saying that for a demigod, his words were utterly absurd. Each of us cultivates our own god realm as we see fit, he declared. There's no room for talk of justice in this. Only the strong survive. If Hanwoo didn't violate any rules and earned these results through his own efforts, then he deserves every bit of it. Speaking of fairness, do you think it's fair when you use your position to funnel resources to your nephew, Luomo, at the expense of every other student in your class? Or is it fair that Qin Shuang, whose family poured millions into strengthening her god realm, is even competing in this exam? At that, Teacher Tian called him an idiot, adding, "Now I see why you offered me that bet. You know what they say when you dig a grave for someone else? You're the one who ends up falling in." His own disciple, Hanwoo, was already clearing the 11th wave, while Luo's nephew was just getting started. Now, everyone would see who truly came out on top. Meanwhile, Luo Mo, facing the bone giant all alone, knew this was his limit. He yelled out that he was giving up. Teacher Tian immediately announced that his nephew had failed, meaning he'd won their bet. "You're not going to back out now, not with all these witnesses. Are you?" he gloated. "Where are my 5 divinity points?" Gritting his teeth, Luo sent him the card but sneered. "Don't spend them just yet. I'll be getting those back soon enough." An hour ticked by. After the 13th wave, only 3 students were left standing: Hanwoo, Qin Shuang, and Hang Fei. One of the teachers, glancing at the scoreboard, remarked that now it was just a matter of seeing who would place where. But when the 14th wave began and a fresh army of skeletons swarmed Hang Fei, he simply raised his hand and said he was done. 2 waves later, on the 16th, Qin Shuang also surrendered. Su was ecstatic, cheering that Hanwoo had officially secured first place. Meanwhile, our protagonist was just getting warmed up, clearing the 20th wave with his locusts still teeming with energy. He commanded the magma locusts to charge, and the insects detonated on impact. With the monsters, from the bones of its fallen brethren, another bone giant rose, but the Sword Emperor was on it in an instant, cutting it down before it could even take a single step. After 15 more minutes, an eerie silence fell over the god realm. A system notification confirmed that the 20th wave had been successfully repelled and that the 21st wave would begin shortly. It warned him to be prepared, as the next wave would be far more challenging. Hanwoo frowned. Another wave. He was sure the 20th was the final one. Just then, brilliant sparks erupted from the portal's gate, and he looked up in astonishment at the creature emerging from within. What is that giant? He wondered. A majestic woman seated on a massive throne appeared before him. The observing teachers gasped in shock, exclaiming that it was the skeleton lady. The MC recognized her immediately, noting that he never expected to face a Lord-class creature in here. He knew he didn't have enough power to take down something of that magnitude. He raised his hand and declared his surrender, a move that clearly caught the skeleton lady off guard. As the portal began to pull her back, she spread her arms wide, roaring that she wouldn't let him escape so easily. The gate's pull intensified, but she kept fighting it, screaming in pure rage before flicking her hand and launching a bone at Hanu. It shot past him at incredible speed and detonated when it hit the ground. He spun around, yelling, "What the hell is going on here?" Just like that, the gate slammed shut, and the heroes were pulled back to the real world. The system announced that he had taken first place. Dianwi's class scored an impressive total of 252 points, beating the second place class by a clean 20 points. Lan's class, on the other hand, only managed 192 points, landing them in 8th place. Seeing the results, Teacher Lu was furious, insisting that first place should have been his. His colleague shot him a smug grin, while the other teachers looked utterly dejected, one even worrying aloud about getting fired. Instantly, everyone swarmed the MC with congratulations. He laughed, thrilled that all the rewards were finally his. An hour later, a mountain of reward cards appeared before him. He had earned 1 unit of iron ore land, valued at 100 divine power points, a level 1 sacred artifact exchange card, a first level temple card, and a divine rank weapon exchange card, which could be used for any weapon costing no more than $100,000 in divine power points. He also received a single elite seed, capable of evolving an ordinary creature into an elite one. On top of that, he got a divine core enhancement card, 1 whole divinity point, and a reproduction card. When the other students saw his haul, they were floored, whispering that the guy was now seriously loaded. Meanwhile, the protagonist was already strategizing, realizing he needed to figure out the smartest way to use all these new assets. His homeroom teacher patted him on the back, telling him not to worry, and that he would guide him toward the best choices. Hanwoo felt a wave of relief, knowing he could count on him. Shortly after, he entered his god realm. The land card was instantly converted into 20 square kilometers of dense forest terrain. The sacred artifact card was successfully exchanged for a first-level treasure, a poisonous fog pearl. His divine core leveled up by 1, and the construction of his first-level temple was completed. Next, he activated the weapon exchange card and was presented with a list of powerful options, including the whirlwind sword. He thought it over, realizing the card was only good for a single divine rank weapon. His hero was already set with 4 swords, so a 5th one seemed redundant for now. Instead, he started searching for something like a hammer, perfect for his red orc blacksmith. He soon found it a warhammer named Purgatory, priced at 99,999 divine power points. It was forged from the core of a Lord-class Purgatory Hydra. But there was a catch. The minimum requirement to wield it was a heroic-type creature with the fire attribute. After reading the conditions, he sighed, realizing he wouldn't be able to use it right away. He'd have to wait until one of his red orcs evolved into a hero, deciding not to dwell on it. He shrugged, thinking that he got it for free anyway. An hour later, all the students were gathered back in the classroom. Their homeroom teacher announced that the main exam had been a grueling ordeal, and that, in his eyes, only the strongest had made it through. He then asked for the top 3 performers to step forward. Hanwoo, Chinshuang, and another student walked to the front of the class. The teacher declared that for achieving the highest score, Hanwoo would receive 100 class points and the honor of choosing any single treasure from the class treasury. Hanwoo's interest was piqued. He was curious to see what the treasury held. A system window materialized before him, displaying a list of items: giant fists, life spring, an iron mine core, a frost rocket level 2 skill, a goblin nest level 2 construction, and the elite liger, creature type. Without hesitation, the protagonist chose the life spring. His teacher nodded in approval, thinking it was a wise choice. Hanwoo wasn't chasing a quick power-up. He was focused on developing his foundational strengths. a clear sign of his massive potential. Sometime later, a student named Sun Yu barged into their classroom and congratulated the protagonist on his performance. "Now," he said condescendingly, "hurry up and sell me that divinity point you won. I'll give you 105 million divine power points for it, right now." Hanwoo stared at him, annoyed. Who the hell was this guy, ordering him around? And he even had the nerve to act like adding 5 million on top of the market price was some grand gesture. Something was definitely off. "Why do you need it so badly?" Hanwoo asked. The guy just scoffed. "What does it matter to you? Just agree, and 105 million is yours in a heartbeat. That's enough to completely change your main race and rewrite your entire destiny." Hanwoo's expression hardened as he flatly refused. But the student pressed on, lowering his voice. "Look, to be honest," he admitted, "it's for my grandfather. He's just one step away from becoming a true god, and this is what he needs. If you sell me that point, you'll not only get millions, but you'll also have me in your debt." Hearing this, Hanwoo paused to consider it. 105 million was a staggering sum. With that much energy, he could increase the number of locusts in his domain tenfold, and gaining a powerful family's favor was nothing to sneeze at. He was just about to agree when his phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Qin Shuang, who had apparently overheard their entire conversation. It read, "I'll buy your divinity point for 150 million. Deal." She was completely shocked by that figure and couldn't help but wonder just how rich her family was. She typed out a new message, asking if he was serious, thinking one divinity point was only worth 100 million. She told him he should have at least looked into the market before trying to trade in divinity, explaining that it can, in fact, be created. It's done by compressing 100 million points of divine power, which is generated by condensing the faith points from one's followers. A divinity created that way would naturally cost more than 100 million, and that price is because when another god tries to absorb it, there's a significant chance of failure. The reason is that a divinity like that is imprinted with the faith of another god. See? That's why his divinity point is worth at least 145 million, something you can't even find on the market right now. After reading her explanation, it all clicked for the MC. Now he understood Sue was simply trying to rip him off, to lowball him. Without missing a beat, he turned to his classmate and, with clear annoyance, told him to get lost. The guy just scoffed as he left, saying he shouldn't get arrogant just for taking first on the exam. A moment later, a notification popped up 150 million divine power had been deposited into the protagonist's account, and he was absolutely ecstatic. He was grinning from ear to ear, realizing he was now swimming in money. Sometime later, back in his own realm of the gods, he surveyed the newly constructed city and decided the temple ought to be built in the Red Orc settlement. So, he had a temple raised there and even placed a life-giving spring in the desert, hoping that eventually the land would become fertile. The Red Orcs fell to their knees before him, thanking him with every fiber of their being. He placed a massive hammer down in front of them and told them to raise their heads. He hadn't arrived empty-handed. He had brought them a divine artifact, the battle hammer of purgatory. He then showed them a seed. With a smile, he explained that he'd brought one more thing. He presented the seed to one of the orcs, telling him he was bestowing this elite seed upon him to raise his potential. He hoped that one day, the orc would grow into a hero capable of lifting the mighty hammer. With his task complete, he soared into the sky as the orcs chanted for his long life. The protagonist stared at the poison mist pearl in his hand, thinking, "I followed the teacher's advice and took this, but what am I even supposed to do with it?" As if summoned by his thoughts, his teacher contacted him, asking if he had something to discuss. He confirmed he did, wanting to talk about today's exam. He explained that he and Teacher Liu had a little bet going. In the end, our hero outperformed his nephew, winning the teacher 5 divinity points. He figured it was only fair to share a piece of the prize. He presented 2 options, saying, "This first one is a card worth about 150 million divinity points. I think you understand what that's worth. So let me tell you about the second option." It was a trophy he'd picked up during a battle in the outside world, an egg laid by the heavenly demon insect king himself. He explained that they had already killed the king, but managed to preserve the egg without a scratch. "The thing is," he continued, "even though its parent is dead, this egg still produces a huge amount of demonic energy every day, enough to eventually evolve your locusts into low-level heavenly demons. I told you from the beginning to prioritize cultivating your core beings, and this egg will help you do exactly that." After hearing this, the protagonist was stunned. He thought about how Teacher Lu and the others saw him as a joke because locusts were such weak creatures. But Teacher Tian was different. Instead of mocking him, he was offering him a chance to transform his lowly locusts into heavenly demon beetles. Of course, they wouldn't be comparable to Qinshang's natural elite thunder sparrows, but they would at least be on par with common beings like goblins and orcs. The teacher reminded him to remember he could only pick one of the rewards. With a confident smile, he replied that he would choose the egg. His teacher simply said he had no doubt he would. By the way, the teacher added, the poison attribute pairs perfectly with demon cultivation. You should try infusing the power of that poison mist pearl into your core right now. The result will definitely surprise you. Hanwoo thanked him, promising he would live up to his expectations. After a short pause, he asked if he knew where he could buy something. He needed a large amount of cheap meat. He didn't care about the quality. All that mattered was the quantity, since the meat in regular stores was far too expensive. Tonin was surprised and advised against it, saying, if you're trying to feed your locusts, buying meat from a store is a waste of money. It's too pricey and not very effective. The director recently took part in a battle against an abyssal demon, he explained. There's still a massive number of demonic golem corpses lying on the battlefield, so I'll ask him about it for you. The MC thanked him and ended the call, then started walking through the forest, thinking that the effect of his gluttony artifact was just too much. His locusts were like a tide, sweeping away everything in their path. The power of his core wasn't nearly enough to feed their hunger. He desperately needed to find an alternative food source. He placed the egg at the roots of a massive tree, figuring that placing it near a century-old tree might speed up the process of secreting demonic energy. It might go faster, and perhaps it would even be enough to sate his locust's hunger for a bit. 2 days later, he returned to the spot and was shocked to see the egg had actually grown into the tree's trunk. He noticed that it looked like one locust had already managed to get its fill of demonic energy. He couldn't wait to see what would happen next. He wondered how many days they took to develop. Suddenly, the egg cracked open, and he excitedly realized it was hatching. A heavenly demon beetle, a normal-type creature with a talent called cruelty, crawled out. Its faith level was fanatic, which gave 1 point of faith power per day, and its life cycle was 200 days, 30 of which were the larval stage, 150 days as an adult, and 20 in old age. The main character was ecstatic. It was hard for him to believe this was just a normal type. This beetle was 100 times stronger than his locusts, but there was no breeding point. Apparently, demon beetles would only appear after absorbing the egg's energy. If he understood correctly, the energy released by the egg in a single day would be enough to transform 200,000 locusts. Noticing that the insect had suddenly doubled in size, he realized that apparently, the effect worked on them too. It turned out that transforming beetle demons into an elite form wouldn't take much time at all. He decided that now was the perfect moment to use the pearl of poisonous fog and tossed it into the air. The insect's color immediately shifted, and he exclaimed in surprise. The creature had already become an elite. It was a poisonous demon bull beetle. Meanwhile, the school principal stared in shock at a massive pile of corpses in front of him, wondering how this happened and what he was supposed to do with this mountain of demon bodies, even if he sealed them inside a card. Sooner or later, its divine power would run out, and a huge pile of corpses would once again pour out into the world, poisoning the environment. Suddenly, Teacher Tion called him, asking if he was busy. He awkwardly greeted him and apologized for distracting him. But he had one quick question. One of his disciples was hoping to buy the corpses. The corpses of the abyss demons, from him. The principal asked in surprise why on earth he would need the corpses. He replied that his student was going to use them as food for his creatures. His main unit is the locust, which, as they saw in the main exam, can eat the corpses of demons without any negative consequences. The principal asked, "Is this by any chance the same genius who defeated the demigod a couple of days ago?" He never imagined that his locusts could be so useful. It was a shame the locusts wouldn't survive in the abyss. They could have saved their divine power points and just unleashed his creatures on the scene. He handed the card to the teacher and said that there were 1,000,000 demon corpses inside. He told him to pass it on and that there was no need to pay. The very next day, Tan One called him again and awkwardly said that he wanted to tell him that yesterday's demon corpses had already run out. His student was asking if he could arrange a regular supply of these corpses for him. The director was completely shocked by this, and the teacher, seeing his reaction, said that he had told him it would be too impudent of him to ask. The director didn't let him finish and asked him to wait, after which he cleared his throat. He then said that he should pass on to his student that the first delivery was a one-time action. Now that they were talking about a regular supply, he couldn't just throw his divine power points around like that. So, for every 100 corpses, he would have to pay 10,000 divine power points. 5 minutes later, the teacher called him again. His student was on board, ready to kick things off with 1 million divine power points. A few days passed. The locust swarm exploded in number, and our MC knew it was time. He made a massive sacrifice, billions of lives, and the system presented him with 3 incredible choices. The first option offered him 5 giant warriors, a straight-up elite tier unit. The second choice was a 3rd-level skill crystal poisonous explosion. By merging this crystal with their core, his creatures could learn the basic version of the skill, while his heroic units could master it, upgrading it to the Samsa's ultimate poisonous explosion technique. The third option was a disintegration mechanism, capable of breaking down matter to harvest pure energy. The protagonist was thrilled. Sacrificing 12 billion elite creatures had paid off big time, and any one of these rewards was a massive win. It was tempting. Everyone knew giant warriors were a formidable force. A single one could net you at least 10 million divine power points. Still, he decided to carefully weigh his other options, noting that the poisonous explosion skill was a perfect match for his bug demons and their poison fog. The other option was a crystal artifact. The problem was, his 3rd-level core was simply too weak to handle it, making the crystal completely useless to him right now. So he chose the third option, thinking that if he understood it correctly, the decay mechanism would break down materials and convert them into pure energy. These energy crystals, essential for developing magic-based creatures, were notoriously expensive. Now, he had a way to earn passive income. A massive mechanism materialized before him, and he tossed some iron ore inside. 5 hours later, he pulled out a finished iron crystal. He held it in his hands, a bit let down. Is this it, he thought? The same crystal used in forging equipment or as food for special races? If he remembered correctly, each one was only worth 5 points of divine power. It wasn't the jackpot he'd hoped for, but it was still a good long-term plan. He could definitely make good money from this. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his head, addressing him as Great God and reporting that while they were working, they were ambushed by unknown undead. 3 of their workers were injured, and their leader, wielding the hammer he had given them, was trying to hold off the enemy all by himself. They were pleading with him to save their people, the Red Orcs. Han Wu was surprised. It seemed the temple was now broadcasting his creature's prayers directly to him. But how did the undead even get into his god realm? He frowned, activated his Hawkeye skill, and then saw the Red Orc battling a skeleton. Taking a closer look, he wondered why the skeleton was emitting the same aura as the monster from the exam. The skeleton continued to effortlessly counter the orc's attacks, and a smirk crossed the MC's face. He's strong, he noted, then asked the system for information on the intruder. The system reported that the identification attempt had failed. The creature was not his follower, so its information couldn't be revealed. Growing impatient, he called out, "Sword Emperor, get over there, quickly!" Immediately after his words, the old man appeared on the battlefield, and as soon as he spotted the skeleton, he instantly sliced it into several pieces. The bones scattered across the ground, trembled, and then reassembled into a complete skeleton. Just then, the protagonist himself arrived on the battlefield and ordered the skeleton, "Submit to me and believe in me. Only then will you be able to reincarnate." But in response, the monster only attacked him, though it was unable to cause any harm. Hanu scoffed, "You're so naive. As long as the core of my divine realm exists, there's no way you can hurt me." He turned to his subjects and ordered them to keep chopping the skeleton up until it finally surrendered. 3 days later, the skeleton, along with its comrades, knelt before the deity and announced their desire to submit to him. The MC patted its head with a smile and praised it, asking, "Now I'll be able to see your information, right?" The system displayed the details. It was a lord-type creature, but it was currently weakened, incomplete, and sealed. It had a talent called Crystal Bones and another called Resurrection. Its faith level was devout, providing 1 million faith power points per day. A new day had come. Hanwoo returned to school, where the homeroom teacher asked if they were ready for the next exam. "I'll say it directly," he began. "This exam will greatly increase the gap between you, since the result will determine which academy you will enter." The MC started listening more carefully, remembering his grandfather's dying wish for him to find his parents in the chaotic sea of stars of the Imperial Academy. From all appearances, this academy was one of the best educational institutions in this world. Tonan continued. "This time, your test will be in dimension C793826, the Abyss of Demons. You'll receive the exam details immediately after you're transported there. You have 1 hour to prepare, so spend this time usefully." One of the students immediately said, "But in the Abyss, isn't everything shrouded in a demonic aura? There's a good chance that the creatures we send will be infected by that aura and turn into uncontrollable demons. No one but demons and the undead can last longer than an hour there. I've also heard that there are crazed undead wandering around that will attack any living creature. Who even thought of holding an exam there?" Another student asked if anyone had a demonic representative, saying he wouldn't mind partnering up with that person. Song was overjoyed, thinking this was the perfect opportunity for him. It was his time to shine. He would see how Hanwoo would get out of this. Suddenly, an unfamiliar number called him, and he stepped out of the classroom after answering the call. "Teacher Liu," he asked. The teacher greeted him, and Song, surprised, asked if he needed something. The teacher replied that he wanted him to help get rid of a certain person. Seong asked if he was talking about Hanwoo. "You don't even have to continue," he said. "I was already planning to do that myself," Lulian replied. "It's not for nothing that I considered you my best disciple. If you don't fail, you can count on a good reward." He pointed his finger at a creature card and said, "For now, you can take this small gift." He was sure that it would help him a lot in the exam. As a gift from him, Song received a demon dragon and exclaimed, "This is an elite-type creature, not inferior in strength to heroic ones." Soon, the exam began, and everyone arrived in the Abyss of Demons. The conditions of the exam were as follows. First, the student can choose their incarnation and summon creatures. However, if their divine appearance dies, then the student themselves will die. Second, they can only summon their creatures once a day, with the number of summoned representatives being 100. Third, the final ranking of the student will be based on the points earned on the exam tasks. The tasks themselves are listed below. The first task is to destroy the skeleton camp. A huge camp of demon golems has appeared in the Valley of Demons. Your objective is to get rid of 90% of the demon army and destroy the banner of their camp. Hint, there are 8 to 10,000 creatures in the demon camp, with the types of inhabited creatures being normal and elite. As a reward for the task, they would receive 60 points and 1 random sacred artifact of the first level. The MC didn't bother reading the second task, as the system asked him to choose which incarnation of his creature he wanted to appear as in this dimension. He could choose to incarnate as a locust, a red orc blacksmith, a whirlwind sword, or the skeleton lord. The protagonist chose the fourth option, thinking that it was obvious the undead are the only type of creatures that will not be susceptible to the destructive effects of the demonic aura. Streams of dark energy swirled around him, and for a moment he was scared. Then, he looked down and saw that he had completely turned into a skeleton. He looked around and said that the Abyss of Demons is a real paradise for the undead and demons. He pointed his finger forward and summoned 100 locusts, but they were immediately swallowed by the demonic aura. Hanwoo said that he thought so. Ordinary locusts simply wouldn't survive here, but it was worth a try. He then summoned his new demonic insects and said that he was counting on them. Moving forward through the abyss, they came across demonic fruits, and he pointed his finger at them, telling the insects to collect them. While they were busy doing this, he suddenly felt someone's presence behind him and turned around to see the undead slowly walking towards them. He prepared for battle and said that he was just about to test the power of the skeleton lord. After 10 minutes, a huge pile of corpses had accumulated behind him, and he crossed his arms over his chest, saying that they were weak. At this time, his insects returned to him along with the fruits. He said that they had collected so many things, and the system only rated it at 20 points. But he definitely doesn't intend to fight demigods for 100 points. He doesn't think he has a chance against them. "Let's just decide that I need even more fruits," he said, ordering the insects to focus on collecting. A day later, he looked at the thick deck of cards in his hand and laughed, saying, "I've cleared out all the trees with demonic fruits. Now no one will be able to complete the 49th task without my help." A plan matured in his head, and he wrote in the class chat, asking if anyone wanted to buy 100 demonic fruits from him, which were needed to complete the 49th task. He agreed to an exchange. One of the students wrote that this was a real scam and how this was even allowed. Another student asked him what he even understood about this, saying it was just profitable. "I'll take one fruit right now. I'm ready to pay 50 points of divine power." Another student said that he would also take one and pay 50 points. Teacher Titian warned that they could only trade and exchange resources that they had mined in this dimension. After 3 warnings, they would be disqualified. After reading the message, he said that it was not bad. It turns out that he had obtained the universal currency of this dimension. Meanwhile, Seong also read the chat and said with a smirk that Hanwoo was an idiot. He didn't even have to look for him this time. He would definitely finish him off. Taking on a demonic form, he and his pack of wolves began to wait for him. A few hours later, Hanwoo noticed that everyone around him was rising in the rankings. His representatives were too weak to fight strong monsters. But if he didn't start taking on difficult tasks, he would very quickly end up at the bottom. Stuck at the bottom of the ranks, he was out of options. Suddenly, a squad of skeletons materialized behind him. They glanced up, startled, before their glowing-eyed leader let out a shriek. Hanwoo approached, cloaking himself in dark magic, wondering if he could actually control these local undead with the power of the Skeleton Lord's incarnation, but he had to take the chance. As he questioned if they knew who he was, the skeletons spun around, bodies rigid with tension. Then, in an instant, the whole squad dropped to their knees, bowing low. Each creature was a basic skeleton, but their sturdy frames and immense loyalty generated 500 faith power per day. Hanwoo was floored it actually worked. Before he could utter a single word, he was the commander of a small, fanatically loyal squad of skeleton warriors. He ordered his new followers to rise and guide him to their camp. After they acknowledged his command, an hour passed, and Hanwoo found himself in a grim, foreboding place where an entire army was prostrating before him. Leading them was a massive skeleton mounted on a colossal wolf. This was an elite skeleton knight, skilled in iron bones and undead summoning, whose unwavering loyalty produced a staggering 50,000 faith power daily. Our hero was in disbelief, a grin spreading across his face as he realized he now commanded a genuine undead army. The skeleton knight explained to his new master that he had been part of the first skeleton legion. However, after a brutal clash with demonic golems, his unit was cut off from the main force, forced to establish their own camp. They found the golem attacks growing fiercer, so he had been compelled to send his warriors out to scavenge for demonic fruits that could bolster their strength. Hanwoo considered this. If they were his minions now, reinforcing them seemed like a smart move. The following day, Hanwoo's rank had plummeted to 178th place and was still falling. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. In front of him knelt the skeleton knight and his giant wolf. Hanwoo presented him with a demonic fruit, telling him to take all the fruits he had gathered and distribute them amongst the troops. Just 10 minutes later, a menacing army of skeletons stood ready. Hanwoo declared their next target the lair of the demonic golems. The operation was a go. As they marched through the rocky terrain, Hanwoo mulled over the quest details the demon camp held between 8 to 10,000 creatures. With only 1,000 skeletons, a frontal assault was suicide. He needed to be clever. Turning to his forces, he instructed Chumba at one of the bands skeletons to bait 10 demons into a trap. The lone skeleton stood at the entrance, a perfect lure. Soon, shouts echoed as a small patrol of vicious demons charged forward. They skidded to a halt, their jaws dropping in shock as a horde of skeletons erupted from the shadows right in front of them. At the same time, they began to shield themselves with their hands as the skeletal warriors swarmed them, weapons swinging. Hanwoo watched the dust cloud that concealed the slaughter, remarking on the brilliant convenience of turning defeated demonic golems into more skeleton soldiers. Annihilate the enemy and expand your own forces simultaneously. This was exactly why he adored the undead. In a mere hour, Han Wu's skeleton legion had swelled to 7,000 strong. He stood confidently before the enemy cave, his massive army at his back. He announced that only 3,000 creatures remained inside the demon lair. The time for an all-out war had come. With that, he thrust his hand forward and bellowed the command for everyone to charge into battle. 3 hours later, a skeleton presented him with an exquisite sphere, addressing him as its lord. A satisfied smile spread across our hero's face as he praised their excellent work. The quest was complete. Han Wu earned 60 points, catapulting him up the rankings to 108th place. Just then, the eerie wolf sensed an unwelcome presence. Xiong cursed under his breath, wondering what on earth Han Wu was up to. He glanced at the leaderboard and did a double take. 60 points. Apparently, he had wiped out the entire demon golem lair. Well, the bastard had actually surpassed his expectations. But this would be his final accomplishment, because he was about to die. At the lair's entrance, a massive army stood guard. Song's eyes widened. Skeletons. Did he secretly raise 10 skeleton warriors? He was surprisingly cunning, trying to use them to climb the exam ranks. The thought was laughable. He roared for his hell forward in a snarling pack, jaws agape. As they closed in, Han Wu started to turn, but his skeletons instantly formed a protective wall around him. They shrieked that they must protect their lord and charged the hellhounds, launching a ferocious and unwavering counterattack. Song muttered, "It's only the second day of being in the demon abyss, and Han Wu has already assembled a huge force." He wondered what would happen in a few more days. At this rate, even he might not be able to handle him. "I have to eliminate him now," he resolved. Transforming into a draconic form, he let out a deafening roar as his body became wreathed in fiery magic. At that moment, the skeleton knight was locked in combat with a hellhound, while Xiong himself closed in on Han Wu. He demanded to know why Xiong was attacking him and his summons, pointing out that, to his knowledge, there had never been a dispute between them. But Xiong just bellowed in rage. "Let's just say I don't like your face, now die." After that, he unleashed another powerful scream, swiping with his claws as Han Wu struggled against the sonic force. A claw grazed him, and the panicked skeletons cried out his name, believing he'd finished the job. Song took to the air, scoffing that he wouldn't waste another second on such garbage. The furious skeletons snarled, baring their fangs. Just then, Han Wu regained consciousness, clutching his chest. "Good thing the skeleton lord comes with the resurrection talent," he rasped. He commanded his skeletons to stop standing around and to rally the entire army. "We're moving out." Our hero's face hardened with rage as he declared that Xiong had just sealed his own fate. Their next encounter would end with his death, the scoundrel. A short time later, Song checked the rankings again. Why isn't Han Wu on the elimination list? He stared at the system window in disbelief and shrieked, "Impossible! He's not dead! Launching into the sky!" He screamed that he would hunt him down and kill him, even if it meant wasting more of his valuable time. But when he arrived at the rocky lair, it was completely empty. He immediately ordered his demonic hounds to start a full-scale search and not to let a single undead escape. Meanwhile, Han Wu stood before his troops, holding aloft a brilliantly glowing crystal. He declared that he would bestow upon them a stone crystal. He reflected that Xiong's surprise attack had cut his forces down to just 5,000 skeleton warriors. They desperately needed to be reinforced. It looked like he was going to need a lot more of these stone crystals. As his skeletons began to glow, leveling up, Han Wu checked the system panel and noted that his rank was still pathetic. At this rate, getting into the Imperial Academy was a pipe dream. His next quest was to clear out the lair of fallen demons. The reward 80 points, a level 2 skill crystal, and a chain fireball scroll. He mused that fallen demons were the primary denizens of the demon abyss dimension, but aside from poisonous gas and a bit of slyness, they were pushovers. If the quest was worth 80 points, though there had to be at least 1,000,000 of them in that lair. Perfect, he thought. This is excellent fodder for expanding my undead legion. He turned to his forces and announced their new destination, the lair of fallen demons. 2 months later, the academy instructors were assembled in a meeting room for a progress report. the first teacher proudly announced that a student from his class, Huang Feiyun, had managed to amass an army of 100,000 demon goblins. With a total of 3,200 points, he had solidified his position at the top of the participant rankings, which was exactly as he had anticipated. As for the number 2 spot, he continued, that's currently held by Luo, who also figured out how to evolve his goblins into a demonic variant. Right now, he's sitting at 3,010 points. With a little more push, he could even challenge for the top position. Another teacher then inquired, by the way, what about teacher? Tian's student, Han Wu, he aced the entrance exam, but now he's completely dropped off the radar. Teacher Luo scoffed, clearly annoyed. I told you all, that kid only got first place through a sheer fluke. In my class, he was always dead last. Yet he somehow managed to fool Teacher Tian into thinking he was some kind of hidden gem. Teacher Tian spun around, his voice sharp. I'll remind you that I am also a teacher. That kind of language is completely inappropriate to use when discussing a student, Mr. Luo shot back. What did I say that was wrong? The kid is a drain on our school's time and resources. Imagine how much stronger our other students could have been if they had received the first place rewards from the last exam, he added. Frankly, I'll be surprised if that boy even makes it out of this test alive. Teacher Tian gritted his teeth. If you're so confident, let's make another wager. I'll bet that Han Wu takes first place in this exam, too. Teacher Luo's interest was piqued. And what are the stakes? He asked. Teacher Tian decided to put up 10 divinity points. Is that acceptable? Luo clenched his fists, admitting he didn't have 10 points on hand, but offered to stake something of equivalent worth. If Teacher Tian agreed, the bet would be on. He proposed wagering his level 3 divine healing skill. Tianan declared, we have a deal, but I should mention that Han Wu recently accepted an 80-point quest, he added confidently, and I have a feeling he's about to complete it. Everyone in the room understood that quests valued at 80 points were considered borderline impossible for a high schooler. If he pulls this off, he'll secure an invitation to a top-tier academy and his place in Haichai's. The rankings wouldn't even matter anymore. Meanwhile, in the Demon Abyss dimension, Sector C793826 stood the lair of fallen demons. Once home to 1,000,000 demons, their numbers had dwindled to roughly 100,000. Han Wu surveyed the massive coliseum from a cliff, his army arrayed before him. His strategy was paying off. He now commanded over Hai's. With 900,000 skeleton warriors at his back, the moment had arrived. He gave the order, and his legion of monsters roared with fury, leaping from the cliffside to charge. His skeleton knight instantly descended upon a group of demons, who shrieked in terror. The wounded demons stared back in disbelief as the knight taunted them, asking why they wouldn't just give up and beg for their lord's mercy. Just 20 minutes later, Han Wu stood triumphantly on that same cliff, a massive skeleton flag in hand. He and his army bellowed in victory. The skeletons then cast their spell, siphoning the life force from the fallen demons. A brilliant magic enveloped the corpses, desiccating them as the skeletons absorbed their power and began to transform. They evolved into an elite unit, the Skeleton Resurrector. This new monster boasted incredibly strong bones, the ability to raise more skeletons, and a devout faith that generated 500 faith power daily. The protagonist was stunned. A Skeleton Resurrector. This thing was even more powerful than his own skeleton knight. Gathering the last remnants of energy, the Resurrector turned the demon into a fresh skeleton. With a mighty roar, the former demon's corpse stirred, rising again as one of the undead. Watching from above, our hero grinned. This was perfect. His entire army was back at full strength. Just then, a skeleton knight approached him from behind and knelt, presenting him with a magic item. A trophy for our esteemed lord, it declared. He took the artifact and checked the system panel. It was a level 1 sacred item, a staff of flame. According to the description, if he placed it in his divine sphere's core, his main units could learn the initial fireball skill. The power of the spell would scale with the creature's own strength. The item also contained a hero template fragment, 1/4 of a whole. If he collected all the pieces, he could create a heroic-type creature. Then there was the source of the fallen, which granted his race the traits of fallen demons, giving them resistance to negative status effects, and letting them completely ignore the demonic aura of the abyss. Our protagonist realized the source of the fallen was an absolute treasure in this dimension. He planned to summon his locusts later, feeling his confidence surge. After all, he now commanded a million-strong army of skeleton warriors. That annoying Ceylon didn't stand a chance. He prompted the system to show his rewards, and a window popped up. He'd earned 80 rating points, putting him at rank 401. He also got a level 2 skill crystal for Chain Fireball. Hanwoo thought, "Okay, I'm getting the hang of this." It seems there was another mission on the list to clear out the local demon lair. He knew he had to move fast. Standing on the cliff's edge, he roared for his army to advance. His skeletons shrieked in response, their bodies shrouded in dark magic that seemed to blot out the sky. 3 days later, the teachers watched the system panel as the rankings updated in real time. Hanwoo had just completed 2 major tasks, worth 80 and 70 points respectively. In an incredibly short period, he had skyrocketed to 4th place. One teacher exclaimed, "This is unbelievable. In just 3 days, he went from the bottom of the ranks to number 4. Teacher Timon really has a genius on his hands." Mr. Liu folded his arms, unimpressed, and said, "So what's the big deal about 4th place? It's not 1st. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the room. A message from the first echelon of the Fury of War. "We are inviting the disciple Hanwoo for an interview upon completion of the exam." Another followed immediately. "A message from Hidden Dragon Academy. We invite disciple Hanwoo to an interview post-exam." And another. "A message from the renowned Green Mountain Academy. We invite disciple Hanwoo to enroll directly in our academy, bypassing all entrance exams." Flustered and angry, Teacher Liu turned to Vice Principal Su. "This is absurd. Why are you only announcing invitations for disciple Hanwoo?" She calmly replied that there simply weren't any other messages. He practically yelled, "I don't buy it. He's only 4th. How could these top academies ignore the 3 students ranked above him? She explained that the academies have an unwritten rule. They only extend invitations to students who manage to score at least 3,000 points and complete a quest worth 80 points or more. So far, Hanwoo was the only one who met both criteria. Actually, she corrected, just now, the student Qin Shuang completed an 80-point quest and surpassed 3,000 points. War Fury Academy has already sent her an invitation. He just smirked, thinking he couldn't care less about these invitations. As long as Hanwoo didn't clinch the top spot, he immediately contacted Ceylon. "Listen, the exam only has 3 major quests left. You need to beat Hanwoo to the punch and finish them all before he does. Don't let him get past you." Ceylon heard the message and replied that he understood. Perfectly. He was confident he could knock out the 90-point quests before his rival. Meanwhile, our protagonist stood on a precipice, staring at a system window filled with nearly impossible tasks. The 100-point quest, eliminate the followers of the Dark Frog Demigod. A 90-point quest was to destroy the Minotaur demon tribe. And another 90-point quest demanded the destruction of the Dark Forest Ents. He currently had 3,480 points, placing him 3rd, just 130 points shy of 1st place. To secure the win, he'd need to clear at least 2 of these missions, but it looked like a brutal challenge. Then again, with 20 million skeleton warriors and 2 heroic creatures plus 190 elites under his command, he definitely had a fighting chance. "All right," he decided. "I'll take on the demon minotaurs first." Over in the Minotaur tribe's territory, a massive fiery explosion rocked the landscape. Yang, in his werewolf form, just laughed. "Awesome! You should really put your back into it. Ceylon, you don't want Hanwoo to beat you, do you?" He told him to stop. The casual chatter, if he was so concerned about him winning, he wouldn't have partnered up with Yang in the first place. Just then, a colossal minotaur loomed over them, raising its weapon and letting out a deafening roar. An hour later, the duo was still locked in battle, both of them seriously wounded and terrified. Ceylon gasped, "This is a nightmare. We have to get out of here, otherwise we ourselves will be killed." Yang agreed. "If the 2 of us together can't handle this quest, there's no way Hanwoo can." But as he said that, Yang glanced up and his jaw dropped. What is that? Before them stood an endless army of skeletons, varying in size, all radiating a terrifying and oppressive aura. He asked, "Where did the undead come from? What do we do now?" They watched as the Minotaurs turned their attention to the new threat, charging into the skeletal horde. Ceylon and Yang heard the horrifying clash of battle, and he said, "Don't worry, there might be a lot of them, but they're just basic skeleton warriors. We can easily punch a hole through their lines." A voice echoed from the cliff above. "Thinking of running away," our protagonist screamed. "I don't think so." He commanded his bone collector to attack. In an instant, a gigantic skeleton knight materialized before them, roaring as it was summoned by a robed skeleton. The monstrous knight slammed its fists into the ground as the resurrector began chanting a spell. Suddenly, a human skeleton, shrouded in eerie magic, was ripped from a lizard-like creature's body. The two students screamed in pure terror. "Forget the creatures. It's time to save our own lives." A giant skeleton. Night blocked their path, ordering them to stand still, and the students asked what it would do with them. Hanwoo appeared, standing casually on the skeleton's shoulder. He greeted his classmates, and a shocked Ceylon asked, "Hanwoo, where did you get a monster like this? Your main species is supposed to be locusts." But the protagonist simply said, "Purely out of courtesy, I'll skip the torture and mockery, and just kill you." Quickly! The colossal monster swung its huge leg to strike, and Ceylon shrieked in panic, begging him to stop. Right in front of Yang's terrified face, the monster's leg slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He said that there had never been any real disagreement between them, and he could apologize for this misunderstanding. But his death would do no good. Hanwoo conceded that was true, but added that he couldn't just let him walk away either. At this, Yang broke down, crying and screaming that he'd give him every single treasure he'd found in this dimension, just asking to be let go. Hanwoo said that they had reached an agreement, and now he had to leave. Yang escaped. And 5 hours later, our protagonist stood before a mountain of defeated minotaurs. The last of their warriors dropped to their knees, bowing low, saying that they surrendered and were ready to submit to His Excellency. He looked at the system window. He had completed the task and received 90 points. His point total was now 3,570. The disciple in first place had 3,610 points. He had 2 tasks available. He thought this was great. No one had yet managed to complete the second 90-point task. But then he saw that the 90-point task had been completed. He asked in surprise, "What? Someone just completed one of the remaining tasks? But who could do that?" Immediately, a notification appeared that Qin Shuang had scored 3,580 points and surged into second place. He said that he wasn't surprised, which meant that he could only take first place if he killed the Dark Frog Demigod. He thought about it for a moment. This challenge was far beyond the grasp of ordinary students. But if he wanted to capture the attention of the Imperial Academy, he had to seize the #1 spot, materializing before 3 islands. He roared for his army to launch their invasion. The instructors noted that every other student had already fled the dimension. Only teacher Tianan's pupils remained. In second place was Qin Shuang, with 3,580 points, followed closely by Hanwoo in third with 3,570 points. Teacher Tianan murmured, "Jinang in second, Hanwoo in third, and Shuang is down in 7th. "What on earth are they up to?" Mr. L grumbled in frustration. "They're just enjoying themselves, don't you get it? All that's left is one final mission: slay the demigod. None of these other pathetic students has the nerve to challenge such a being. Besides, if they fail, they forfeit everything. No one has ever managed to clear. Teacher Tian had called this the most important mission in their school's history, and he was certain they would succeed. While Shan and our hero were already on their way to face this demigod, everyone else was waiting to see the outcome. Unlike Mr. Li, Tian had unshakable faith in his students. At that very moment, Zhuan's birds were already in the air, soaring amidst a glow of her own light magic. She unleashed them on the grotesque frog monster. But it wasn't alone. Explosions rocked the battlefield, and the air filled with the shrieks of burning frogs. In response, the demigod raised its claws, summoning a spiral of dark magic. He called her a reckless woman before activating a protective barrier. A colossal dome erupted from the earth, immediately struck by crackling lightning. "How dare you attack my tribe?" he bellowed. "I will slaughter you and every last one of your followers." Zhuan, still in her bird form, knew something was terribly wrong. A wave of powerful magic slammed into her, and the wounded bird began to plummet from the sky. But even in midair, she managed to channel the magic of the divine tree of purification. With a look of pure determination, Zhuan spread her wings and unleashed a massive lightning strike that crashed down on the dome. Following that, she summoned a sphere of immense energy that hurtled toward the barrier, rallying the other creatures around her. She ordered the thunder sparrows to launch a lightning strike. The birds all conjured similar energy orbs, crackling with electricity. After such a devastating barrage, the dome finally gave way, shattering into countless pieces. "It worked!" she cried out. But a demigod frog appeared, commanding his mountain-swallowing demonic toads to attack. She was terrified, barely able to ask, "What?" In that same instant, the shadow of a gargantuan toad blotted out the sky. The monster rose on its hind legs and lashed out with its impossibly long tongue. It snatched Zhuan from the air, swallowing her whole. Trapped inside, she fired off her lightning, but it was no use. "This is bad," she thought. "This toad is too big. My lightning isn't doing any damage. At all." If this kept up, she was going to die. Just then, she saw an incoming call from Han Wu and thought in disbelief. "Han Wu? He's calling at a time like this? I'm literally dying in here." But she answered anyway. He greeted her cheerfully. "Hey, you look fine, but where are you?" Zhuan snapped back, irritated. "That's none of your business." He then asked if they could team up for a bit, adding, "Otherwise, in 10 minutes, there won't be anything left of you or your sparrows." She shot back. "And why should I agree to that?" But her tone immediately softened as she said, "Okay, but I'm taking the god's body for myself. You can have everything else, deal." He agreed instantly. "We have a deal, but you need to order your thunder sparrows to come get me and my elite creatures." It turned out he was in some incredibly remote area, unable to reach the battle. Zhuan commanded her sparrows to lead them to the swamp. Her army of birds, crackling with lightning, began to fly forward. Han Wu saw them right away and shouted in amazement, "Wow, they're fast." He started waving his arms to call them over, then leaped onto one, ordering them to fly. "And don't forget my skeletons," he yelled. His entire army, mounted on giant birds, soared toward the dark swamp, where the sparrows immediately dove in to attack the frogs. The skeletons also began fighting other monsters. But after a short while, Han Wu noticed a mountain of bones. He realized his skeleton warriors were too weak on their own. They shattered at the slightest touch from a frog. But at least there were plenty of bones around, he declared. "It's time for the bone collector." At that moment, a resurrector appeared on top of the pile of skulls and began to radiate its aura. It cast a spell, ordering them to obey the bone god. Bones shrouded in magical smoke reached toward him, and soon, a gigantic skeleton knight began to rise from the swampy path. A group of frogs sat in a circle, raising their hands and surrounding themselves with a magical shield. But the skeleton knight smashed right through it, destroying everything with its massive feet and kicking up clouds of dust and debris. Our hero concentrated his command, ordering the skeleton resurrector and the minotaur shaman to attack. A huge bull and a skeleton charged in that direction. The minotaur slammed its hammer into the ground with incredible force, sending frogs flying and screaming. The resurrector, glowing with a dark aura, ordered the dead to emerge from the frogs' bodies and unite. Humanoid skeletons ripped out from the corpses. They were cloaked in dark magic as a new squad of frog warriors stood before them. From above, the thunder sparrows attacked, incinerating the monsters with their lightning. The demigod grunted. "I underestimated them. I'll have to get a little more serious." He crossed his arms as streams of dark magic swirled. Around him, Han Wu, flying high above the swamp, realized it was a terrifying spell. The monster instantly wiped out all of his skeleton warriors. What was he supposed to do now? He had all his creatures out, but victory still seemed so far away. Suddenly, he heard Jianfeng's voice and was taken by surprise. "Respected God," he called out, "I want to fight." The other monsters roared that they wanted in, too. He happily asked, "Is that the Wind Sword and his Red Orc blacksmiths?" The protagonist's expression hardened as he said, "You're just in time." If my new followers can't handle this, I'll have to use the power of the old ones. A massive portal shaped like a gate appeared, emitting a brilliant glow. The wind sword emerged, swords drawn. At the head of an orc army, they charged into the attack, shouting, "We will destroy you!" Another bright portal opened in the sky, unleashing swarms of explosive and magma locusts. They declared, "We have made our choice. You can sacrifice us to win." Han Wu was stunned, but he steeled himself and began the sacrifice. A whirlwind consumed the monsters' lives. He looked at the system panel and said, "This is unexpected. The reward is incredibly useful. Are the heavens themselves watching over me?" He received the sacred Flame of Hope, a special item that dispels darkness and negative effects on his creatures. The item also strengthens them, a gift from the very creatures whose lives he had just sacrificed. Han Wu took a large torch and proclaimed, "The sacred Flame of Hope shall dispel the darkness in my path." The frog monsters looked surprised and began to grow anxious. He smirked and said, "Your time has come." The shocked demigod yelled, "How is this possible? How could some pathetic artifact dispel my dark spell? I don't believe it." Han Wu flew over the swamp, his torch shining brightly, dispelling the darkness and magic. The frogs screamed as the dark magic was purged from their bodies. He approached the monster, the toad that had swallowed Zhuan. The protagonist knew he had to defeat this mountain-swallowing toad quickly. Jian Fang and the orc leaped out of the portal in the sky, shouting that they obeyed the master. They began to land slashing blows on the frog with a sword, while the orc also hammered it with his large weapon. The monster screamed, and once its stomach was grievously wounded. Zhuan flew out. The demon looked up just as she quickly created a ball of powerful magic and attacked. The toad was at the very center of the Shai's explosion, and everything around was engulfed in dust and lightning. Zhuan, with her army of sparrows, and Han Wu, with his orcs, were closing in on the monster. Nothing could be seen at the sight of the huge, fiery blast. The skeleton knight was busy crushing the rest of the frog monsters with its giant legs. The demigod vowed to kill these impudent scoundrels, but he couldn't use his dark magic. He spun around and asked, "What?" Han Wu was flying right behind him with the torch, which easily dispelled his magic, while Zhuan attacked from above, burning the monster with lightning. The demigod fell to the ground as dark smoke billowed from him. They flew down happily. Zhuan repeated that she only wanted the demigod's body and he could take the rest. Our protagonist and Jian Fang approached the frog. He pleaded, "I'll give you everything I have in exchange for my life." Han Wu crossed his arms in displeasure and said, "After you die, everything that's yours will go to me anyway." The demigod began to panic as Jian Fang raised his sword, then brought it down hard on the frog. 30 minutes later, they stood before a giant mountain of treasures. Zhuan told him not to worry, that she wouldn't take his loot. He asked, "Are you sure you could take a few artifacts?" But Zhuan refused, saying she was good at keeping her promises. Everything except the toad's body was his. He put a crown on her head and said, "Okay, you can count this as interest on the debt." Zhuan blushed and turned away proudly, saying that she would accept it. Then, Teacher Tian contacted him and said, "You two did a great job. The school management and representatives from the academy want to meet you when you get back." He was surprised, and the teacher added that he would collect the bones of his skeletons himself, so he didn't have to worry. They walked along the corridor. Tian asked them to be very polite. "All these people are true gods," he warned. "They are not to be trifled with." They entered an office and saw a long table with various representatives from the academies. Han Wu wondered if these true gods would notice his unique talent and his ability to sacrifice. A man said they would start with Zhuan. "You're a descendant of a very influential true god family, right? Also, in this exam, you received the body of a demigod. If I understand everything correctly, you plan to use it to create a lord-type creature. How many divinity points do you have at the moment?" The teacher looked at him in surprise, thinking, Zhuan is going to create a lord-type creature without even becoming a demigod. This is an incredible result. Even we, the school's leadership, who are demigods, couldn't get close to creatures like that after years of effort. Zhuan replied, "That is true. I have 4 divinity points." He stared at her, stunned. For her to get those points, Her family must have dropped at least 450 million in divine power, an amount he couldn't even fathom. The Academy representative, clearly impressed, announced that in that case, she was a perfect fit for all three of their academies. As soon as she created a Lord-class entity, she could apply to any of them, and they would provide her with all the training details in advance. Shuang thanked him, but then the man's expression soured as he turned his attention to her classmate. Now, about Han Wu, he said, scanning the results. Your primary representatives are locusts, correct. Han Wu confirmed it, and the teacher promptly drew a large cross through the God Realm representative column. And you currently possess just 1 point of divinity, right? He asked. When Han Wu agreed, another cross appeared in the divinity column. The teacher then leaned in. We have one last question. We're extremely curious about this, he continued. How did you acquire a heroic class creature like the Windsword Emperor, and on top of that, an incarnation of the Skeleton Lord, even a weakened one? Han Wu realized they were unaware of his unique ability. Perfect. There was no need to reveal his secrets. Can I choose not to answer that? He asked. The teacher shrugged. You can, but I'm afraid you won't like the consequences. Despite ranking first in the last 2 exams, you don't meet our other requirements. If you want to get into one of our 3 academies, you'll have to maintain that top spot in the entrance exams. The deputy director looked distraught. I'm so sorry, she said, lamenting that the representatives failed to recognize his exceptional achievements. But Han Wu just gave her a confident look and told her not to worry. I'll just have to show them what I'm made of during the entrance exams. The man from the academy wished him a dismissive good luck and waved him off. Tune clapped him on the shoulder. Look, the top academies have ridiculously high standards. It's fine if you can't get in. Just remember, you've still got invitations from second-class academies. Han Wu shook his head. I don't need them. I'm getting into the Imperial Academy. When he stepped out of the office, Schwam was already waiting for him. Did you hear? She beamed. Once I create a Lord-type creature, I get to enter the preparatory course for one of the best academies. You must realize that the resources for development there are on another level. And you still want to go to the Imperial Academy? She asked. Han Wu simply replied, That's right, and I'm positive I'll get in. He thought to himself that he had to fulfill his grandfather's last wish and find his parents. Shuang blushed, flustered. Well, I want to get in too. I made my choice a long time ago. The entrance exams are a long way off, she continued. And I'll be starting the Imperial Academy's prep course soon. By the time you even take the test, you won't be able to compare to me. So now, while I'm focused on my lord, you have a chance to become my slave. You should really think about it, she added. He shot back. I'm doing just fine on my own. Thanks. You saw my results. I see zero reason to become your slave. Anyway, I need to sort through my trophies. See you around. Shuang's face flushed an even deeper red as she shouted, Just think about it. She thought he was an idiot, but his little skeleton was actually kind of cute. Back in the God Realm. Han Wu stood amidst its usual splendor. He pulled out a card pulsing with immense magic and activated divine card absorption. An info panel appeared before him, showing he now had 2 divinity points. He had 76 million in production from other creatures, along with 79 million faith power, a level 3 God Realm, a level 2 faulty artifact named Gluttony, and a level 1 sacred artifact, the Poisonous Fog. His primary representative, the Locust, numbered 219 super elite creatures and 49 million elite creatures, plus 2 billion ordinary ones. He also had other representatives, a heroic-type Windsword Emperor and a heroic-type Orc Godhammer. Additionally, there were 2 super elite and 58 elite creatures under his command. His Skeleton Lord had 2 heroic-type summons of its own, the Bone Collector and the Skeleton Resurrector. Within this sphere, there were also 190 Bull Demon Shaman creatures, 14 super elite creatures, and 2,589 elite creatures. His buildings included a level 1 smelter, level 2 insect nests, and a level 1 temple, while the sphere itself contained a life-giving source, a decay mechanism, and a flame of hope. He looked over his army and grinned. With all this cash, he could buy amazing equipment, but the top priority was evolving his main representative, the locusts. To start, he decided to use the Source of the Fallen. Streams of dark magic appeared in his hand before surging into a swarm of insects. There, he declared. Now you're more tenacious, stronger, and have great resistance to negative effects. You also completely ignore demonic auras. I'll call you the fallen locusts. Next, another innie of locusts was shrouded in black magic as they flew toward the dark heart he held. I'll empower this second group with the dark magic from that frog's heart, he announced. A monstrous new locust appeared before him. They can now fly stealthily and inflict various negative effects on opponents. I'll call them the damned locusts. Just then, he heard a commotion. The orcs were frantically praying to their magnanimous god for forgiveness. Apparently, their leader had dropped a sacred relic near the ore and the decay mechanism. Hanwoo's heart sank. What artifact I need to check this out now? He yelled, already running. To the site, God Hammer and his younger brother were kneeling before him, terrified. The orc pleaded, "Please forgive us, spare our lives, and punish this loser who damaged the artifact." Hanwoo approached, feeling a bit awkward. It was his first time forgiving his subjects, but he said, "This should be a lesson to all of you." Suddenly, flames erupted from the furnace. Hanwoo spotted several new items: 2 flame crystals, a gold crystal, and a source of a sacred artifact, which could be used to improve and repair sacred items. Hanwoo was shocked. For repair, if gluttony is faulty, does that mean it can be fixed? He immediately connected gluttony to the source, and a brilliant light filled the space. The description updated ordinary creatures can now evolve into elite ones after fully restoring their energy 999 times. Hanwoo froze. Wait, that indicator used to be 1,000. It just went down by 1. If he could keep improving gluttony, he could completely repair it and unleash its full power. But that would take 1,000 sacred artifacts. Where could he possibly find that many? He pulled up the system panel and started searching online for information. He posted, "I need help. I have a piece of divine equipment, which is also a sacred artifact. I found it during a battle on the outer front, but it's faulty. Does anyone know how to fix something like this? Of course, I'll pay a reward." The comments were discouraging. People told him to give up, that it was useless. Someone had already tried to repair such an item, and it was a total waste of money and time. So there's no other way, Hanwoo sighed. I'll have to slowly fill this scale myself. But then, a new reply appeared. Maybe I can help. We can chat privately. Hanwoo decided to message the user, but at that moment, a call screen popped up. He looked at it in surprise. That was fast. The person on the other end of the call asked, "Can you really help me repair my divine weapon?" Hanwoo replied. "I can't give you a 100% guarantee, but your post has been on the forum for a long time. You don't have a choice but to try my method. If you want to try," Hanwoo continued, "then send me a couple of sacred artifacts you don't really need." The person replied, "I'll warn you right now. I have a divine application from the anti-fraud organization, so don't even think about deceiving me. What sacred artifacts do you need if they're below the 4th level? I'll send them right away. If they're higher, it will take some time." Hanwoo thought, higher than the 4th level? This guy is incredibly rich, he said. The 1st level is enough. At that same moment, a package fell from the sky, landing on Hanwoo and knocking him to the ground. "Wow," he screamed. He got so many artifacts here so quickly. In surprise, he said, "Holy heavens, there are over 100 sacred artifacts in here. Maybe I should just disconnect and run away." Hanwoo put his hand to his head, picturing the client. "No, it's better not to risk it. What if those anti-fraud representatives really show up?" He got to work, throwing gold stones into the stove. A bright fire burst out, and the process began. 2 hours later, a large pile of repaired artifacts lay on the ground. This yielded a sacred artifact source with 109 units. The system window showed sacred artifact source of 100 units send. He grinned. "You have to pay for the help, so I'll just keep 9 sources for myself. I doubt he'll notice." Hanwoo pressed the send button. At the same moment, the man called him back, joyfully screaming, "Master, you're my real savior. You must help me. Yanong in the divine realm. This is very important." The protagonist winced at the name. Yanong, a hostile race. He laughed to himself. This name suits him. Hanwoo smiled and replied, "Those are 2 big words. It was no trouble at all, so I will try to help." Meanwhile, Teacher Tian was deep in meditation. manipulating a stream of energy as his mind drifted to Teacher L's words. Remembering the moment he was entrusted with the third-level healing artifact, Teacher L had warned him, "Don't be so quick to sell it. You might need to return it sooner than you think." Just then, his screen flashed with an incoming call from Hanlu. Tian answered, surprised. "This is unexpected. Is something wrong, Hanlu?" Our protagonist greeted him. "No, everything is fine. I just wanted to ask you something. I was wondering if you knew how to get the resources to upgrade my God Realm's core. I've searched everywhere online but came up with nothing." Teacher Tian chuckled. "I'm not surprised. Ultra-rare resources like divinity and divine core fragments are snatched up by massive corporations almost instantly. Ordinary people don't even get a chance. However, if you help me defeat El Lin, I'll share a part of my personal collection with you." Hanlu's response was immediate. "Okay, thank you, Teacher Tian." The teacher then added, "Actually, there is another way, but you might not like it. A while back, I acquired several high-level sacred artifacts that I couldn't use because my core was too low level. Then, a well-connected senior of mine took me to a place called the Bloody Arena. The organizers there reward the champion with a divine core fragment, but it's an extremely dangerous place. All sorts of fighters gather there, and sometimes even beings from other civilizations show up. There's a huge risk of losing a massive number of your units and getting your progress set back significantly. Think it over carefully before you decide." Hanlu glanced at his system window, his mind already racing. He had just poured a fortune in resources into upgrading his units and was eager to test their new strength. This was the perfect opportunity. "That's not a problem, Teacher Tian," he declared. "I need those resources, and I have more than enough locusts to spare." The very next day, inside the Bloody Arena, our protagonist looked around in awe. "Wow, the scale of this place is just incredible." Teacher Tian handed him a mask, saying, "Put this on. It will hide your personal information from any prying demigods or divine beings. This is the outer world. After all, you have to be careful." They walked over to the registration desk. A representative asked him to fill out a form. Teacher Tian folded his arms and explained, "The battles here are split into 3 categories. Fights between divine beings, between demigods, and between true gods. Unless both participants agree to it, they don't hold matches between different levels. There's no limit on the number of creatures you can use, but you can only surrender once you've lost at least 50% of your forces. Of course, the most stubborn fighters can hold out until they've lost every single one of their units." A system window then appeared in front of Hanlu. It announced that an opponent had been found and to prepare for teleportation. "Already!" Hanlu yelped, just as a portal opened and began pulling him in. "Wait, where am I going?" He was transported into a separate dimension, where a man was already waiting for him. "Hey, youngster," the man sneered. "I can't read your info, but I don't need to. I can tell you're a total beginner." He jabbed a thumb at his chest. "But don't you worry, Uncle Rat takes great care of the newbies. I'll make your loss quick and almost painless." The crowd in the stands began to murmur. "This kid is as green as they come. Must be his first fight. Poor guy, having to face that scumbag's ruthless rat swarm in his debut." "Ah, well, everyone has to learn. This little greenhouse flower needs to understand the cruel reality of the outer worlds." Hanlu frowned. Judging by the crowd's chatter, this rat guy is a formidable opponent. He thought. The system window prompted him to summon his creatures, announcing the fight would begin in 3 minutes. The rat threw his head back and laughed. "I've never seen such a pathetic swarm from an enemy. I understand your confusion, kid. So I'll make you an offer surrender now, without a fight. I promise I'll let you go. Right after I annihilate all your little pets." The rats swarmed closer as he cackled. Hanlu sent his insects forward, asking, "Are you trying to scare me with numbers?" The rat howled. "Are you comparing your pathetic locusts to my rats? Don't be a fool, little boy. Just surrender, and Uncle Rat will take good care of you." The system announced the start of the battle. "Ratmen, to your posts!" the rat shouted. His creatures drew their bows and fired a volley straight up. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and ordered, "The fallen locusts to form a defensive shield." But the sharp arrows tore through the insects' wings, pinning them to the walls. "Don't stop," the rat yelled. "Keep firing," Hanlu roared back. "Cursed locusts, your turn. Disorient the enemy." At that moment, the insects surged forward, throwing the rat army into chaos. "And now," the protagonist shouted, "heavenly demon beetles, kill them all." The beetles unleashed a torrent of stingers at the rats, and an announcer's voice boomed, "This is a crushing defeat for the rat." The scoreboard displayed the results. Hanlu, 99% of surviving creatures. Rat Clan, 22% of surviving creatures. The rat held up a hand and screamed, "Stop! Let him stop! That's enough! I don't want to fight anymore! I surrender in the arena!" A massive pile of rat corpses lay smoldering, and above it hovered a bright, shining crystal. Hanlu looked at it and said, "A fragment of the divine core." He touched it, remarking, "It feels suspiciously similar to my life sacrifice ability." The voice announced that the fight was over, and the winner was Hanlu, telling him to prepare for transport to the waiting area. Teacher Tian put a hand on his shoulder. "You did well, Hanlu. Such a confident victory for your very first fight. You must be happy. To have received such a coveted reward, eh?" The protagonist adjusted his mask as the teacher continued. "Since you barely lost even 1% of your creatures, you're probably eager to face the next opponent. I'll tell you what, if you win the second match, you'll get a core fragment 10% larger than the last one." Hanlu smiled. "Then let's continue. I need a lot of fragments." 32 days later, the protagonist noted, "Another victory, but I lost about 100 million of my elite and even super elite locusts." He looked at the crystals of all different sizes and said, "But look at how many divine core fragments I've gotten for 89 victories. With this, I could easily upgrade my core to level 7. He thought for a moment. "But with each new level, the upgrade requirements get steeper. To reach level 8, I'd need more fragments than it took for all the previous levels combined." Teacher Tian remarked, "I wanted to say that with the current strength of your creatures, you could even compete with some of the demigods here." Hanlu looked at him, intrigued. "And would I get more fragments as a reward if I challenged such a formidable opponent?" The teacher replied, "Of course, for defeating a demigod, you'd get a reward 10 times greater than what you've received before. And since you have an 89 win streak, all of that would be multiplied, giving you a fragment 90 times greater than a normal core fragment." Hanlu looked down, lost in thought. A moment later, he was handed an application form for an inter-rank battle. The clerk asked, "Are you really sure about your choice? It is very risky," Hanlu replied firmly. "Yes, I'm sure." At that moment, the crowd on the platform began to buzz. "That brat got cocky. I've heard about this kid who's been in the arena for over 30 days, and apparently, the success has gone to his head, challenging the demigods. Someone needs to show him his place. My money is on the demigod." Another spectator chimed in. "Demigods have a completely different level of divine core, can use high-level sacred artifacts, and have many divine spells." What was he thinking when he agreed to this? The spectator replied, "I think it's his overconfidence. I checked his statistics. In all this time, he's lost only 3 times. Apparently, that was the basis for his groundless overconfidence." Teacher Tian looked at Hanlu and said, "You know, people don't really believe in you. The odds are 1 to 100. The protagonist replied, "Teacher Tian, I can't bet on myself. But would you do me a favor and bet 10 million points of divine power on me?" Teacher Tian laughed and said, "Not a shred of doubt in you at all. Is there okay? I'll bet another 5 million of my own money on you, just to make it more interesting to watch. If you win, I promise I'll buy you a divine weapon." Hanlu smiled and thanked his teacher. Then his face grew serious. "Although, it's not like that adds much motivation for me. I was already looking forward to this battle." The protagonist took off his mask, thinking, "I haven't added a single sacred artifact since upgrading my core. Where do I even start?" He teleported to his god realm and, standing on a mountain, said, "I don't think gluttony or poison will help me much in the upcoming battle." At that moment, a message appeared in his system window. "Respected Master, have you already taken out today's portion of sacred artifact sources?" Hanlu frowned and asked, "By the way, you said you could get artifacts up to the 4th level, right?" Yuanzhong replied, "Yes, Master. My god realm has a whole bunch of sacred artifacts, from the 1st to the 3rd level. If you need any of them, just say the word." The protagonist frowned and said, "Well then, I won't refuse. I need powerful sacred artifacts of the 2nd level, preferably with the attributes of poison and earth, both darkness and fire at once." Suddenly, a colossal package landed beside him. Han Wu yelled, "This guy is insanely rich." It was a 2nd level sacred artifact, the magma sphere. Imbued with the power of the fire and earth attributes, it enhances a creature's defense and resistance, while also quickening its regeneration. Another item was a second-level sacred artifact, the Shadow Nail. It pulsed with the power of the darkness attribute. By absorbing this artifact into their divine core, creatures of the divine realm could unlock the Shadow Nail skill, which pins a target's shadow to the ground, completely immobilizing it. After reading the description, Han Wu mused aloud. This is perfect for the fallen locust and the cursed locust. I should definitely use this. The two artifacts hovered in midair, casting a brilliant beam of light that lit up the area as our protagonist pointed forward. The enormous insects surged ahead, and Han Wu declared, "Excellent! My locusts have successfully evolved." Now, the battle ahead didn't look quite so hopeless. A system notification chimed. "Participants, please return to the arena to commence the battle." Launching himself off the ground, the protagonist shot upward. The crowd erupted, shouting, "Mammoth Lord, crush him! Show that rookie what a true demigod is made of." Others yelled, "Go, Lord of Locusts, just last at least 3 seconds, or I'll lose my bet." Sangmong stood confidently in the arena, arms crossed. He smirked, thinking he'd never been so fortunate a chance to put an arrogant newcomer in his place and make a tidy profit. At the same time, it was a gift from the heavens. "Well, young man," he sneered, "are you ready to say goodbye to all your precious creatures? I admire your courage, but let's not mistake it for foolishness. Today, I'll teach you just how terrifying an enraged demigod can be." Our protagonist simply looked at him and retorted, "What? A talkative guy!" Sangming bellowed. "Behold my glorious legion of mammoths!" Towering behemoths materialized behind him as he raised his hand. The spectators roared. "Crush him, Lord of Mammoths! Just obliterate him! Look at the size of those giants! It's incredible!" Sangming leaped onto the head of the colossal thunder mammoth and taunted. "Now, it's your turn, youngster. Let's see if you can at least provide me with some amusement." Han Wu extended his hand and commanded, "Swarm, advance poisonous sky demon beetle, born from demon eggs in the nest, using poisonous fog and gluttony. Magma fallen locust, born in the nest, using gluttony and a magma. Sphere shadow curse. Locust, born in the nest, using gluttony, dark curses, and a shadow nail." Sangm's brow furrowed. "Not bad for a novice," he admitted. "I can't wait to get my hands on them," he roared. "My legion, forward." Our protagonist waved his hand and countered. "Shadow cursed locusts, it's your turn." The insects darted forward and unleashed. Their stingers. They struck the ground near a mammoth, and the audience gasped. "Look, the mammoth is frozen solid. What kind of ability is that? It hit the shadow but paralyzed the body. I've never witnessed anything like it." Han Wu then shouted, "Poisonous sky demon beetles, now!" Their venomous barbs pelted the mammoth's forehead, but Sangmang just laughed. "It's completely useless, kid. You might as well give up. Sure, you managed to stop my thunder mammoth, but what's the point? Your locusts, even if they're super elite, can't even put a scratch on my giant." Han Wu's expression hardened as he asked, "Are you so certain of that?" A series of brilliant explosions erupted in front of the mammoths. Sangming's thoughts raced with horrified disbelief. He didn't expect this. Is he trying to take out my strongest creature by sacrificing his suicide bombers? That won't work. He bellowed, "Protect the thunder mammoth! Everyone, to its side!" The other mammoths lumbered forward as Sangming commanded. "Stop them!" Blinding flashes from the explosions rocked the area around the lead mammoth. Sangming cast a series of beast magic spells. Thick skin, blood aura, and healing. His mammoths hunkered down on the soft ground, raising their trunks as the insects kamikazed into them and detonated. Sangming crossed his arms, over his chest smugly. "The fact that you forced me to use magic already speaks volumes," he said. "So, I'll offer you a chance to surrender. If you do, I'll let you keep exactly half of your creatures." The protagonist scowled and shot back. "Surrender." "What makes you think I've already lost?" he roared. "Surrender is not in my vocabulary." Han Wu waved his hand and shouted, "Forward, my demon minotaurs!" Massive creatures emerged from behind him, charging forward with thunderous roars. Sangmang stammered in fear. Where in the world did he get demon minotaurs? One of the beasts grabbed a massive pipe and smashed it down on a mammoth's head. At that moment, a large portal ripped open. from which an army of skeletons began to pour out. Our protagonist commanded, "Skeletons, your turn." The Lord of Skeletons sat upon a grand throne, flanked by the Resurrector of Skeletons and the Collector of Bones. Hanwoo appeared beside the Lord and said, "Resurrectionist, I'm counting on you." At that, the Lord of Skeletons nodded grimly, and the Resurrectionist charged forward. It swung its staff, striking a fallen mammoth. Sang Ming cried out in dismay. "Those dreadful skeletons, they're reanimating my creatures. Don't you dare think a demigod is so easily defeated." He roared, "Giant war mammoth, activate your war stomp." Ability. The mammoths surged forward, beginning to pulverize the skeletons' bodies. Sang Ming yelled, "Yes! Crush that overconfident brat, trample him into dust." Our protagonist waved his hand and ordered, "Demon minotaurs, fall back, collector, you know what to do." The hulking skeleton stepped forward, stomped its foot, and began to gather all the scattered pieces of its fallen brethren. Sang Mang stared up in terror and gasped. A heroic-type creature, and one this powerful. Sang Ming thrust his hand forward and cast Gigantism. The mammoth instantly swelled in size and let out a deafening roar. Enraged, the collector grabbed the mammoth by its tusks, opened its jaws, and twisted its entire body. It flung the monster to the ground and rushed forward, swinging a massive fist. The elephant's trunk wrapped around the skeleton's arm and slammed it into the ground. But the collector leaped back up, roaring in fury. It charged again, swinging its arm and raining blows down upon the mammoth. Our protagonist yelled, "Now finish this!" The collector continued its relentless assault, grabbing a tusk and ripping it clean out. Sang Mang screamed in terror. "No, don't give up! Get up!" The collector seized the second tusk and tore it off as well. Tears streamed from the mammoth's eyes. Hanwoo looked at the skeleton and remarked, "Wow, it was definitely worth ordering the collector to learn close-quarters combat. This is beyond all my expectations." The mammoth scrambled to its feet, swinging its trunk as it charged toward the man. Sang Ming shouted, "Giant mammoths, all of you, attack together, surround it and wear it down." The collector suddenly grew to a colossal size. As the mammoth swarmed it, it swung its leg, sending monsters flying. Another kick sent several more mammoths tumbling away. It began to pummel them with its fists, then with its knees. Another mammoth charged the collector, goring it with its tusks as others began to climb up its body. "Crush him," Sang Ming ordered. "Don't let the collector itself appear, and don't you dare let this one escape." Hanwoo waved his hand and shouted, "Demon minotaurs, cover the collector, help it break free." The minotaurs charged the mammoths and began laying into them. The collector grabbed its tattered robe and let out a mighty roar. The skeletons of the fallen mammoths began to rise, forming a line in front of the living ones as a new battle erupted. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd cried out, "This is impossible. Look, the demigod only has a tenth of his creatures left. That evolved. Locust invasion was just too lethal. The newcomer actually defeated the demigod." Sang Ming fell to his knees and choked out, "I surrender." At that moment, energy began to stream from the mammoth's bodies. It coalesced into a large crystal that floated into Hanwoo's hand. He thought to himself, the fragment of the divine core for defeating a demigod is going to be even bigger. Just then, a voice behind him said, "Mr. Hanwoo, the leadership of our blood arena invites you to a meeting." Energy swirled around our protagonist's body, teleporting him to a new location. The voice continued, "Do not be alarmed. We, the leaders of the blood arena, mean you no harm." Hanwoo asked, "Is that so, then what? Do you want from me?" The voice replied, "We observed your performance closely and noted a few of your special tricks. But that doesn't change the fact that you genuinely defeated an opponent who was a full rank above you. You have proven to us that you are worthy of becoming the heir to the blood arena. The blood arena was originally created as a place to find the owner's successor. Anyone capable of defeating an opponent who was head and shoulders above them in power would earn the honor of becoming that very heir. So, Hanwoo, are you willing to accept this role?" Hanwoo asked in astonishment. "Become the heir." He paused to consider the offer. An unbelievable number of people, not just humans but other races too, swarmed this place daily. He couldn't begin to fathom the insane profits the management was raking in. And now, he was being offered the chance to inherit all of it. Something was definitely not right here. Hanu let out a breath and stated that before he could even consider it, he needed to know how many heirs the Blood Arena actually had, and what kinds of perks and duties came with the title. Suddenly, a system projection materialized beside him, its voice echoing with surprise. It noted that not just anyone could brush off the allure of such immense wealth. Since he'd asked nicely, it would lay out all the details. Right now, the Blood Arena hosts 349 heirs. Of those, 221 are divine beings, 118 are demigods, 9 are true gods, and 1 is a supreme god. By becoming an heir, he'd gain the eternal coordinates to the Blood Arena, allowing him to teleport there anytime without needing an artifact. Access to any world linked with the Bloody Arena. But naturally, it comes at a price 1 million points of divine power. The system representative added that with this purchase, he would also gain the authority to build his own arena within his divine sphere, perfect for training his creatures and pushing their evolution. Spreading its arms wide, it explained. And as for the responsibilities, it's quite simple. The moment there are 500 heirs, the battle for the title of true heir will begin. All fights will be held in the bloodiest arena, and the victor will inherit everything. Participation in this contest is mandatory. Hanwoo's mind raced. Knowing the customs of the arena and the kind of beings it attracted, this so-called inheritance was really a brutal test for the right to own such a prize. The other contenders would gladly fight to the last drop of their creature's blood. But right now, there were only 349 of them. He would be the 350th, and they needed a full 500. He figured that by the time they rounded up the rest, he might have already ascended to the level of a supreme god. The system entity then asked if he agreed to the terms. Hanwoo confirmed. Yes, a notification flashed. Congratulations, you are now the 350th heir of the Bloody Arena. Suddenly, a potent stream of energy surged through his body. He felt himself being whisked away and reappeared in a different room where Teacher Tian exclaimed, Hanwoo, you yourself are a walking treasure. We're both rich now. The protagonist shot him a confused look. Teacher Tian then shoved a phone into his hand and told him to hold on to it. Hanwoo glanced at the screen, his eyes widening in shock. Where did all those zeros come from? 1 billion, Teacher Tian warned him. Hanwoo, let me tell you, burning through 1 billion isn't as hard as it sounds. My advice is to buy some powerful artifacts first. Spreading his arms out in confusion, Hanwoo asked, Powerful artifacts. Teacher, he began. I'm still just a divine being. I'm not sure I can even wield a truly powerful artifact. Teacher Tian pointed to himself confidently. Don't you worry about that. I'll handle everything. I know a shop where we'll definitely find an artifact that's perfect for you. Hanwoo considered this. He had actually been planning to do just that. What a fortunate coincidence. Just then, Sang Ming burst into the room, shouting, Locust guy, I finally found you. Panicked, Hanwoo dove behind Teacher Tian, yelling, Teacher, help me. The teacher spread his arms protectively. As long as I am here, he boomed, no one will dare lay a hand on my disciple. Sang Ming stopped dead in his tracks, waving his hands defensively. You've got it all wrong, he insisted. I wasn't even thinking about getting revenge. He extended a hand and explained, I was only looking for you to establish a friendly connection. I think you're a pretty capable guy, he continued. My name is Sang Ming, a freshman at the Imperial Academy. The protagonist cautiously stepped forward and shook his hand. A freshman at the Imperial Academy, that explains why you're so strong, Sang Ming guessed. So, you're still in school. Which academy are you? Planning to apply to, have you passed the entrance exam yet? Hanwoo brushed his hair back and replied, Nope. Actually, I haven't even enrolled in an entrance course. I'm just an ordinary high school student. Sang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He poked the protagonist, asking, Are you messing with me? That's just impossible. Hanwoo pointed back. Why would I lie? Besides, my teacher can confirm it. Teacher Tian cleared his throat. He speaks the truth. It's true. He's been invited by many universities, but he set his sights on the Imperial Academy. Unfortunately, their representative didn't seem interested in his candidacy. Sang Ming nodded. I see. You've got a good eye. The Imperial Academy is the strongest of the 3 major academies. He clapped a hand on Hanwoo's shoulder. I've seen your skills for myself, and I hope you'll still be able to become my junior. I'll definitely let the Academy know about your promising potential. Sang Ming thought to himself that the administration would still want to test him. When he got back, he'd need to start powering up his main creatures immediately to take full advantage of this opportunity. Han Wu was stunned. You'd really help me. Sang Ming turned and chuckled. Of course, you have potential. The path to godhood is long and treacherous, and having loyal comrades you can trust makes it a little easier. He raised a finger and added, plus, the Academy gives me a resource bonus. If a candidate I recommend passes the test, you can't say no to freebies, right? The protagonist brought his fist to his palm. Thank you, Brother Ming. As Sang Ming walked away, he called back. It's all up to you now. I suggest you focus on breeding your main creatures. It'll make your task much easier. But don't underestimate the trials of the Imperial Academy. Good luck. A short while later, on Bailey Street, Han Wu and his teacher arrived at an artifact shop. The protagonist glanced at the sign and thought, what an unoriginal name. Teacher Tian pushed the door open, urging him to go inside. A young woman greeted them at the entrance with a smile. Welcome to our artifact store. What level of artifacts are you interested in today? Or perhaps you'd like to meet with the forging master directly. A moment later, she led the way, saying, please inform Master Tony that Mr. Tian has arrived. Han Wu wondered why his teacher hadn't even bothered to look at the displayed items. Is this master really that incredible? The girl gestured toward a portal. Right this way, gentlemen. The protagonist and his teacher exchanged a look before stepping through. Han Wu emerged from the portal to see a man standing there who he assumed was Master Tony. I hope you didn't come empty-handed, Tian, the master said. Han Wu felt a shiver of fear, thinking, maybe it's not too late to leave. Teacher Tian cleared his throat and gestured toward his student. Master Tony, this is my disciple. The master scratched his bald head. A disciple of Old Man Tian, eh? All right then, let me explain the rules of my shop. Everyone is welcome, but I don't give discounts to disciples or students. Han Wu frowned. Is he for real? Any other shop would offer at least a small discount. After all, he thought, it's not easy for us disciples to earn money. I only managed to save 1 billion through sheer hard work and a bit of luck. Teacher Tian gestured forward. Han Wu, Master Tony has a sharp tongue, but his heart is in the right place. More importantly, he creates truly high-quality artifacts. Master Tony cracked a smile. Well, Old Man Tian, I didn't know you could talk like a normal person. How many years have we known each other? And you're only now saying something decent? He then scowled. He's calling me the one with the sharp tongue. He should listen to himself, still babbling nonsense in front of his student. Master Tony pulled back a curtain. All right, come on in. I'll show you my work. The protagonist followed him into a vast room overflowing with weapons. The master pointed around. Every single one of these items bears my mark, meaning it's made by hand. After some time passed, Teacher Tian asked, Han Wu, do you see anything you like? The protagonist didn't answer, his hand on his chin in deep thought. Right now, my priority is to prepare for the Imperial Academy's trials. For that, I'll need a gujar, which costs 4 divinity or just under 600 million points. He pointed upwards and declared, I need a 2-star artifact, the gujar. The gujar was a vessel for a poisonous parasite. Its first function, goo purification, allowed 100,000 insects to be placed inside to perform a purification ritual. The insects would fight to the death, and the last survivor would evolve, with the highest possible level being the heroic form. Its second function was insect attraction, which drew insects from the surrounding area, with the radius depending on the amount of divine power invested. Teacher Tian studied the protagonist, thinking, 2-star artifacts aren't known for their raw power, but the gujar is a perfect fit for Han Wu, an excellent choice. Master Tony approached him. That jar will cost you 4 divinities, or 580 million divine power points. Can you handle that? Teacher Tian put a hand on his shoulder. Tony, how about a discount for old time's sake? Or maybe throw in another artifact? If not, I'll find a way to get my money's worth one way or another. Master Tony was silent for a moment before pulling out another item. All right, for 600 million. I'll throw in another very useful artifact, the Eye of Identification. A little later, Han Wu emerged with his bags, saying happily, Well, that's the shopping done. Now we can head home. At that moment, Master Tony called out, "Wait, my dear guest." He walked up, cleared his throat, and said, "Recently, some fragments of ancient civilization technology fell into my hands, and I created a rather interesting artifact." The protagonist turned, looking at it with surprise. The master added, "I think it would suit you perfectly." Teacher Tian took the object to have a look. He held it up to his eye, examining it closely. Suddenly, the teacher became furious, shouting, "Horror! Tony! I thought we were friends. And here you are trying to swindle me. I've checked this useless sphere. There isn't a single drop of energy in it, and I don't see any functions whatsoever. Do you take me for a fool?" Master Tony placed his hands on the teacher's shoulders, trying to calm him down. "Just relax and at least hear me out first. So, it turns out the ancients had a name for this thing, the hungry wolf. And that so-called useless ball has a crazy ability. It gets stronger by devouring other artifacts. This relic was created by an ancient civilization, a society that thrived by snatching up and hoarding all sorts of powerful items. The catch was, these items were soul-bound to their original owners, making them completely useless to anyone else as long as the owner was alive. So, after that civilization collapsed, the ruler of the Ming dynasty started gathering their priceless relics, only to be crushed when he discovered this little detail. Faced with this frustrating limitation, he commanded his finest artisans to study the artifacts. It took generations, but eventually, they unlocked the secret behind one of them and used that knowledge to forge the hungry wolf. This unique creation could actually power itself up by absorbing other artifacts. And not only that, this terrifying artifact could steal the powers and abilities of anything it consumed. Word got out, and soon, dozens of civilizations launched a massive hunt, trying to wipe out every last hungry wolf to prevent anyone from wielding such immense power. Ultimately, the Ming dynasty itself was annihilated under the combined assault of their enemies. Hearing this story, Master Tony looked at Han Wu with a glint in his eye. "My dear guest," he said, "you clearly know a thing or two about artifacts. Because of that, I've decided to make you an offer. I'm in a fine mood, so I'm willing to part with a hungry wolf for a mere 1 billion divine power points. How does that sound?" Han Wu eyed him suspiciously. 1 billion? That sounded way too cheap for an artifact that got entire civilizations wiped off the map. He couldn't help but wonder if this was some kind of scam. Seeing his hesitation, Master Tony held up his hands and admitted, "But I should warn you, the one I created isn't perfect. It has its flaws. After all, I only managed to get my hands on a fraction of the original schematics. My version can still grow by absorbing other artifacts, but the process is 10 times slower than the original. On top of that, my hungry wolf can only copy some passive skills. It's completely incapable of learning any divine abilities." Hearing that, Teacher Tian scoffed. "See, I was right. It's just a useless ball." Master Tony shot him a dirty look, pointing a finger. "You can insult me all day long, old man, but I won't stand here and let you badmouth my creations," ignoring their bickering. The protagonist turned to the craftsman and declared, "Master Tony, I'm willing to buy this artifact." "For 400 million. Teacher Tian threw his hands up in protest. "Han Wu, 400 million. That's a fortune. Money doesn't just grow on trees, you know?" But our hero just smirked to himself. He knew that even with all those drawbacks, the hungry wolf was still an incredibly valuable tool. The ability to devour other artifacts alone was priceless. Imagine facing an enemy with a legendary weapon. He could cripple them just by having the hungry wolf consume it. Han Wu then turned to his teacher. "Teacher Tian, I think you're misunderstanding me. The truth is, I'm in awe of Master Tony's craftsmanship. He worked with nothing but fragments of the original design, and managed to nearly replicate one of the most powerful artifacts in history. That's why I want to support him. But frankly, 400 million is all I've got. I'm not even sure Master Tony would let go of his creation for such a meager amount." Master Tony stroked his chin, pondering this. He asked, "Are you being sincere, or is this just a clever way to get a discount?" Han Wu assured him he was being completely honest. A wide smile spread across Master Tony's face. "All right then, 400 million it is, as they say. You can't put a price on trust. The hungry wolf is yours." With that, our hero handed over the card, and the master gave him the artifact. "Thank you," he said. A short time later, Han Wu sat on the floor of his home, surrounded by artifacts crackling with raw power. He let a drop of his blood fall onto the goo jug, and a glowing sigil immediately formed inside it. A smile crept across Hanu's face as he thought, "Perfect. The goo jug accepts me as its master." Just then, a frog leaped out of the jug. Hanu pointed at it and announced, "We can begin." He then glanced over at the sphere, wondering why the hungry wolf hadn't activated yet. "Don't tell me this thing needs more blood too," he muttered. As if on cue, the golden orb began to shine, and a small gray wolf pup jumped out, landing right in front of him. He stared at the tiny creature. This is the legendary hungry wolf. It looks more like a regular puppy. But then, the wolf let out a surprisingly loud howl, a cry that screamed its hunger for artifacts. Hanwoo rubbed his chin, thinking, "I just summoned it, and its gluttony instinct has already taken over. Now where am I supposed to find an artifact for it? I'm completely broke." He rummaged through his pockets, found a crystal, and tossed it. The wolf pounced on it instantly and started chewing. Satisfied for now, our hero decided to check on his other creatures, closing his eyes to peer into his divine realm. He saw the locusts devouring grass, his orcs mining ore, and the minotaurs studying ancient scrolls. The Sword Emperor was deep in meditation, while a skeleton was munching on crystals. He mused that they all had plenty of drive, all thanks to that source of sacred artifacts he'd acquired. With it, he had finally perfected his own law of gluttony, and pushed the artifact all the way to its 3rd level. He never imagined the boost would be this powerful. Now, his creatures could reach the elite form simply by eating regular food. His eyes gleamed with excitement as a thought struck him if he kept upgrading this artifact. It wouldn't be long before every single one of his locusts could evolve into the elite form, provided they had enough to eat. That meant an army of tens of billions of elite units. 1 week later, he stepped into his divine realm, ready for a new sacrifice. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "I offer a sacrifice of 13 billion locusts." In response, a massive tornado materialized and began pulling the creatures into its vortex. Once they were all absorbed, a system window appeared. He stared in shock at the rewards he'd sacrificed a similar number last time, but this result was leagues better. The system presented him with one of 3 choices for his reward. The first option was 10,000 night demon hunters, a super elite life form. The second was a 3-star sacred artifact, the Steel Blade, which would allow his main creatures to summon it during a fight. As a bonus, it increased the effectiveness of their attacks against beast-type creatures by 15%, and granted a divine art called Invulnerable Body. The third option was a Tier 2 sacred artifact, the Enlightenment Sphere. When combined with his divine poison, it would grant his main creatures a humanoid form, something they were never meant to possess. The idea of humanoid locusts was too interesting to pass up. "This sounds amusing," he thought. "I have to try it." He selected the third option, and the Enlightenment Sphere instantly materialized before him. He shattered it with a single touch, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that shot into the sky and rained down upon his locusts, who immediately began to transform. They shifted and grew, taking on humanoid forms right before his eyes. Hanu's own eyes lit up with glee as he exclaimed, "This is unbelievable!" His main creatures were now officially designated as human locusts, a super elite class. Their new stats read Talents Flight, Rudimentary Intelligence, Humanoid Body, Degree of Faith Fanatic, Power of Faith Generation, 50,000 per day, Reproduction 5, which produces higher quality eggs, Lifespan 10 years. Reading this, he was stunned. Their faith generation is this high now too. Just then, his phone rang. It was Teacher Tien. He answered, and his teacher told him that someone from the Imperial Academy had called the school. "They're willing to give you a retest," Tien explained. "The representative is coming tomorrow, so you'd better be ready." Han Wu's face lit up as he replied that he understood perfectly. The very next day at school, his classmate, Sue, walked up to him. "Hey," he greeted. "How's the Divine Realm coming along? Need any resources? There's nothing good on the market right now. But the demigods in my family can get their hands on pretty much anything. Just let me know." Han Wu immediately turned to him with a serious question. "What about a divine core fragment? Could your family get one for me? I need it to break through from level 7 to level 10 right now." Sue nodded. "We could get it, but it'll cost you a lot. Even with our connection, you're looking at a minimum of 400 million. Our hero frowned slightly, saying he understood. He couldn't help but think that if he just had that money back, this whole problem would already be solved. His classmate then grinned. But there is another option. My family is willing to trade the 400 million for 1,000 super elite skeleton knights. What do you say to that? Han Wu agreed on the spot. Su was taken aback, getting a little flustered. He never thought he'd accept that easily. I should have asked for more, he thought to himself. I could have tried to trade for a collector unit. Just then, their teacher walked into the classroom. Han Wu, the representative from the Imperial Academy is here. He's waiting for you in the staff room. We need to go now. With that, the two of them headed out. When the Academy representative saw Han Wu, his eyes widened in surprise. He recognized him instantly. This is the kid I rejected before, he thought. How in the world did he get an internal recommendation? It didn't add up. The Imperial Academy's trials were on a completely different level than the high school exams. And to prevent any cheating, the man mused, our tests require candidates to use only their core species. His are just locusts, one of the weakest life forms. Turning to Han Wu, he stated formally, Today, I will be administering your test on behalf of the Imperial Academy. Do you have any questions? Our hero simply replied that he didn't. The mission was to storm the border city of Dilong, a small civilization built around a complex career hierarchy system that would impact both him and his core minions. He was hit with an immediate warning the moment this system identified him as a demon destroyer. The city's most powerful masters would launch a hunt for him. They wouldn't stop until they had located and eliminated the threat. This formed the very core of his test. He had to eliminate at least one of the masters protecting the city. Hanu wondered just how many of these elite defenders were stationed there. The answer was startling. Even though the town was small and on the fringes, it was home to around 10 million people. More than 10% of them were masters. And there were exactly 5 defenders. He'd have to gather any other intel himself. He had 1 hour to prepare. With that, our hero turned to his instructor. He announced that he wanted to cash in his earned class points for 3 first-level sacred artifacts. The instructor agreed, and they went to pick them out. Afterward, Han Wu stepped into the god's sphere and linked a small fragment to the enormous crystal known as the Divine Core. The system confirmed the upgrade. The Divine Core was now at level 10, allowing him to upload 3 additional sacred artifacts. First, he uploaded the level 1 sacred artifact, the Poison Glands. This gave his main minions a chance to develop the poison attribute along with their own venom sacs. The second sacred artifact was the Earth Core, which could grant its main representatives the Earth attribute and a defensive bonus by chance. The third artifact was the Goblin Shortbow, a unique item that was both a sacred artifact and a divine weapon. Its primary users could potentially learn how to summon the Goblin Shortbow in the middle of a Meijai fight, and the owner themselves would also gain this power. The artifacts were integrated successfully, and the god's sphere pulsed with a brilliant light. Hanu's lips curled into a grin as he noted that most of the heavenly demon beetles had now grown poison glands, while half of the fallen locusts had their defenses enhanced. On top of that, nearly every member of the locust man species could now summon and use the Goblin Shortbow. He was finally ready to fight. As the hour for preparation concluded, an academy representative held out a crystal ball, explaining that the moment he touched it, he and his main forces would be teleported. They would arrive on the outskirts of Dilong City. The MC reached out, and as the orb began to glow brightly, a look of shock crossed his face. In a flash, he was transported to the city, where the system immediately blared an alert that an intruder had been detected. It demanded he leave this world at once. If he refused, the inhabitants would recognize him as a destroyer demon and hunt him down. When the intruder ignored the warning, he was officially labeled an enemy, his new codename the Demon King of Locusts. As his demon level was assessed, a new interface appeared. Han Wu was a bit surprised, and seeing the new system window in front of him, he wondered if it was some kind of status screen. The window displayed his codename, level, profession, talents, equipment, skills, and what he could summon. He swiped to the right, curious to check the information on his newly evolved humanoid locusts. The system windows popped up. They showed his minions were level 60. They had no profession or equipment, but their talents included magma explosion, brutality, gluttony, flight, and humanoid body. Their skills were magma spit and goblin shortbow summon. He wondered what level 60 even meant. It was tough to judge their strength without any comparisons or explanations. One of his minions reported they were being attacked by local creatures. Riding his mount, he said they should head over there immediately to size up the enemy's power. Meanwhile, a man named Thorn, a reconverted professional adventurer, drew his blade and gazed at the locust swarm, exclaiming that there were so many demons and wondering where they all came from. Fist of Fury, another professional adventurer, smashed a locust and said Thorn should be happy they were in the right place at the right time. The more demons there were, the bigger the reward would be. If they managed to kill them all, they could earn enough money for the rest of their party to undergo a second transformation. This would make them all significantly stronger. The Water Sage, who was also with the adventurers, eliminated a locust, and her small water spirit offered her a crystal, for which she thanked it. At the same time, the Fire Mage was swinging her staff fiercely, burning the locusts to a crisp. Thorn told them all to stay vigilant. He urged them to watch their surroundings. Han Wu, observing the fight from the sky, activated the Eye of Identification and scanned the adventurers' details. Thorn Evans was a level 37 adventurer, a Dragonblood warrior who had completed his second transformation. He was using a divine-ranked steel sword and also possessed holy-ranked steel armor. His talents were Fighting Spirit, Giant Sword Mastery, and Dragonblood, while his skills included Crushing Strike and Giant Slash. After checking the others' information, he noticed all four of them shared the same emblem. The only difference was that Thorn's was silver, while the other three were bronze. Apparently, this Thorn was the leader of their group of four. Thorn, meanwhile, cursed loudly and yelled that there were too many demons and they needed to get ready to retreat, deciding to test what they were capable of. Our hero sent the humanoid locusts into the fight. The monster landed directly in front of them and declared that they wouldn't be leaving. The adventurers stopped dead in their tracks. And Thorn exclaimed that this was at least a third-ranked demon and they needed to get out of there fast. The locust began to advance on them slowly, and Thorn told his team to run while he tried to buy them some time. After that, he activated his Giant Slash skill and swung his sword at the monster. He struck the locust head-on, but when he saw that only a tiny cut remained on its body, he said with shock that this creature was far too strong. He didn't stand a chance. The monster then kicked him hard, sending him flying, and chased after the other adventurers, shouting that they wouldn't escape. In the end, they were unable to get away. Han Wu tied them up, and in their terrified eyes, he was the most fearsome demon imaginable. Fist of Fury called him an ugly demon and ordered him to stand still and not even think about getting closer. Because of those words, Han Wu's face twisted with annoyance, and he said that right in front of them stood a handsome guy. He demanded to know why the hell he was being called ugly. He crossed his arms over his chest in frustration and stated that if they wanted to live, they would have to answer a few of his questions, starting with what he looked like in their eyes. Fist of Fury replied that he wasn't about to answer a filthy demon's questions, after which the locust minion acted. It instantly punched a hole straight through his chest, which surprised our hero. He spun on his creature and exclaimed that he only wanted to frighten them and demanded to know why it did that. Seeing what happened to Fist of Fury, the girls were terrified and started screaming, and Han Wu told them to shut up. Thorn asked what he wanted from them. He suddenly appeared before him and said that he had already asked his question. What did he look like in their eyes? Thorn nervously answered that he had huge eyes and long antennae on his head. Our hero imagined this and thought, so this means I look like a locust man? Does this world deliberately disfigure aliens? He smiled slightly and praised Thorn, telling him to continue answering his questions. 3 hours later, he had finally finished the interrogation and untied the adventurer, saying that was all he wanted to know from him, so he could go. Thorn immediately stood up and ran toward the city, thinking that he had to go. He needed to quickly inform the Adventurers Guild about the appearance of a demon army. Han Wu, riding an insect, followed him from above, and seeing the city ahead, he thought that this was his main objective. He was sorry, but he couldn't allow him to enter the city yet. He needed him to be a good boy and lie here for a while. He had to wait until he completed his task. After that, the locust fired at the adventurer, causing him to lose consciousness. Hanu considered that, based on their words, there were millions of people like him living in the city. It would be foolish to just attack and challenge their entire army with only 3 of his own, even though his locusts were strong. His locusts were ranked 3 by the local standards, but he needed more of their powerful combat units. He lowered his gaze and suddenly spotted a whole crowd of goblins in front of him, who were smiling and stretching their hands out to him. He said it was better than nothing. And the goblins knelt before him as he descended. Most of them were just ordinary low-level creatures. But their leader had already hit level 62 and risen to rank 3. But how did he get a profession? He went to the main goblin himself and asked him to explain how he managed to obtain his profession. He answered that he ate many fragments of professions that adventurers left behind. Our hero was thrilled and asked, "So, you can get a job here just by eating fragments?" It dawned on him that his locusts could do that too. After that, he turned to his swarm of locusts and ordered them to keep a close watch for any adventurers they spotted, and to bring him every single fragment they could get. 3 days later, his creatures returned with many crystals, and he decided they could begin. Lifting the crystals into the air with light waves of his hands, he called up a system window, which prompted him to choose a profession: mage, fighter, warrior, or archer. He chose the archer profession and thought that it would be great. This would be perfect for his special locust. Now, his magma demon locust had acquired a profession. Seeing the bow in the hands of one of them, he happily exclaimed that it worked. He told them to continue developing their skills. Now, they were not just third-rank demons, but demons with the archer profession. Now, even one of them was a much greater threat. The local heroes would be completely outmatched by this. A scout locust flew to him, reporting they'd found a nearby cave, but an immense pressure from within had halted their exploration. Hanu ordered it to lead the way, and soon they stood before a colossal cavern where our MC instantly felt a powerful aura. It was laced with particles of divine power, and he found it intriguing. He had to know who was hiding in there. Walking to the edge of a cliff, he peered down to see a massive, shackled dragon sleeping below. It was the sealed level 103 black dragon, Alus, though its original level was a staggering 149. Its profession was simply rebel, while its equipment and divinity were complete unknowns. It possessed the talent dragon blood and the skill breath of darkness. Abruptly, the dragon's eyes snapped open, and the locusts appeared hypnotized. The two creatures began walking toward the exit, prompting our MC to shout, "Where do you think you're going? Stop!" They immediately froze, and the dragon scrambled up to face Han Wu. "How dare you interrupt the meal of the great rebel, the black dragon Alus?" It roared. "I will devour your flesh and soul." It opened its maw and began gathering energy. Seeing this, our MC bolted for the exit, ordering his locusts to flee. A moment later, a powerful explosion rocked the cave, and 5 minutes later, Hanwoo casually returned. "Are you finished?" he asked. The dragon bellowed. "You worthless insect! How dare you mock me? I will never forgive you for this." Our MC immediately sprinted for the exit again, cursing under his breath. "Damn, this time I'll have to run even further, Ki." Minutes later, he was back once more. "I didn't come here to insult or tease you," he said. "On the contrary, I'd like to help." The dragon, catching its breath after the wasted attacks, snarled. "I see through your tricks. Get out of here before I eat you," Hanwoo pulled out a bow and took aim. "You think you're in any condition to eat me? Let's test that theory." He fired an arrow with a smirk, but it just bounced harmlessly off the dragon's heart scales. "Despicable worm," it roared. "My armor is invincible. You can't even scratch me." But this time, our MC drew his sword and charged in. "Let's try again," he said, swinging his blade, but it didn't leave so much as a scratch. He decided to attack from a jump, exclaiming, "You're so stubborn, it seems we won't be able to talk until I hurt you." He then unleashed 10,000 Hanchi, points of divine power, delivering several mighty blows that finally pierced the dragon's thick scales. The beast roared, "How dare you injure the great rebel?" But Hanu cut him off, pointing his sword at its throat. "I have plenty of other weapons in my arsenal. If you keep threatening me, you will definitely die." The dragon finally asked what he wanted. He replied, "I have a dream. I want to kill one of the heroes defending Dilong City. However, I'm not yet strong enough to face such a monster alone, so your help would be incredibly useful." Alice scoffed. "How can I help you when I've been wearing these unbreakable shackles for hundreds of years?" The chains binding him were a divine artifact, specially forged by the Adventurers Guild to seal him for good. Not even his dark energy could break them, let alone Hanu's so-called weapon. Our MC clarified, So, your goal is to break an artifact. The dragon confirmed it. I never lie. My word is absolute. Hanwoo grinned. In that case, I have a great idea. He brought a golden sphere close to the chain and told his wolf cub, Time to eat. Instantly, the chains began to melt away in a fiery blaze, leaving the dragon utterly astonished. It's working, he exclaimed. Destroy the rest of them. Now I order you to free me from these shackles. Our MC's face darkened. What did you just say? He asked coldly. Alice shot back. This is no time for questions. Free me right now, that is an order. Hanu replied that he had just shown him his sincerity by destroying a chain that had stolen his freedom for centuries. And this was the response he got. Getting ordered around like some kind of slave, Alus demanded. What do you want for this? You wanted me to kill a hero for you, and I agreed. Now free me. He rubbed his chin with a smile and said, I've changed my mind. Now, I want you to serve me for 100 years after I save you. The dragon flew into a rage, calling him a pathetic insect before roaring. Have you completely lost your fear? I will never bow down to anyone. Our MC just frowned, displeased, and told him not to forget that he could either save him or kill him. If you don't agree to my terms right now, you'll simply become another stepping stone on my path to perfection. I've heard that dragons are walking treasures. I wonder what kind of weapon could be made from your unbreakable bones. Alice fell silent, contemplating his predicament. He then reluctantly agreed, saying, I will serve you for 100 years. Now, remove the rest of these shackles. I don't want to feel the weight of these chains for another second. Hanu opened the system window and told him with a smile, Take it easy. We have to sign the contract first. The system window flew up to Alice, who looked at it in confusion and exclaimed, You want to make a slave out of me? Dragons have never been and never will be slaves. He immediately went quiet when he saw a crystal appear in the man's hand, who said that he could feel how much he had weakened over the centuries. So, after signing the contract, I'll provide you with this darkness attribute crystal as a snack. Alice became visibly excited and immediately tapped the system window. Hanwoo told the wolf cub that he could continue. After that, the little wolf gnawed through the rest of the chains, and Alus burst through the ceiling of the cave, roaring that he had finally gained his freedom. Meanwhile, in the Adventurers Guild building in Dilong City, the strongest masters had gathered to discuss the recent events. A martial artist said that the black dragon had broken free of its chains, but that it had to be weak by now. He suggested they join forces and finish it off once and for all. A saintess named Rose replied that the black dragon would probably try to find a secluded place to recuperate. They didn't know where it would go, so they would have to deploy all these adventurers to search. The swordsman of ice and fire added that the dark energy emitted by the black dragon corrupted monsters nearby. This would create another problem. Demons strengthened by dark magic. They had to strike first, before these demons, drunk on power, rushed into the city. A windrunner named Carl Smith asked what they were so worked up about. It was just some weakened dragon that had broken free. He turned to the dragon slayer and asked for his opinion. He replied that it was just an ordinary dragon, and there was no need to panic over nothing. He had once single-handedly dealt with a wind dragon. It had been a challenge, but not so difficult that it required calling in every adventurer in the city. There was no reason to worry. The martial artist anxiously said that the black dragon was completely different. According to ancient scriptures, he was a rebel of the dragon race, which meant he was a traitor. They shouldn't underestimate him. The dragon slayer gave him a stern look and asked, Are you doubting my strength? I am a dragon slayer who has gone through the 4th transformation, chosen by the heavens themselves. I exist only to kill these scaly creatures. The martial artist fell silent, not knowing what to say. The dragon slayer declared that he would deal with the dragon himself, and that they should focus on protecting the city. That was all. The windrunner raised his hand and volunteered to go with him, after which, they both headed for the exit, and he promised he wouldn't get in the way. Meanwhile, our MC gathered his army. Spreading his arms wide, he turned to the demons and shouted, Will you continue to drag out your existence as ordinary game for hunters, the great rebel? The black dragon Alice calls on you to unite in an alliance of demons and fight back against the damned Adventurers Guild. From this day forward, we will be the ones hunting these idiots. The demons were stunned by his offer, and one of them asked if they could really do it. Would they have enough strength? Hanu thought that his own forces were still very limited, so he would have to turn these demons into real warriors, capable of going into battle. He took out a pile of crystals and said that he would help them gain this power. Each member of the Alliance of Demons will be rewarded with energy crystals, equipment, and profession fragments we take from killing adventurers. Several days passed. The dragon collected a huge cauldron of his blood for our MC to bathe in, explaining that his dragon blood would help him break through the third transformation. "But losing so much blood will greatly weaken my condition," he said. "I think I'll need at least 500 darkness crystals to replenish my strength." Hanu pinched his nose from the foul smell and told him not to play poor. "You think these crystals grow on trees? I can't get that many in a short time." The system then reported that his secondary profession had gone through the third transformation and evolved into a black dragon warrior. He also received a new talent, Black Dragon Blood. This new talent increased his physical attributes by 50%, raised his resistance to every element by 50%, and also greatly boosted the power of skills with the darkness attribute. He received the Black Dragon transformation skill. Rising to his feet, he spread his arms out to the sides to try out his new power, sprouting a tail, wings, and horns. The system confirmed his new power level, 125. His command limit over creatures jumped to 85, plus an extra 20. With new talents and skills lighting up his status window, an incredible surge of strength coursed through him. He finally felt powerful enough to take on the heroes of Dolan City single-handedly. But just then, a dragon's roar shattered the sky. As he looked up, wondering what was happening, two brilliant flashes of light announced the arrival of unwanted guests. The Windrunner and the Dragon Slayer had found their hideout. The Dragon Slayer locked eyes with Allison, said with a grin, "I bet killing you will be just what I need to level up my profession." He then glanced at his partner, saying, "You handle the small fry. Don't let these pathetic demons get in my way." The Windrunner just nodded. "Don't worry about a thing. I'll take care of them." Raising a hand to the heavens, he unleashed his storm barrier skill, conjuring a massive, swirling dome of wind over them. His eyes then fell on Hanu. "A level 125 demon locust king," he mused. "I had no idea they were hiding a monster like you, but you're not getting in my buddy's way." Our MC grimaced. He'd planned on warming up with some ordinary adventurers before hunting down actual heroes, but fate clearly had other plans. With a slight frown, he scanned the Windrunner's details. Name, Carl Smith, level 131, class 4th incarnation. His gear was impressive, a 1-star wind godblade and a 1-star green lotus. Bow. His talents included dagger mastery, an affinity for the air attribute, light body, and storm incarnation. As for skills, he possessed hero's nobility, storm barrier, and wind blade cut. The Windrunner's weapon shifted form as Han Wu soared into the air, launching 2 swords at him and yelling that the fight was on. Carl effortlessly dodged the incoming blades, then vanished. In a heartbeat, he was behind Han Wu, striking from the rear while a perfect double attacked from the front. Our MC gritted his teeth as pain flared through him. 2 of them, he thought, frantically ordering his locusts to shatter the barrier. Meanwhile, the Dragon Slayer activated his own skill, Dragon Slayer Field. 4 winged lizard spirits materialized behind him and lunged at the black dragon, unleashing streams of fire. Alice managed to evade their fiery assault, but in that split second, the Dragon Slayer teleported behind him and landed a devastating blow, crippling his wing. Alus crashed to the earth with a heavy thud, and his opponent planted a foot on his head, sneering. That was far too easy. He then commanded the dragon spirits to haul the black dragon's body back to Dolong City. After that, he called out to his partner, asking if he needed a hand with the barrier. "I've got this," came the reply. "You go on ahead, I'll catch up." With that, the Dragon Slayer and his spirits phased through the dome and flew towards the city. Hanu screamed at his swarm, ordering them to tear down that barrier no matter the cost. The locusts slammed into the energy wall, relentlessly, until finally, it shattered. A massive breach opened, and the insects poured through, swarming towards their master. Carl's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually broke it. The next moment, the locusts were on him, and he was forced to defend against the onslaught, yelling, "Just how many of these things are there?" After cutting down dozens of them, he knew he was in trouble. He'd run out of stamina long before they ran out of numbers. He had to end this fast. He fought back with a furious flurry of dagger strikes, but the sheer size of the swarm was overwhelming, and soon, it completely engulfed his entire body. In moments, the locusts stripped his flesh from his bones, leaving behind nothing but a clean skeleton. A voice from the academy then chimed in, congratulating our MC on completing the mission and announcing a portal was opening for his return. Wait, Hanu interrupted. I can't go back just yet, the man asked. If he really intended to free the black dragon, Hanu confirmed it was his duty, part of their pact. The academy representative chuckled. You should reconsider. To save that dragon, you'll be facing the full might of the city, which is millions of professional adventurers led by 4 heroes, not to mention every civilian capable of holding a weapon will join the fight. In that scenario, even a demigod would likely fall, let alone a divine being like you. Our MC responded calmly. I understand the risks. That's why I'm requesting permission to use the full power of all my creatures. In return, you can raise the exam's difficulty. My new objective will be the complete capture of Dilong City. The representative was stunned but agreed. Very well, he said. You will now manifest in this world in your true form. Failure is not an option. A huge portal tore open before Han Wu, and from its depths, his army emerged the level 140 Sword Emperor, the level 133 Red Orc Divine Hammer, the level 135 Demonic Minotaur Shaman, along with the level 75 Bone Collector, the level 132 Skeleton Lord, and the level 86 Skeleton Resurrector. Gazing upon his forces, our MC rubbed his chin with a confident smile. He knew the city had an overwhelming number of adventurers, and while his commanders were powerful, they were few. It seems the Alliance is fated to leave its mark on this world, he mused. With a wave, he commanded the locusts to spread his message to every demon, then turned to the Sword Emperor and the Minotaur Shaman, telling them they were coming with him elsewhere. News of the plan reached to the other demons. A werewolf scoffed. The black dragon is already dead. What's the point of this alliance? Are we supposed to just march to our deaths against those adventurers? It's completely insane. Should we follow this guy's orders straight into the lion's den? Do I look like an idiot? He growled. It'd be smarter to just kill him and take all his energy crystals for ourselves. He opened his mouth to say more, but his head suddenly rolled from his shoulders, terrifying the near. But the price was astronomical. He decided it was better to save his friendship points for now and buy the fruit before the trial was over. Soon, he returned to his mansion, standing among his various mutated plants, confident in his power. The 4th-tier plants, enhanced by his directed mutation, would make tonight very interesting. At that moment, a horde of zombies appeared, their terrifying roars filling the air as they approached. The protagonist stood calmly behind his plants as the corn cannons launched a huge fireball at the monsters. A massive, fiery explosion tore through the zombie crowd, scattering them everywhere as Han Wu watched the destruction. He surveyed the destructive fire and asked, Only the little ones came today. Where did all the high-level zombies go? But then he saw Hannah waving at him and understood what had happened. The lady called over that she had taken care of all the tougher monsters on her side so as not to cause him any trouble. He realized there would be no big fight tonight. He was lounging on a throne and reported that the execution ceremony preparations were complete. Lady Rose also asked me to find out where the Windrunner has gone, he added. The man thought, it's been half a day. Did he really run into trouble on the way back? He replied. He's probably just delayed. Once the ceremony's over, I'll go look for him myself. But at that moment, a deafening howl echoed. The sound scared him. A guard on the wall blew a war horn, his voice booming. A demon horde is rushing the city. All adventurers, prepare for battle. There are too many of them. Women and children, take refuge in the underground shelters. Any man who can hold a weapon will fight on par with the adventurers. Meanwhile, the Demon Alliance appeared at the city gates. One adventurer said it was the first time he'd ever seen ants, goblins, and trolls acting as one, with the sky black with locusts. A warrior pointed his finger at the swarm and told the magicians that their priority, targets were the demons in the sky. Bring them down with everything you've got, he yelled. But before they could even begin casting, their bodies were pierced by long arrows fired by humanoid locusts. The rest of the mages took action, sending streams of magic at the locusts, but they successfully evaded the fire. At the same time, a colossal monster charged the city gates, smashing them with a huge hammer. Our MC told the Resurrector and the Collector it was their turn to join the battle. Riding atop locusts, they flew into the fray, and the Resurrector revived all the fallen adventurers, turning them into skeletons who immediately attacked their former comrades. Meanwhile, the monster finally knocked down the gate, but behind it, the Holy Maiden, Rose, was already waiting. She pressed her hands to her chest, and giant vines erupted from the ground, shooting toward the monsters, but they stopped right in front of them, blocking the passage. The Dragon Slayer arrived on the scene and, with a swing of his sword, set the entire wall of vines on fire to ensure the monsters couldn't get inside. The martial artist also stepped in, ordering the warriors to prepare to face the enemy and ordering the mages to fight with all their might. "Do not let the demons break through," he roared. The mages stretched their hands forward, creating a huge magic circle in front of the gate, after which powerful columns of flame rained down on the monsters from above. The goblins and other creatures were scattered in different directions by the explosions. The Dragon Slayer decided not to waste time and began to execute Alus. Spreading his arms wide, he turned to the proud adventurers and told them not to spare their strength against these demons. As a reward for their valor, he would now take the life of this dragon. Meanwhile, the black dragon Hanwoo gave the Collector his orders. The creature leaped from its locust mount, sending bones scattering across the ground. With a command for the skeletons to rise, the bones instantly began assembling themselves into a colossal skeletal giant. This giant lurched toward the city gates, closing in on the flaming vines. It grabbed hold and started ripping them away, clearing a path. Our hero and his crew charged through the opening, shouting for Alice, letting him know they were there. The dragon's eyes snapped open, spotting them right in front of him. He stared in shock, wondering what on earth they were doing here. At the same time, the heroes had taken position on a nearby roof. The Dragon Slayer commented that the kids certainly had guts showing up in person. Fueled by rage, the martial artist launched himself at Hanwoo, screaming about how this demon dared to run rampant in their city. He swore he'd take care of him, lunging from behind with a fist ready to kill. But the Minotaur instantly intercepted the attack, bellowing that anyone who dared to insult their god would be wiped from existence. Rose descended from the rooftop, cursing all the demons. She sent a wave of vines snaking towards our hero, but the divine hammer, mounted on a locust, smashed them with his hammer to protect his god. This completely stunned Rose, whose vines suddenly burst into flames. Meanwhile, the Dragon Slayer confronted Hanwoo, warning him not to dare interfere with his plans, or else he would personally destroy him. He summoned 2 dragon spirits that immediately charged forward, but the colossal skeleton instantly slammed one of them on the head. The dragon let out a fearsome roar, and the 2 titans began trading heavy blows. Off to the side, the skeleton lord, who had been sitting by himself, just scratched his head, looking puzzled. He muttered that he was hungry, then launched himself off the ground and latched onto the dragon. He sank his teeth deep into its flesh and started to feast. The dragon thrashed and shrieked, desperately trying to shake him loose. Spotting this, the Dragon Slayer leaped at the skeleton, yelling about why the hell it was chewing on his dragon spirit and asking if it was eager to die. He brought his sword down in a mighty strike that sent the skeleton lord crashing to the ground, his bones shattering into pieces. But just a moment later, his body reassembled itself, and he bounced back up with a grin, heading right back for the dragon. As he resumed his feast, the man gasped in disbelief, wondering what kind of monster this thing was. Our hero, in the meantime, called to the wolf cub, telling it that it was feeding time. While the wolf chewed through the chains holding Alus, the dragon addressed Hanwoo as a true ally, vowing to never forget this act of kindness. Our hero replied that if he really wanted to show his gratitude, he could tack on a few more centuries to his service contract. He tossed some crystals into the dragon's mouth, telling him they would help him recover. Suddenly sensing danger, he whipped around to see that vines had impaled the red orc. Alarmed, he ordered the locust to give him support immediately. He clenched his jaw, realizing the situation was quickly spiraling out of control. If they didn't get out of this city fast, he was going to lose his entire army. Alus declared he wanted to repay the favor and decided he would grant Hanwoo his name on this very day. He proclaimed that his loyal ally would now become the next great rebel. His glowing eyes shone down on Hanwoo as he chanted a spell, wrapping him in streams of pure energy. The system announced he had gained a new talent rebel with unknown effects. Feeling an incredible surge of power, he dropped into a crouch, gripped his sword, and charged at the Dragon Slayer. Seeing the incoming attack, the man grew anxious and quickly raised his sword to block. But the force of the impact was so immense that blood shot from his mouth. He couldn't believe the insane power behind the blow. While he struggled to hold back Hanwoo's blade, the skeleton lord crept up from behind and plunged his hand straight through the hero's heart. The moment the body hit the dirt, the skeleton lord raised a blood knight from the corpse, a heroic grade mutant. At the same time, our hero targeted the saint and unleashed a powerful kick. The kick sent her flying back several meters. She staggered to her feet, gritting her teeth and accusing him of killing the Dragon Slayer. He simply told her she was next, then turned to the divine hammer. He said it was time for some payback, double what she'd done to him. The creature thanked him, gripped its hammer tightly, and then stalked menacingly towards her. And soon, her blood was spraying everywhere. Out of the 5 heroes, only 2 were left. The swordsman was locked in a duel with the Sword Emperor. Hanwoo moved in to help, attacking the hero from the rear. He reacted fast, spinning around to block the strike. But at that very instant, the Sword Emperor plunged his blade into the hero's back with his 1,000 blades technique. The swordsman died instantly. Witnessing this, the martial artist turned to flee, screaming that it was hopeless and they were unbeatable. He suddenly skidded to a halt when a Blood Knight appeared, blocking his escape. Just then, the Minotaur behind him swung its club, delivering a devastating final blow. Our hero shattered the city's flag, sealing his victory. He then turned to his loyal army and roared that they had won this grueling battle. All that remained was to sweep the rest of the city. He ordered them to bring him all the shimpi, treasures they could find, and in exchange, he would reward them with the crystals they craved. His forces erupted in a massive cheer. He went back to the Black Dragon, saying he hoped Alice would recover his old strength soon. Tears streamed down the dragon's face as he smiled and thanked him, pledging to follow him from now on, without question. Shortly after, the Academy representative contacted Hanwoo to congratulate him on passing the exam. He said Hanwoo had accomplished the impossible. His portal home was open, and he had 3 hours to gather his spoils. Hanwoo expressed his thanks, but said he had a question. Was it possible to establish a permanent portal to this location from his own realm? He was even willing to give up all the loot he'd collected here to make it happen. The representative considered it for a moment, saying he understood the desire to set up a base in a well-developed world. However, he asked if Hanwoo was aware of the major risks involved. Creating a stable portal wasn't hard, but it would also open him up to a potential invasion of his divine realm. If locals or other beings managed to reach its core, it would be catastrophic. Hanwoo confirmed he had already weighed the pros and cons. The instructor agreed, saying he would arrange for a stable portal to be set up for him within 10 days. He would also provide an alarm that would notify him if anyone else tried to use it. 10 days later, Hanwoo stood in the main square of Dolan with the Skeleton Lord. He declared that from this day forward, the city was under his command. He decided he would leave all the skeletons and the Minotaur there. After all, there was always the danger of an invasion by adventurers. He gave the Skeleton Lord a direct warning they didn't need to play heroes. If a situation ever looked like it was going south, he was to retreat to the portal immediately. He wanted to avoid any unnecessary losses. The Skeleton Lord looked a bit confused, but confirmed he understood everything. With that settled, our hero opened the portal and headed back to the academy. As he walked down the hall, he ran into Teacher Tian, who was completely taken aback by his appearance and asked what had happened to his eyes. He pulled out his phone and saw it for himself. The whites of his eyes were now pitch black, and his pupils were glowing. He wondered if it was connected to his new rebel talent. He pulled up his status window and tried to check the talent's details, but the system informed him he needed to reach the Demigod rank to view the information. He was a little shocked, saying he didn't realize he'd need such a high level just to read a talent's description. Just then, a representative from the Imperial Academy walked up, commending him on an outstanding performance on the test. He offered him a spot in the Academy's preparatory course.
but mentioned there were a few conditions he'd have to meet first. Hanwoo asked what those conditions
were. The man explained that admission required fulfilling at least 2 out of 4 conditions. First, his main units had to be born as elite forms. Second, he had to cultivate a hero-grade being. Third, he needed 4 or more divinity points. And fourth, he had to be a saint-type being. As far as he knew, Hanwoo already met the second requirement, so the rest was just a matter of time, and he hoped he could fulfill another one soon. Our hero scratched his head, admitting that it all sounded pretty tough. The representative simply replied that it all depended on his hard work, and that the academy's doors would always be open to him. After that, Hanwoo turned back to Teacher Tian and asked if he happened to know where someone could get a divinity point anytime soon. The teacher told him his timing was a little off. If he'd asked yesterday, he would have gladly lent him one. But unfortunately, he'd already used his own supply. He mentioned an exam coming up in a month and said that if Hanwoo took first place, he might get a divinity point. Our hero's face fell, and he pursed his lips. The teacher told him to quit with the puppy dog eyes, insisting he wasn't lying to him. After that, Hanwoo went back to his divine sphere, summoning another tornado. He declared that since there was no other choice, he'd just have to take a gamble. He sacrificed the lives of his units, but got nothing in return. Seeing this, he let out a heavy sigh, admitting that no one ever said it would be easy, so he'd just have to try again tomorrow. The following day, he sacrificed more beings, but once again, he failed to get any divinity points. He told himself there was no need to worry. 7 days of constant failure had pushed him to the brink of tears, because nothing was working. He bitterly regretted trading that 1 divinity point. If he'd known he would need it at the worst possible moment, he never would have exchanged it for 150 million. If the heavens showed him any pity and granted him another, he swore he would cherish it forever. Just then, the system alerted him to a new message. Yuan Shang had written, claiming to have found the perfect location for collecting sacred artifacts. After reading it, a thought struck him. Yuan Shang had reached the rank of a true god. Maybe he had some divinity points just lying around. It was worth a shot, at the very least. He asked if he could borrow a divinity point, and upon reading the message, Yuan Shang paused to think, why would such an immensely powerful being need to borrow anything? He was certain his master was an elder god, and they never had a shortage of resources. Perhaps this was some kind of test. In any case, he didn't want to risk upsetting his master, so he loaned it without question. He sent it as a gift, and Han was overjoyed, exclaiming that true gods don't sweat the small stuff. He received another message detailing the location of the Divine Gorge ruins, and decided to do some research. The Divine Gorge ruins were an unfinished project of an ancient civilization. Due to the severe depletion of the land's mineral composition, the ruins began to emit harmful radiation. Consequently, more than 90% of this world's surviving creatures underwent random mutations from the constant exposure, eventually twisting into unimaginable monsters. These creatures adapted to the new living conditions, their bodies evolving to purposefully absorb the radiation to strengthen their own mutations. With excessive absorption, radiation condensates could form inside the monsters' bodies, which in turn granted them the ability to control their mutations. In time, these condensates became known as gene stones. As it turned out, gene stones could be used to develop one's own creatures. Even the lowest quality stones were comparable in power to third-level sacred relics and were valued at millions of divine power points. For this reason, these stones were extremely popular among demigods and even true gods. After reading this, he grew nervous. He wondered just how highly Yuan Shang thought of him to share a place where demigods and true gods hunt. He also wondered how much such an invitation must have cost him. The system then reported some break-ins. News: an unknown elder god had attempted to farm gene stones and had gone completely bankrupt. After reading this, Han thought, was he trying to breed mutants? Suddenly, he remembered his decay mechanism. It could forge a perfect crystal from the most worthless ore. Accordingly, if his mutants absorbed pure radiation, he could create high-quality gene stones. This could actually work. He traveled to the city near the Divine Gorge ruins, and after putting on a robe and mask, he resolved that he wouldn't show his face to anyone he met, confidentiality above all else. A man approached him, stating he believed this was his first time in the Divine Gorge area and asked if he'd like to hire an honest and reliable guide. Our MC cleared his throat and asked him to name at least one good reason why. The man replied that he knew the location of at least 18 places where mutant monsters congregated. Naturally, mutants from different habitats would have different traits, and he, the guide, knew all their special features. He also had intel on the city's various supply points. Knowing who was honest and who was a crook, he assured Han that as long as he was guiding, his work would be well compensated. He was about to say something else, but Han Wu waved his hands to stop him. He wasn't interested in the mutants. He was there for radioactive ore. Did they sell that sort of thing here? The man squinted, asking, so he was interested in ore. Perhaps he hadn't heard, but recently one of the true gods went completely broke because he either bought low-grade ore or his mutants couldn't complete the formation of their gene stones and died from the lethal radiation. A project with over 100 billion points of divine power invested in it had utterly collapsed. All because he turned down his services. The MC spun around, sensing a presence, and saw a man addressing his companion. He called him Master Hay and introduced his esteemed guest, who was interested in purchasing radioactive ore. He figured he should introduce his guest to Master Hay, the proprietor of the largest mines in the Divine Gorge ruins. The man confirmed it, stating that over 70% of all ore in their world passed through his hands. All of his goods were meticulously checked, so he never sold low-quality ones. His reputation wouldn't allow him to lie. Han Wu said that was great and that he'd like to purchase some samples to test their effect on his Divine Realm creatures. He asked him for as many samples as 10,000 points of divine power would buy. Master Hay replied that it was no problem. After that, our MC headed into the Divine Gorge ruins. He looked at the bag in his hand, noting he'd purchased 21 crystals for a total of 40,000. The price-to-quality ratio seemed quite good, but he still knew nothing about their effectiveness. He figured he should test one here before hauling them back to his own world. He noticed a level 1 mutation beast nearby. It looked like a wolf, a common creature that had undergone its initial mutation. If he recalled correctly, their life cycle was only 20 days. To extend their lives, they had to constantly consume radiation and strengthen their mutations. He pulled one crystal from the bag and tossed it aside, deciding to test its power on the wolf. The beast happily ran toward the crystal and began licking it. Suddenly, a horn sprouted from its head and its body swelled in size. Seeing this, Hanu was stunned and thought, it just licked the crystal a few times and it already evolved into a level 2 mutation beast. After that, the creature shoved the crystal into its mouth, and as soon as it chewed, its body grew even larger. Our MC was astonished that in just a couple of minutes, it had jumped from level 1 to level 3. He wondered what would happen if he fed these crystals to his own creatures. Suddenly, the mutated wolf exploded, leaving behind a red crystal. He came closer and noted that one should not forget the risk. Radiation is a dangerous thing. The wolf's body was literally torn to pieces from the excess power it had absorbed. But he had still achieved his main goal. The mutant left behind a gene stone. Now, he had no reason to doubt the crystal's effectiveness. He picked up the gene stone, and the system reported that a 3rd-level permission was required to use it in the divine sphere. It causes a mutation of the jaws, granting creatures long fangs but shortening their life cycle by 3 years. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice from behind him say, If you value your life, give me that gene stone, and don't forget the bag of crystals," the voice added. "I think you realize you don't have much of a choice." Hanu turned around and was shocked to see the demigod Jiang Gong in front of him. He then thought, what in the hell is he doing here, apparently? He wasn't recognized because of the mask. He asked what would happen if he refused. Jiang Gong waved a hand, summoning his wolves, and told him not to ask obvious questions. The wolves then rushed toward Hanu, biting his finger until it bled. He transformed into a black dragon, causing the wolves to freeze in their tracks, mouths agape in shock. After that, our MC rushed to attack, tossing creatures left and right. His opponent raised his hand and ordered the wolf cavalry to attack. A horde of wolves rushed toward Hanu, but he suddenly shot into the air, leaving the wolves stunned as he flew above. Them. Our MC smiled and asked if he was trying to wear him out. That tactic is as old as the world. He smirked and called his opponent a fool, asking, "Now, do you understand that it won't work on me?" Zhang Gong fumed. A fool? I didn't think some pathetic weakling would start insulting me instead of begging for mercy. He activated his divine magic, the shackles of heaven, and ordered him to get down to the ground. Idiot! The protagonist felt a tremor and screamed in fear as he was slammed to the earth. He thought, where do these demigods get so many trump cards? Hanwoo turned to face the wolves and Zhang Gong, who shouted, "Go ahead, let them tear him to shreds." Suddenly, Hanu saw a sign to the side that said, "No entry." He bolted forward, yelling, "Damn it!" Apparently, these people didn't care much about the ban. The wolves quickly gave chase as Zhang Gong ordered them to catch him. The monsters that were perched on the branches awoke and swarmed towards Hanu. He ran away, thinking, "Horror beasts. These idiots don't look weak either." The best solution here is to run. Suddenly, Zhang Gong blasted the monsters and ordered them to get lost. He stepped on one's body and asked with displeasure, "Horror beasts, so see?" Where did he go? He turned to his wolves and said, "What a strange aura there is. Okay, get out of there." The main character made it to a river, and looking at his reflection, he sighed. "Phew, it seems I lost them." He scooped up some water in his hands, his throat dry. Suddenly, a huge fish with legs emerged in front of him, and his eyes widened. Hanwoo screamed, "What's going on? Is the local water also saturated with radiation? I need to get out of here, quickly." He opened the map and asked thoughtfully, "Where did I even end up? This river isn't marked on the map. I couldn't have gotten lost, right?" At that moment,
All of a sudden, he was surrounded by monsters with menacing, glowing red eyes. The protagonist scowled, telling himself now was not the time to freak out. Since he was already stuck wandering here, he might as well start collecting gene stones. After all, the place was crawling with mutants. He launched a few stones toward the beasts and yelled, "Dinner is served, guys," which triggered a massive explosion, and Hanwoo
chuckled, thinking to himself that getting gene stones wasn't so hard after all. A few hours later, he stood on a high peak, watching a strange glow in the distant mountains. He noted how quickly night had fallen, realizing that spending the night out in the open with wild mutants was a terrible idea. He needed to find somewhere secluded. And what was that light anyway? The protagonist frowned and muttered, "Looks like some kind of ruins over there. Maybe it's an abandoned city from an extinct civilization of this world." Well, ruins were better than nothing. It would have to do for the night. He activated his black dragon transformation and launched himself into the air. As he flew closer, he realized it was a castle and thought, "So, it's an old, abandoned castle?" Hanwoo descended and scanned his surroundings. He doubted anyone would have claimed a place like this, but with the local mutants around, it was always better to stay on guard. His eyes fell to the ground where he saw scattered sheets of paper. Paper, he thought, looking around as he felt a strange disturbance in the energy. Hanwoo then spotted several figures in robes. Who are these people, he wondered, and what are they up to? He slipped behind a wall and started to eavesdrop on their conversation. One robed man declared, "Our master lost 100 billion points of divine power, but at the same time, he gave us this one chance to perform the ritual. We have no room for error. It's either success or death. There is no other path." Another man gazed at the sky and announced, "The time is almost here. It is time to begin." A full, brilliant moon emerged in the sky, and stones on the ground began to pulse with light. A massive, bright trace of energy shot
high above the castle. A glowing seal quickly materialized, illuminating the entire structure. One of the men screamed, "It worked! We've finally loosened the seal left by the Divine Gorge ruined civilization." Hanu frowned, recalling that the network had said this world's civilization had stopped and sealed away their research because it posed some kind of risk. Apparently, the master of these fanatics was secretly studying this very seal, using the cover of breeding mutants and mining gene stones. He began to creep closer, thinking. Fortunately, due to a number of restrictions, only creatures with no more than 10 points of divinity can enter the world of the Divine Gorge ruins. He didn't.
Think that a being who had just lost 100 billion points of divine power for a ritual could possibly get in here. So, that means I'm relatively safe, right? A system window then announced. The unlocking of the source of mutations of the divine ravine ruins has begun. The monsters all raised their heads as a voice echoed. It has begun. Suddenly, a series of red system windows, clearly warnings, flashed before the protagonist. They read, "Attention, attention. It has been discovered that the initiator of the unlocking is not one of the supreme warriors of the Divine Ravine civilization. The process is suspended. Activating the security system. Gamera, a monster of the 6th level of mutation, has been released." The monsters and the robed men all clutched their heads in agony. Another system window appeared. Seal integrity violation. The source of mutation is becoming unstable. Beginning source suppression. Hanwoo crouched down, completely bewildered. What kind of nightmare is happening here? Suddenly, a creature materialized and greeted them. "Greetings, messengers of the divine worlds. You may call me the source of mutations. I am immensely grateful to you for freeing me from the fate of an eternal slave, and in gratitude, I will grant you the opportunity to become my carrier. As you can imagine, I can't break into all of you, so you will have to arrange a little selection." The robed figures began to stammer in fear. Who is this?" the voice simply asked. "Why don't we play one little game?" A green glow suddenly illuminated everything around them, turning the space into an empty void. A twisted green creature emerged and said, "Since I see you don't mind playing, I'll explain the rules. You need to grow a mutant capable of defeating Gamora, a creature of the 6th level of mutation. Each of you will receive 10,000 radiation crystals, which will be used to mutate your own creatures." The source of mutations grinned. "The first of you who can create such a being will become my carrier." One of the men scowled and said, "I'm sickened by the very thought of becoming a carrier for scum like you. If you don't release us from here right now, I will summon creatures from my divine sphere. They won't leave even a smudge where you stand." He tried to move but then frowned, asking, "What's going on? Why can't I contact my own world?" The entity replied. "And there's our first loser. A huge Gamera, a 6th level mutation creature, appeared out of nowhere and attacked the man in the robe. He only managed to let out a single, loud scream before the monster tore his body apart." The protagonist raised his hand in confusion and said, "I also can't contact my divine sphere. So how am I supposed to summon my creature to become a mutant?" The robed figures spun around and asked, in surprise, "Who are you? How did you even get in here?" The monster waved an appendage dismissively and said, "Don't worry, young man. There will be no problem." Hanu glanced toward the portal and thought, "Just as I figured. The portal is one way. There's no escaping this." 3 hours later, the people in robes began to worry. One man spoke up. "Things couldn't get any worse. Most of my creatures simply can't withstand the radiation and just die. About 10% survived. But even they only gained a little strength." "What about the rest of you?" The others confirmed. 80% of my test subjects died. And the others reported the same. The protagonist sat next to a large locust and mused. The decay mechanism is a true treasure. He had fed it to a dozen unrefined ones and received 6,000 of the purest radiation crystals. True, to obtain such a useful artifact. As he recalled, he had to sacrifice the lives of hundreds of millions of locusts. The 3rd-level mutation locust quickly ate the crystals. Hanu said, "I believe in you, Brother Chan. Let's show them how good your accelerated regeneration is." He held out another crystal and said, "Here, take more." 3 months later, one of the robed men shouted, "By the heavens, I succeeded." Behind another man stood a large monkey, and he asked, "What kind of monster did you get?" The protagonist stood beside a massive 6th-level mutation creature, a locust. The source grinned and ordered, "Gamera, test them." The creature began to move, and the guys looked at it in fear. Gamera grabbed the mutated monkey creature, and someone asked what was happening. The source mockingly replied, "Losers, as is customary, do not deserve to live." Gamera then grabbed the people in robes, and they screamed, "No, help us. We don't want to die in here." The monster looked at Hanwoo and said, "It's your turn." The protagonist explained. In order to strengthen Chan, I fed him absolutely all the gene stones that I had. However, the evolution was complete. But because of this, Brother Chan's lifespan was reduced to just 1 day. He began to tear up and wiped his cheeks with his fist. Hanu waved his hand and shouted, "Go ahead, Chan, make them realize the value of their own lives." The monster took on a new form. The source said, "A beautiful speech. I'm even moved. Your being is worthy of stepping onto my battlefield." The monster waved its hand and shouted, "Gamara, forward!" The battle of the monsters began. The locust swiftly struck Gamera. It hit the locust's body, sending it flying. Gamera got very angry and screamed, increasing in size. The source folded, his arms on his chest, and said, "Not bad. You even managed to anger Gamera. A wonderful sight." 18 hours later, the battle continued, when suddenly the locust killed Gamera. The source spread his arms in different directions and asked, "That was great, wasn't it, my dear host?" Hanu put his hands on his chest and asked, "What host? What are you going to do with my innocent body?" The monster screamed, "From now on, we will share a common flesh. A flow of energy was directed into the protagonist's body, and he screamed loudly. After a while, he asked the question, "Did I die?" "The system," Window reported. Name, Han Wu, the source of mutations. Rank, divine being, warrior with the highest gene of the first level, divine talent, chosen son of heaven. Unique divine abilities, growth acceleration, life sacrifice. Unique skills, crushing blow, monstrous cut, dark attachment, dragon swift strike, divinity.
4 points. Source of genetic mutations. Plus 1 point of divinity. Divine power points. 295 million and 22.5 million from creatures. Power of faith, 67 million. God realm, level 10. 3rd level sacred artifact. Gluttony, 2nd level sacred artifact. Poison mist pearl, divine realm creatures. Unknown. The protagonist adjusted his hair and asked, "Well, who am I now?" Han Wu, or the source. The green entity then appeared in front of him and said, "Already awake, my dear carrier." Han Wu replied in surprise. "You're the last thing I needed." The monster asked, "Why so cold on the contrary? You should be grateful to me, because with my strength, you will soon surpass everyone from your civilization's deities. By the way, I suppressed your ability to accelerate growth and replaced it with the acceleration of directed mutations. That's much better, right?" The protagonist grinned and clenched his fist in displeasure, looking at the flow of energy. The voice said, "You needn't worry about your condition, because from now on, we have to get along with each other, and conflicts between us won't lead to anything good. I am the first and last super gene of mutation from the great civilization of the Divine Ravine world. Getting me is akin to winning the ultimate prize. Yeah, a miracle. Whatever." Han Wu waved a hand dismissively, telling the creature to stop wasting his time and just explain how to escape. The monster confirmed there was no issue. The sole 6th level mutant that had been guarding the seals was now gone, meaning nothing was holding them back. With a snap of his fingers, the protagonist teleported to the ruined castle. The voice then mentioned it forgot to add a small detail. Breaking the seals is an incredibly loud process that attracts all kinds of demigods and true gods to the location. The moment the final shackle was removed, they
would all flood the place. Han Wu exploded in frustration. "And you're just telling me this now? You think they'll believe me when I say I didn't touch anything valuable? They'll strip me clean and then finish me off." He had to get out, but he was completely stumped. Kneeling, he slammed his hand on the ground, activating the seal and shouting the coordinates for the bloody arena. Just then, the crowd of gathered beings began to surge toward the ruins, screaming, "The aura of the seals is gone! We're going in!" They rushed forward, yelling, "Stop! It all belongs to us!" But all they found were a few leaves scattering in the wind. The main character had vanished without a trace. Jean Gang knelt down, picking up a locust. He murmured thoughtfully, "A dead locust. Could that kid really be—" Meanwhile, in his great hall, the overlord roared, "How is this possible, useless fools who dared to steal my prize?" He swept his arm, bellowing, "Unleash every creature we have. Search relentlessly, day and night, until you find what is rightfully mine." At that same moment, the protagonist arrived at the bloody arena, casually putting his hands in his pockets. Man, he muttered. Spending 1 million divine power points on a single teleport is way too steep. But he really didn't have another option. All right, time to head home, he thought. A system window popped up with a reminder. Esteemed heir, you have just been challenged by another successor, an evil dragon. Who is a divine being? Do you accept the challenge? The system added that refusing 3 times, losing would result in him being stripped of his heir status. Hanwoo scowled and cursed. Damn it, I literally just got here and I'm already getting into a fight. He cracked his knuckles. Fine, my fists were starting to itch anyway. He activated the portal and stepped through. A second later, he was in the arena, met with a roar from the crowd. Come on, dragon!
Pulverize him. Go, hey, Locust King, I bet on you, so don't you dare let me down. The system window chimed in. Please prepare your creatures for battle. A voice boomed with laughter. Go on, summon your bone collector. Let's see your giant skeleton knight. You think that pile of bones can stand up to an army of half-dragons? Not a chance. Hanwoo stood calmly in the arena with his arms crossed as a spectator yelled, Dragon, I've got 500,000 on you. You better not lose. The protagonist smirked. A whole 500,000 riding on my defeat? This guy must really have money to burn.
The dragon sneered. I've heard of you, the so-called king of locusts. Your signature move is locusts, but you usually fall back on skeletons. Too bad for you. You picked the wrong opponent this time. Trust me, I'm about to knock every last bit of arrogance out of you. Hanwoo gestured for his mutants to advance, shouting, Enough with the chatter. Let's get this over with quickly. I want to go home. The dragon waved his own hand, signaling his forces. All right, since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll be happy to help you along. Forward, my half-dragons. They charged ahead, crashing into the swarm of locusts. The dragon bared his fangs. Hey, kid, you think I'm some kind of pushover? Go on, summon your undead. Hanwoo simply sat down on the arena floor and replied, Sure, but you'll have to get through my locusts first. The dragon screamed, Idiot! As his mutants unleashed torrents of fire from their massive jaws. He roared, Half-dragons, use your skills! The protagonist rose to his feet and yelled, Locusts, listen to my command. Fallen locusts, defensive positions, heavenly demonic beetles, you're on the attack. The beetles began to hammer the dragons, while Hanwoo commanded, Dark magic locusts, wait for the perfect moment to launch a sneak attack. His mutants peppered the enemy with damaging arrows.
The dragon shouted, Half-dragons, group up and burn these things to the ground. Half-dragon hero, begin the bombardment. The hero unit flew into the air, aiming a volley of arrows at the locust swarm. The dragon crossed his arms. Stop messing around and summon your undead if you keep this up. You're going to lose your entire army. Hanwoo clenched.
His jaw, thinking. He's got a point. I'm just sacrificing my creatures for nothing. He knew he'd have to bring out the divine hammer and the Minotaur shaman. He raised his hand, summoning the divine sphere. The mutation spirit appeared before him. Why are you taking all these insults from him? It demanded.
I'm starting to question my choice of host. Hanwoo shot back, annoyed. And what do you suggest I do? The spirit retorted. Isn't it obvious we need to crush these half-dragons with the power of the locusts? The protagonist argued. You can see for yourself that the locusts can't handle them. Where are you getting that idea? The spirit questioned. Have you already forgotten who killed Gamera, a 6th-level mutation creature? There are no weak races in the hands of the source of mutation itself. The key is to command them skillfully. Now, use your new ability, directed mutation, and obliterate.
These pathetic half-dragons. Hanwoo glanced at the tiny locust on his finger, thinking this was the perfect chance to test his new power. Besides, if things went south, he could always summon his stronger units. Countless streams of energy began to flow toward him. The spirit asked, So, what have you decided what? Mutation vector, will you give your locusts? Hanwoo declared. The fallen locusts have proven themselves as living shields, so I want to boost their damage resistance to better protect the other creatures. The system window updated First Armor Mutation. This thickens and hardens the natural armor of the fallen locust, increasing its resistance to physical damage tenfold, the cost reducing the creature's lifespan by 50 days. Second gland mutation. The fallen locust will grow new glands, allowing it to secrete a resistant mucus that drastically increases its
resistance to elemental attacks, the cost reducing the creature's lifespan by 90 days. Third complete mutation. This triggers mutation across all areas, strengthening every aspect of the fallen locust, the cost reducing the creature's lifespan to just 24 hours. The protagonist grinned and said,
"These half-dragons use both fire and physical attacks, so there's no point in holding back. I choose the third option." The locust instantly swelled in size, letting out a piercing shriek. It took flight, rocketing toward the half-dragons and beginning to tear into them. Manhwa shouted, "It worked! I was able to give my locust the exact mutation vector I needed." The enhanced locusts assaulted the dragons, backing them into a corner and biting down with shadowy teeth. The protagonist channeled his energy into the rest of his swarm, screaming, "Heavenly demonic beetles, locusts of dark magic, you're next. It's time for your mutations." The bugs soared into the air and began firing shadow needles at the monsters, who covered their heads with their paws, screaming in agony from the damage. It was a complete and utter rampage. The dragon yelled in terror. "What is this? How did they get so much stronger all of a sudden? He must be using some forbidden power. Where's the judge?" Manhwa just smiled. "And now for my humanoid locusts." Mutated, giant bugs that looked eerily like warped people stepped forward. The protagonist said, "You're going to have to work a little harder against these guys. Dragon." A locust drew an arrow and fired it directly at the half-dragons. Manhwa pointed a finger at the monster and commanded, "The half-dragon hero is your primary target. Take him out first." The dragon collapsed to his knees, crying out with tears streaming down his face. "No, please stop, I surrender. You don't have to kill my creature." The man in the stands shouted. "What about my 500,000? Are you some kind of scaly coward? Fight to the end." The protagonist grinned. "I warned you," he said. "Betting against me never ends well." He then took out a fragment of the divine core and activated the seal of the blood arena. A moment later, within Manhwa's divine sphere, a system window appeared, special structure the blood arena. This is a place where god creatures can hone their skills by battling one another. The winning creature gains a chance to break through to the next rank of creature types. There is also an exceedingly rare chance that a victorious elite type creature can skip all intermediate ranks and immediately evolve into a heroic type creature. The protagonist gazed at the newly installed arena and said, "A slim chance to instantly become a heroic type. Huh? What a nice surprise." Suddenly, a divine core, a dragon egg, and a huge pile of gold coins materialized in front of him. Manhwa's eyes went wide. "Whoa! What's all this? I feel like I'm having a suspicious amount of good luck lately." The spirit appeared beside him and scoffed. "Hey, dear host, why are you getting so worked up over these minor trinkets I already told you? This is just the tip of the iceberg. With my help, we'll achieve far greater things. You can count on it." The protagonist turned away and said, Yeah, whatever you say, boss. Is that everything I've got some leveling up to do?" The spirit replied, "Yes, that's all. You may begin." Manhwa thought to himself with annoyance. "I'm definitely getting rid of this insufferable opportunist as soon as I'm strong enough." He turned around and announced, "Activating the ability Sacrifice Life." A brilliant flow of energy lit up the area. The system window lit up, detailing his rewards. Armor Wake Up, a Tier 4 sacred relic. By fusing it with a core, a divine being could summon incredible storm armor during combat. Then there was a Tier 3 structure, an observatory, which, when placed in his divine realm, would grant him precise control over a distance of up to 10,000 kilometers. Finally, he saw a manual on golem creation. The golems forged from it would inherit the powers and traits of the creatures whose flesh and blood were used in the ritual. The catch once created, a golem's abilities were permanent and could never be altered. Hanu's eyes widened. Wait a second. A golem? What if I were to fuse the remains of Brother Chang with that mutated Gamera? He selected the book's icon, clenching his fists in anticipation. A grin spread across his face. He knew he was about to get a whole lot stronger. 10 days later, surveying his divine realm, Hanu smiled, completely satisfied. That was 10 million divine power points well spent, and that didn't even count the high-grade materials he'd used. His golems, they were magnificent. A towering, high-ranking golem stood before him, radiating an aura of pure dread. Incredible, he muttered. These things are more powerful than some actual heroes. The system displayed its stats. Name Little Chong, rank golem, level hero. Its talents included supers, regeneration, predator, reinforced fangs, crystal skeleton, and dragon scale. Hanu grinned. And that healing factor is on par with Wolverine's. He laughed aloud. I'll call them my little Chongs, in honor of my fallen brother, Chang. His expression hardened. All right, the time has finally come to defy my destiny. Don't worry, Grandpa, he thought. I'm right at the doorstep of the Imperial Academy. I'll get in for sure. And then I'm coming for my parents in the Sea of Chaos Stars. 3 days later, hunters swarmed the grounds of the Academy. Hanu clenched his fist in disgust. So this is the Empire's greatest academy. You can feel its presence from the city outskirts. Half the people here radiate the aura of a demigod. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. Pardon me, sir. Are you Hanu, a student in the Imperial Academy's preparatory course? The protagonist turned and replied, That's me. The assistant offered a slight bow. Mr. Hanu, a pleasure. The Academy sent me to escort you. If you'll please come with me. A helicopter is waiting. There's no need to worry. I'll help you get settled in at the dormitory. They boarded the aircraft and ascended, flying high above the sprawling city below. Upon landing, the assistant exited the helicopter. Right this way, Mr. Hanu. I'll show you to your room. Hanu stepped inside and was stunned. The entire suite was lavishly decorated in gold. Where are my neighbors? He asked. The assistant simply replied, This space is reserved solely for you. You won't have any. Hanu gasped in disbelief. This is way over the top. As the assistant made for the door, he added, Feel free to rest for today, but please ensure you're not late for your classes tomorrow. Once alone, Hanu approached an energy device. It seems this place is teeming with geniuses. I need to start absorbing divinity immediately. The next day, while walking down a corridor, he overheard whispers coming from every room. One person asked, Hey, have you heard? We've got a newcomer? The response was dripping with scorn. Yeah, some scum who bought his way in. I bet his family pulled some strings. There's no way he got in without connections. Another student chimed in. Yeah, you're probably right. We had to pass the official selection process. People like him just tarnish the Academy's reputation. Whatever. I'll just beat him so badly he'll drop out himself. Hanu simply raised an eyebrow, thinking, So much for a peaceful school life here. Just then, Lena appeared out of nowhere right in front of him, a cheerful smile on her face. You must be Hanu, our newly admitted student, correct? He yelped and jumped back in shock. She giggled. I'm a teacher for the preparatory course. You can call me Teacher Lena. Class is about to begin, so we should head inside. Lena walked into the room and announced, All right, class, settle down. Immediately, Qin Shuang leaped from her seat and shouted, Han Wu! The classroom instantly filled with whispers. Whoa, what's going on? Does our goddess actually know this new guy? Apparently so. Lena just smiled. Class, she announced. I'd like to introduce you to your new classmate, Hanu. She gestured towards him. Before enrolling here, he attended the same school as our very own Qin Shuang. At that, Swai shot to his feet, slamming his hand on the table and yelling, Teacher Lena?
I want to know how this Hanu managed to get into our preparatory course, Lena replied coolly. Student Swai, I don't know how things were run at your previous school, and frankly, I don't care. But in my class, you raise your hand before you speak. She gave him a look of utter disapproval. If you still haven't learned that simple rule, then I'll find another method to hammer the local etiquette into your head. Swai trembled and bowed. My apologies, Teacher Lena. It won't happen again. I promise I'm sorry. Lena's smile returned. I'm glad we understand each other. As for your question, it would be better if you asked student Hanu yourself. Swai spun on Hanu, pointing a finger at him. Hanu, I couldn't care less how you got here. All that matters is that I personally verify if you're worthy of studying with us. That's why I'm challenging you. Hanu held up his palm dismissively and said, You're insane. I refuse. Swai jumped to his feet, enraged. You cowardly piece of trash. How do you expect to study here if you're too scared to even accept a challenge? Murmurs of agreement spread through the class. Yeah, a coward. What a weakling. Qin Shuang slammed her hand on her desk and shouted,
Enough, Hanu did nothing to you. Why are you picking on him?
Suai was taken aback. But Hanu simply looked at her and thought, it's the same everywhere. Even in a new place, she's managed to attract some annoying cronies. A short while later, Suai and his friends cornered Hanu. Hanu? He began, but Qin Shuang immediately moved to block his path, shouting, Are you starting this again? If you want to mess with him, you'll have to deal with me first. Suai frowned and shouted back, This is none of your business, Jinwang, so get out of the way. Hey, Hanu, if you've got any courage, stop hiding behind a girl. Hanu's face hardened as he slammed his hands down on the table. He stepped forward. I was trying to ignore you, but I have my limits. What do you want from me? Suai swaggered right up to him and sneered. You're a lazy piece of trash, Hanu. You have no right to study here, and I'm going to make you leave. He pointed a finger at our hero and shouted, We're going to beat you until you drop out yourself. Hanu turned to Qin Shuang with a mocking smirk. It must have been tough for you, studying in the same class as these idiots for so long. She sighed and replied, Honestly, they were pretty normal until today. I don't get why they're so angry with you. Our hero smiled. Seems you haven't really gotten to know them yet. So you probably won't mind if I beat them up good. Qin Shuang rushed up to him, her expression worried. Hanu, you shouldn't underestimate Sutai's strength. His main units are Steel Knights, an elite type. He's very strong. Even my Thunder Sparrows are no match for them, Hanu replied. If you're afraid I'll hurt them, then just say so. Qin Shuang threw her hands up in frustration. Ugh, fine. Do what you want. I don't care anymore. Sutai crossed his arms, staring incredulously. Hurt them. Are you serious? A single one of my knights is enough to wipe out all of your creatures? You scum. He turned away. Let's go. Meet me in the arena. Qin Shuang watched Hanu go, thinking, why is he so stubborn I can't even help him now? A system window appeared before our protagonist, asking him to select a battle mode. The options were a battle of heroes, a battle of super elite creatures, a battle of elite creatures, or army battles of 5 versus 5 or 10 versus 10. Hanu smirked. I had no idea the arena offered so many modes. This is a great chance to test out my new Chong babies. He selected 10 versus 10. They were instantly transported to the arena. Sutai scoffed. I don't know if you're an idiot or just overconfident. There's no way you can beat me in a 10-on-10 battle. Did you already forget what Qin Shuang told you? As he spoke, Hanu's golems appeared beside him. Suai was shocked. Who are these he summoned hero type? Creatures, but they're giving off some strange aura. He steeled himself. Looks like I'll have to give it my all. I can't screw up while the goddess is watching. His steel knights materialized beside him as Suai shouted, Prepare yourself, Hanu. But Hanu just laughed. Even a lord-type warrior would have a hard time against my horde. Qin Shuang was watching the fight through the system window, a frown on her face. What are those things? When did Hanu get monsters like that? One of the guys watching said, Hanu summoned golems, and they seem comparable to hero-type creatures, but man-made creatures can never compare to Suai's living heroes. Why did he even bring them out? It'll be hilarious to see his face when he loses his expensive army. He was certain he was just some rich kid who managed to buy hero-type golems. Someone else agreed. Yeah, those are probably worth at least 30 million. Now it's clear how he's got into our class, Qin Shuang thought. They're talking complete nonsense, not even knowing Hanu has no family left. He has no one to ask for that kind of money. But then, where did he get those golems? She decided she'd have to ask him after the battle. At that moment, Suai waved his hand and ordered the attack. With the order given, the knights rushed in to pulverize them. They swung their weapons, but the golem remained perfectly still. Sutai spread his arms wide and taunted. Can you hear that? It's the beautiful sound of your so-called hero's bones being crushed. He then added, Did you fall asleep over there, or have you just given up on this fight? Sutai's eyes shot open as he stared ahead in disbelief. He realized his knight's attacks weren't even scratching the golems. What the hell is this? How is this possible? He shrieked. The protagonist calmly replied. This is only the warm-up. Now, it's our turn, he commanded. Go on, kids, start applying some pressure. The golem wound up and began to relentlessly pound the knights. The spectators watching the fight gasped in shock. What are those monsters? Are they actually overwhelming Sutai's steel knights? Someone asked. Overwhelming them?
They're beating those knights like they're nothing. Jin Qian frowned, thinking to himself, Han Wu? He's unbelievably strong. At that moment, the protagonist tilted his head and asked, Hey kid, shouldn't you just surrender already? Don't get cocky, you scum, Sutai roared back, furious. I haven't even unleashed half of my true power. He projected a stream of energy forward, commanding, Steel Knights, unification. Han Wu just smirked. Unification. What, did you watch too many Transformers as a kid? He quipped, as the knights started to pull toward each other. As they merged, the protagonist closed his eyes and muttered, What on earth are they doing now? I can't even watch this. A blinding flash of energy erupted from the center of the arena. Sutai's maniacal laughter filled the air. Are you terrified yet? He bellowed. The United Steel Knight combines the power of all my creatures. You're finished, you cowardly piece of trash. A colossal knight materialized in the arena and charged straight for the golems. As it delivered a massive blow, Sutai screamed, Now I'll show you the power of someone truly worthy of the Imperial Academy. You'll soon see that you never belonged here. The protagonist put on a look of mock surprise. Oh no, he's so powerful, he cried out dramatically. Sutai replied with a smug look. That's right, Han Wu. If you admit you've lost, I'll spare your clumsy golems. But you better be quick, my offer is only good for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Han Wu cut him off. 2, 1, 0. Time's up. You can keep going, he finished. Sutai stretched out his hand and yelled, You arrogant fool, you refused my mercy. Don't come crying to me later. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Wait, what is he? He stared, eyes wide with confusion. What's happening? Han Wu's golems were approaching him, completely healed. Why are they? He stammered fearfully as they surrounded his knight. All right, little ones, the protagonist shouted. Tear that tin can to pieces. The golems immediately began ripping chunks of metal off the giant knight, releasing bursts of energy into the air. The academy students watched in horror. This is brutal, one whispered. The knight's head tumbled to the ground, landing at Sutai's feet. He collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated. This can't be happening. It's all over. With a mocking smile, the protagonist stepped through his portal. Jin Qian immediately walked over, saying, Han, but was cut off by a loud shout from behind. Sang Myung rushed up and threw his arms around him in a tight hug. You really passed the academy's trial, he yelled. I never doubted you for a second. Brother, my recommendation wasn't wasted. Hanwoo looked at him, surprised. Brother Myung, when did you get so young? You look like you've shed 10 years. He recalled his friend's previous appearance and compared it to how he looked now. Myung just laughed. I chose that older look for the arena. I was worried I wouldn't be taken seriously. But hey, Myung continued, this is an academy, and there are tons of girls here, so... Another student overheard and asked, Wait, so you got in because of a recommendation from an academy student? I thought you got in through some other connections? The protagonist just waved his hand dismissively. That's complete nonsense, he said. The other students quickly apologized. Our mistake, Han Wu, we totally misunderstood. Myung placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder and announced, My name is Sang Myung, and I'm a freshman at the Imperial Academy. From this day forward, anyone who even thinks about messing with my brother Han Wu will have to answer to me. Got it? They turned to leave. Come on, brother, Myung said. I'll introduce you to my friends. Han Wu was surprised. Friends again. A little later, they went up to another floor where Sang Myung called out. Xian, Ying Mai Jr. finally made it in. A guy named Xian was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He greeted him. The name's Xian. I'm a freshman here. A girl named Ying smiled warmly. So you're the one who beat our Sang Myung in the bloody arena. The protagonist bowed slightly. Senior Xian, Senior Ying, it's an honor. My name is Han Wu, a preparatory course student. As for beating Brother Myung, that was mostly just a lucky break. Ying smiled back. It wasn't just a lucky break. Luck is a form of power, too. Anyway, we heard a rumor that the prep course students are being sent to Zombie City for your next lesson. It's a low-level secret realm from the Academy's collection. We were hoping you could do us a favor. Hanwoo slipped his hands into his pockets. But seniors, you've already reached the demigod stage. Why would you need help from a rookie in the preparatory course? Ying chuckled. Junior Hanwoo, don't be so modest. You, a rookie. Sang-myung just coughed loudly in the background. Ying's expression turned serious. Zombie City is a low-level secret realm specifically for prep course students to train. There's absolutely no way for us to get inside. Sang-myung flexed his biceps and boasted. Yeah, if they let me in there, I'd wipe out the entire city in a couple of hours. Ying just smiled and rolled her eyes. Right, you're super strong, she said sarcastically before producing a glowing fruit. Long story short, there's something extremely valuable you can find in this secret realm, the Fruit of Wisdom. This fruit helps improve the intelligence of non-humanoid creatures. And we're willing to pay 1 divinity point for each one you bring back. The protagonist considered it for a moment. 1 divinity point each. That's exactly what I need, he thought. He crossed his arms and nodded. All right, you have a deal. Ying then handed him a golden seed. Here, take this, Junior Hanwoo. This seed will come in handy during your next lesson. Later that day, he got home and collapsed onto his sofa. He switched on his tablet, thinking, I could become a demigod as soon as I absorb 6 divinity points. If it wasn't for Teacher Lin's explanation, I would have completely wasted my potential. He pictured his teacher explaining that while he could indeed perform the ceremony with 6 points, such demigods are artificially made and can only merge with the lowest first-level divine authority, she had said. I hope you won't squander your immense potential and will instead continue to gather more divinity points. Lin had then drawn a chart on the board. But I must warn you, it won't be easy, she explained. After you absorb the 6th divinity point, each one after that will require more and more points. For instance, the 7th point will require 2 divinity points. The 8th will require 3, and so on.
The highest number of divinity points a divine being can achieve is 10, she continued. Demigods with 10 points have the greatest potential and can merge with a 5th-level divine authority. And let me remind you, divine authority is the primary stage for both demigods and true gods. Back in the present, Hanwoo was lying on the sofa. He stared at the ceiling with a determined look. Teacher Lin has such high expectations for me. I can't let her down. I'll collect as many fruits of wisdom as I can and stack up those divinity points. A few days later, a classmate leaned over. Hey, Hanwoo, did you hear they're sending us to the outside world for the next class? Rumor is, it's going to be Zombie City, one of the Academy's secret realms, the classmate whispered. Some of the seniors have been approaching our classmates, wanting us to grab some valuable resources for them. They even talked to Sutai. Just then, Sutai himself walked into the room.
Hey, Hanwoo, he called out. How about a little wager on our upcoming mission? The protagonist raised an eyebrow. What kind of wager? Sutai smirked. If my score in this class is higher than yours, you'll stop looking at Jinchan. If you win, I'll stop pursuing her. Hanwoo just stared at him. Let me be honest. Does your family have some connection to the Academy's rector? I just can't figure out how someone with a brain that small managed to get in here. What does it matter if I think about her or not? She doesn't even like you. You should probably just accept that. That's none of your business, Sutai snapped. I'll do whatever it takes to keep her away from you. At that moment, Jin Qian walked in and asked loudly, Sutai, does that mean if his score is better than yours, you'll finally stop harassing me? Sutai froze in terror before turning around, looking flustered. Jin Qian, I genuinely like you. Why would you want this loser when you have... She cut him off sharply. Answer my question. Sutai pointed a trembling finger at the protagonist and grumbled. Yes, that's right. If he scores better than me, I'll stop bothering you. Jin Qian put her hands on her hips. She turned to Hanwoo and asked, Could you do me a favor and accept his bet? The protagonist looked at her, then back at Sutai. Everyone here is a genius, he said calmly. Just don't come crying to me when you lose. Jin Qian clenched her fist. I believe in you, Hanwoo. You've got this. Just then, Lin interrupted them. All right, everyone. Are you ready for the lesson to begin? I'm sure many of you have heard the rumors, but I'll say it again, she announced. For this lesson, we will be heading to Zombie City, a low-level secret realm. Your only requirement is to survive. However, I must warn you, this place will be unlike anything you've ever experienced before. She then snapped his fingers and announced, All right, let's begin. Instantly, the group was teleported to the Zombie City as a system window declared the activation of the survival simulation. To avoid being detected by the creator of this outer world, all their abilities linked to the world of deities were being disabled, affected by the outside world's aura. rendering their divine being bodies mortal. The ranking table is now active. The main scenario, Zombie City, is a wonderfully welcoming place where the charming zombie locals will graciously help you with the brains cramping your skull. And when darkness descends, they'll treat you to a carnival to die for. Swai clutched his gut, exclaiming in horror, "Where did this gnawing hunger come from?" The other guy replied that he felt the same, but he couldn't access his spatial ring, which was full of food. The protagonist explained that for divine beings like them, they barely ever needed food and could easily fast for a month or more. But now, they'd been made mortal, and all their powerful artifacts were locked away. This was a true survival scenario. Still, it seemed their core abilities were still functional, so there was no need to panic just yet. A system window then confirmed the directed mutation skill was ready for use, and the life sacrifice skill was also available. Hanwoo turned to the others, suggesting they take a look around this so-called friendly town. Shuang followed, saying, "Okay," then placed her hand on the ground to summon her bird, telling them to climb on so they could scout from above. But Hanwoo just turned and said, "No need, I've got my own wings." He then transformed into a massive black dragon and soared into the sky. A short while later, they landed, and the main character remarked, "Well, this city is certainly full of surprises. Just look at all these cafes and restaurants." He had assumed the place was deserted, save for the zombies. At that very moment, Qin Shuang's stomach let out a thunderous growl. Hanwoo chuckled as he turned to look at her. "It's not funny," she snapped. The main character cleared his throat and said, "Right, let's check out this restaurant first." They walked into the establishment, where an old man greeted them.
Welcome, dear guests. What can I get for you today? Please have a look at the menu. Hanwoo offered a greeting and explained that they were from another city and were having some trouble with money. Suddenly, the old man's demeanor changed. He pulled out a shotgun and bellowed, "Get out of my restaurant, you poor idiots! Do you mistake me for one of those brainless
zombies that prowl around here at night?" "Nothing is free in my establishment," Qin Shuang shouted back indignantly. "What's wrong with you, old man?" Hanwoo grabbed her hand, urging her to calm down. "Have you forgotten already? We have mortal bodies now. One bullet, and it's over for us." He then recalled Elder Yu mentioning that those seeds would be useful in the zombie city. It was worth a shot. "Wait a moment," the protagonist said to the owner, remembering he had something on him. He held out a single seed and asked, "Will this do?" The old man's face lit up with a smile as he clasped his hands together. "Please, forgive an old man. Esteemed guests, I had no idea you were carrying such a valuable seed. I'm prepared to buy it from you for 10 gold. "What do you say?" the protagonist replied. "We're far too hungry to bargain right now. Could you just feed us first?" The old man beamed and said, "Of course, please, come in." A little while later, the group was seated at a table laden with a huge roasted chicken. "Hooray, so much food!" Shuang cried out. An incredible array of dishes covered the table, their appearances absolutely tantalizing. The protagonist carved off a slice of meat and asked the owner, "Sir, would you mind telling us a bit about your city?" The old man looked at him, surprised, but replied, "Of course, there's nothing secret about it. You respected guests have found yourselves in the amazing zombie city, a place where humans and zombies have learned to coexist. Humans hunt the zombies to extract valuable resources and money, and the zombies, in turn, grow stronger. By feasting on the brains of the locals, every single night, the streets of this city flood with hordes of the dead who, in their search for a meal, might even break into people's homes. The victims fight back not only with swords, shields, and firearms, but also with special magical plants." The old man glanced at the seed and continued, "And this seed in your hands must be from a third-order magical plant. I would be thrilled if you would sell it to me." Hanwoo thought to himself, "Plants versus zombies. That sounds oddly familiar. It's just like a game I played in my past life." He stared at the seed, thinking, if I were to draw a parallel, then first, order plants are probably like common creatures, while third-order plants are on par with elite ones. Qin Shuang, clutching her stomach, asked, "So where can we get more of these seeds?" The old man looked at her, puzzled. "But you have one right there in your hand. Well, if you need more, you can buy them from the city store. But I'll warn you, they're incredibly expensive there. The other way is to kill zombies. They sometimes drop seeds as well. The protagonist frowned, thinking, this city is way too dangerous at night. We need to find a place to stay. The old man looked at them and said, I see you're taking an interest in our city. If you want to settle down, you can speak with our mayor to buy a house. Or you could just rent a hotel room. I definitely don't recommend walking around here after dark. The group left the cafe as the old man waved them off happily. Hanwoo declared, we need to buy a house. Not long after, another guy approached the cafe, groaning in agony. I'm dying of hunger. Sir, please, just throw something on the table for me. The old man just shouted, get out of here, you beggar! A gunshot rang out, and the guy screamed in terror as he clutched his hand. A system window popped up. Preparatory course student has received minus 500 points. Qin Shuang grabbed her shirt. Wow, that old man actually shot him? It's a good thing you stopped me in time. She then urged, let's hurry up and get that house. A while later, inside the mayor's office, Schwarzenegger, the mayor of Zombie City, sat at his desk. He announced, all right, I'm prepared to pay 1,320 and 1,160 gold coins for your seeds, respectively. However, I must inform you that the cheapest house in our city costs 1,200 gold coins. Shang realized she didn't have enough. The protagonist smiled and told her not to worry, saying he'd cover the difference. Schwarzenegger tapped on an electronic device and said, I would advise you two to purchase one house together. I even have a great option in mind. The price is 2,350 gold coins. Shuang gasped in surprise. Wow, she and Wu exclaimed in unison. It's huge, and it even has a pool. They both shouted, we'll take it. Schwarzenegger smiled and said, no problem, but there's one small condition. You see, we have a rule in our city, only married couples can purchase a shared home. Are you two willing to get married for this? Shuang shrieked in shock. What? The mayor frowned. What's the issue if you don't want to get married? You won't be able to buy the house. Our city is small, so we do our best to preserve our traditions and prevent any impropriety, Qin Shuang said sheepishly. But we're not even dating. We're just... The protagonist leaned in and whispered to her. It's only for the house. Qin Shuang reluctantly replied. Okay. They hugged as Hanwoo announced, we agree to this condition. Schwarzenegger slid a paper across the desk and cheered. That's great. Besides, you two look wonderful together. You just need to fill out these papers and... With that, they were married. The protagonist signed the document, and the mayor presented a tray, saying, here are the keys to your new house, 150 pea shooter seeds, and 50 coin flowers. Everything as we agreed. I wish you a happy life together. As they left the office, Qin Shuang said resentfully, our marriage was a forced decision, so don't you go getting any funny ideas. Hanwoo just laughed and said not to worry. He understood completely. She turned away, thinking irritably. He agreed to that way too quickly. Doesn't he have a mind of his own? A system window appeared, reporting the acquisition of real estate and their new status as full-fledged citizens of Zombie City, granting them plus 1,000 points. The rating table showed Hanwoo and Qin, Shang in first place with plus 1,000 points each. A little while later, the two arrived at the mansion. The protagonist exclaimed, wow, this house is even bigger in real life. It's a real mansion. Qin Shuang folded her arms across her chest and retorted, apparently you really haven't seen much in your life. She headed, inside saying, I'm tired, so I'm going to take a shower and get some sleep. Hanwoo looked at the bag of seeds and decided he'd get to work. He needed to understand what these pea shooters and coin flowers were truly capable of, and the only way to do that was through practice. Later that evening, the protagonist walked down the mansion's hallway and called out, hey, lazybones, it's been a few hours, time to wake up. He opened the door and said with a hint of annoyance, I've already managed to grow some pea shooters and you're still sleeping. He then fell silent, his eyes widening as he saw Qin Shuang standing there in her underwear. Get out! Get out of my room! She screamed. It was an accident, I swear, Hanwoo stammered. After a while, the protagonist went outside to inspect the plants. A system window popped up. Plant name Coinflower, level first order plant, power coin generation. It absorbs the dissipated death energy in the air and generates coins. 10 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 10 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. 1,000 gold coins equal 1 diamond. The plant's lifespan is 1 year. Hanwoo smiled. And they grow pretty fast, too. It's only been a couple of hours. Another system window appeared. Plant name Pea Shooter model. Shooter. Its plant level is first order, with the power pea shot, firing once per second. It launches a pea projectile that damages zombies, and the plant's lifespan is 1 year. Chinwon stared intently at the protagonist, asking what he was mumbling to himself. He just said it was nothing. But then he quickly turned around and let out a cry. Chinwon looked at him quizzically and asked why his face was suddenly so red. He wasn't thinking about anything strange. Was he? Hanu recalled an image of her in her underwear, smiled slyly, and replied, "Nope, not thinking about anything at all." Chin Shuang pointed a finger at him and yelled, "If you make that face one more time, I won't be held responsible for my actions." "Just forget it, all right." She then whipped her head around and asked, "What's that sound?" Raising her hand, she summoned a ball of light, revealing a horde of zombies sprinting towards them, their screams piercing the air. The protagonist just folded his arms, a smirk on his face. "Right on time? It's time to see what these little guys are made of." The plants began launching peas at the zombies, which bounced harmlessly off their bodies. Hanu asked with a puzzled look. "Is that it? That's pathetic." He produced a small, glowing orb and said, "Perhaps we should give it a little boost with the darkness attribute." The plants were immediately shrouded in shadowy energy, transforming into pea shooters of darkness. The new peas slammed into the zombies' bodies and dropped them instantly. System windows popped up, reporting he had killed a first-order normal zombie and earned 1 point, and then a first-order standard-bearer zombie for another point. Hanu stroked his chin, thinking that the darkness attribute enhancement was consuming his energy far too quickly. In his mortal state, he simply didn't have enough time to power up all the shooters. They would be overrun any minute. "What's the play?" Chin Shuang added that their situation was dire. Suai had apparently also purchased a house and was already at 1,300 points. If they kept on like this, Hanu was going to lose. The protagonist gazed at the predatory flowers and thought, "I have to figure out a way to eliminate these zombies much faster. I must not forget that they are living creatures, which also means they can mutate." Hanu gave the command to initiate a directed mutation, after which the flower began to pulse with light. The system presented several mutation paths. The first option increases the pea shooter's firing range. Doubling the range reduces the plant's lifespan by 1 month. The range can be boosted 13 times, at which point the shooter's lifespan will be only 12 hours. The second option increases the pea shooter's rate of fire. Doubling the firing speed shortens the plant's lifespan by 2 months. The speed can be increased up to 7 times, which would also leave the shooter with a 12-hour lifespan. The third option increases the number of heads on the pea shooters. For every extra head, the plant sacrifices 3 months of its life. The maximum number of heads is 5, which would leave the shooter with a 12-hour lifespan. The fourth option enhances the size and power of the pea shooter's roots. With each reinforcement, the plant's lifespan is cut by 6 months. The roots can be strengthened 3 times, leaving the shooter with a lifespan of 12 hours. Hanu decided that all the choices looked pretty tempting, so he would take them all. Glimmering streams of mana engulfed the plants, and they began to twist into different forms at that very moment.
Hanu jumped into the fray. His plants unleashed a constant stream of projectiles at the zombies. The system continuously flooded him with notifications about slain first-order zombies, granting him 1 point for each. Additionally, the main character got a bottle of hair dye as a drop, and after killing a second-order zombie, he was awarded 2 points.
However, a heavy stomping sound soon echoed as a massive zombie carrying a flag appeared. Hanu knew instantly that this zombie was on a completely different level. It wouldn't be an easy fight. The enormous monster swung a long pole and then hurled it at Hanu's plants, creating a huge cloud of dust and smoke. The zombie was quickly taken aback, as the plants were completely unscathed and were still firing at him relentlessly. Hanu caught a flag crackling with lightning, realizing it was a banner forged from multi-tempered steel. "Very nice," he thought. "I'll be taking this." He then turned to another group of plants, saying that he had nearly forgotten about the coin flowers. It was their turn to mutate as well. The system once again displayed a few mutation choices. The first one boosts the quantity of coins produced. Doubling the productivity shortens the plant's lifespan by 1 month. Productivity can be amplified 13 times, at which point the shooter's lifespan will be 12 hours. The second type of mutation widens the radius for absorbing death energy. Doubling the radius cuts the plant's lifespan by 2 months. The radius can be expanded 7 times, leaving the shooter with a 12-hour life. Hanu declared that he would take all the mutations. It was time for his little ones to get to work. Soon, the flowers started spewing an incredible number of coins, after which Chinwon glanced at the system panel, exclaiming that he had surpassed Sutai once more. At that moment, the rival was also staring at the rankings. He had 1,313 points, while Hanu had 1,436 points. He was furious, asking what was happening. Sutai pulled out the seed of a 4th-order plant, the flaming dragon flower. He told Hanu not to even dream of outdoing him. 2 hours later, a gigantic dragon erupted from the massive leaves, roaring menacingly and radiating a natural aura. A single fiery breath from the dragon wiped out an entire group of zombies. In an instant, the monsters were incinerated, and the guy smirked at the system panel as his score climbed. Sutai now had 1,610 points, while Hanu had 1,586. He was getting constant notifications of zombie kills. He said with a sneer that he had already dug up everything about Hanu. The guy was just a nobody, an orphan without parents or family. A lowlife like Hanu shouldn't even attempt to compete with him. The heir of a true god. He would make the guy regret it. A brilliant and scorching sun rose over the horizon, its rays burning through the zombies' bodies. Qin Shuang gazed at the mountain of gold and remarked that it seemed they had actually survived the first night. Their plants had somehow managed to fend off the zombie assault. By the way, how had Hanu made them so powerful? Hanu stood amidst heaps of coins, replying that he had recently acquired the ability of directed mutation. As she could see, it came in handy. She exclaimed happily that it was an incredibly useful skill, but unfortunately, they were still trailing in points. He checked the system panel. Swai was in first place with 201,000 points. Hanu was in second with 128,000 points, and Qin Shuang was in 5th place with 23,000 points. The protagonist said that this was just the warm-up. They didn't need to panic. Besides, they now had enough of the local currency to purchase superior seeds. By night, he was standing encircled by a variety of large and small combat plants. Hanu remarked that under the protection of 2nd and 3rd-order plants, he felt much more secure. Perched on the roof and peering through binoculars, she announced, "It looks like they're in serious trouble." A completely new type of zombie had arrived, accompanied by a squad of monsters on horseback. Qin Shuang identified them as 3rd-order zombie knights, but then Hanu gasped in shock. Where did a 4th-order beast like the Dance King even come from? Qin Shang was completely stumped, but Hanu had an idea. Zombies are extremely sensitive to light and sound, he explained. We'll kill the lights and hope that dancer is blind to us. She confirmed she understood and immediately plunged the entire mansion into darkness. Huddled behind a wall, Qin Shang whispered, "What's happening? Did the monsters leave?" The protagonist risked a look at the zombie horde and reported back. It seems to have worked. The monsters were completely ignoring their house and making a beeline for the next one. If his memory served him right, they were heading straight for their neighbor. Mrs. S? The zombie dancer hadn't even given them a second glance. "That's fantastic," Hanu said. "The most dangerous one is gone, which means it's our turn." He signaled for Qin Shuang to use her light spell. She agreed, and a moment later, a gigantic sphere of light energy erupted from her hands, exploding over the zombies like a miniature sun. The knights on horseback and the common monsters roared in fury, charging straight toward her. In response, the mutated plants sprang into action, firing relentlessly at the zombies, who were forced to halt their advance and defend against the incoming projectiles. All of a sudden, a night rider leaped right over Qin Shang, ready to strike, but was stopped cold. A powerful fist from a plant boxer smashed into the monster. The protagonist checked the rankings. Swai was still in first place with 32,000 points. Hanu held second with 140,000 points. And Sunan Yan had climbed to third with 99 points. He asked in astonishment, "How on earth did Sunan Yan get so high up?" A laugh echoed from behind him. "Surprised by my rapid ascent, Hanu." The protagonist then noticed the girl in Sunanyan's arms and shot back. "So you decided to become a gigolo?" At the same time, zombies began using poles to vault over the plants, trying to avoid a direct fight. In response, Sunan Yen ordered his oak snipers to attack. The trees unleashed a torrent of shells on the monsters, who were paralyzed by the pain and began to collapse. Sunan Yin laughed, his mouth wide open, and taunted them. "Come on, you pathetic creatures! Come straight to me and hand over that precious first place." The protagonist frowned, disgusted that one of their own would stoop so low. Taking advantage of a local woman's wealth just didn't sit right with him. Qin Shuang asked, "Why are you having such a strong reaction? Are you jealous or something?" He replied that she needed to remember that if Han Wu lost, Sui would go right back to bothering her, to which Qin Shuang playfully stuck her tongue out at him. The zombie dancer raised its hand and summoned a whirlwinds of strange energy erupted around him, and soon, second-order zombie dancers started to materialize. As the trio neared the mansion, our hero smirked. It looked like the Dance King had finally smashed through their defenses. The monstrous creature was about to crush a very tiny plant. Both of them were taken by surprise. But then the plant transformed into a mighty spring, flinging the zombie far into the distance. "I take back what I said," Hanu admitted, staring at the zombie lying stunned on the ground. He never imagined the creature could be so easily fooled. And then he gave his next order. "Pea shooters, concentrate all your power on that skeleton." Every single one of the mutated plants began blasting the skeleton, but the proud and arrogant monster calmly withstood the barrage of shells. Xinhuang shouted that their plants couldn't handle it and that they needed to take cover inside the house. The protagonist glanced at the group from zombies and declared that wasn't an option. They had to make a stand, or nothing would save them. Transforming into his dragon form, he announced he would deal with the monster himself. Han Wu shot towards the skeleton dancer, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. He slammed a powerful fist right into the skeleton's jaw,
causing the monster's bones to smoke from the impact. But Han Wu, unsatisfied, wondered what was happening. The skeleton hadn't even budged. This was seriously bad. It looked like he'd have to fight for real. He composed himself and told the skeleton to pay homage to his idol before he killed it with his idol's signature move. He unleashed a machine gun strike into the skeleton's stomach, followed by a relentless flurry of blows that battered the enemy's entire body. Soon, its head, along with the hidden bones, tore away from the spine and rolled across the ground. The system announced that the protagonist had killed the King of Dance, a Level 4 zombie. He received a Level 4 plant seed, a copy of the tap dance skill, crocodile skin boots, and 500 points. He glanced at the rewards, grumbling that he'd taken down a strong Level 4 zombie and only got 500 points for it. However, he was being observed. Yin was watching the battle through binoculars, between our protagonist and the monster, remarking that the guy was simply incredible. It was a shame they couldn't view their rankings. Sang Mang begged her for a look, too, realizing Han Wu must have an eye for powerful people, since he decided to partner up with the goddess of the preparatory course, thanks to Sang Ming's tip. But Yin told him not to get ahead of himself. "Do you think a guy like him can find the fruit of wisdom?" The girl replied that it all depended on his perception of the zombie city. If Han Wu sees it as just a place to grow bizarre plants and fight zombies, then he has no chance of getting the fruit of wisdom. But now, she was curious to see where this guy would rank. She even considered handing Sang Mang over to Teacher Ling to be torn to pieces in exchange for the chance to watch their competition. The teacher materialized behind the terrified Yin like a ghost and said, if that were the case. Then in her eyes, Yin was some kind of monster. She asked them to come clean about which student they had decided to bet on. They awkwardly confessed that they had bet on Han Wu. Teacher Ling replied that this was good, and that she would permit them to watch, telling them to follow her. They arrived at an office where Ling brought up a video of their fight on the system screen. They watched the events unfold, because the teacher had said there was something worth seeing. The protagonist was still fighting the skeleton knights. He was pummeling them with his fists, but he also skillfully directed his mutated plants, telling the pea shooters to concentrate on this target. The flowers kept firing a barrage of projectiles at the monster, while Han Wu hovered above. Sang Mang noted that Han Wu's pea shooters had the firepower of a second-level attack plant. Yin now understood why she had lost to the protagonist. But what was happening over there? Why were third level and higher
zombies starting to attack him? Based on his location, his opponents should have been first or second level zombies. Sunin Yen continued to chill with his girlfriend while his spring plant repelled every single zombie. They were sent flying across the entire park. Yulin realized that this was how the zombies were being flung towards Han Wu, but you had to give this guy credit for his strength. Not everyone can cultivate plants to such a high level. Who's backing him? She wondered. Lena explained that he was a preparatory course student named Sunin Yin, and no one was supporting him. Sang Ming couldn't understand how he could pull off such a feat without any external help. Yulin looked at the guy kissing the woman and said with irritation that he was just mooching off the wealth of a city resident. Lately, there were too many new students who were willing to do anything for a good grade. But who is this Su Tai? Who is ahead of Sunin Yen by 100,000 points, while our junior Han Wu is only in third place? They looked at the rankings. Su Tai had 314,000 points, Sunin Yin had 213,000 points, and Han Wu had 198,000 points. Everyone watching was wondering what the top-ranked guy was doing. At that moment, Su Tai just stood there and grinned while his dragon plant obliterated zombies with its fire breath. He laughed and told everyone else not to even try. They still couldn't win. Yulin was stunned when she saw the fire dragon plant. Apparently, Su Tai had received backing from their rival. Wan Xingjun. Sang Ming grumbled with displeasure. Wan Xingjun once scored a massive reward in the zombie city. He walked away with an obscenely large number of useful resources. It seems he's trying to repeat his success by investing heavily in someone else. Lena confirmed it. That's right. Su Tai and Huan Xingjun struck a deal between them. Huan Xingjun promised to help Su Tai financially and prepare him for the lesson. And in return, Su Tai would have to hand over 70% of all the resources he gathers in the zombie city to Huan Xingjun. All three disciples began to fume with indignation, calling Su Tai vile, shameless, and a total sellout. Sang Ming scowled when he spotted Huan Xingjun. He strode up from behind and asked with a smirk, "Who are we insulting?" He saw they were discussing and watching the preparatory course students. "Does one of you want to bet on who'll finish first?" Sang Ming was furious with him and shot back. "Does Huan Xingjun think we're stupid? We already know you made a deal with Su Tai, who's currently holding first place." The guy just grinned and said, "If you don't have the courage to accept a challenge, then you're just useless weaklings. We're studying at the Imperial Academy, the best academy in our world, and the three of you have huddled together in a little hobby group to play your own stupid games. I'm even ashamed to call you my classmates." Sang Ming became furious and lunged at Huan Xingjun, but was held back by Yulin. He shouted, "If you've decided to say goodbye to your teeth, then I'll help you do it." The girls yelled for him to calm down, pointing out that Huan Xingjun was deliberately provoking him in front of Teacher Ling. They explained that their so-called circle was created to help students from poor families, and they weren't obligated to consider the opinion of someone like him. "If Huan Xingjun wants to argue, then we'll find out whose help is more useful." The guy then said, "Now this is getting more interesting. I'll make a bet of 10 divinity points. Are you in?" Yulin, annoyed, said she would agree to a bet of 10 divinity points. Huan Xingjun stated that Teacher Ling would witness their dispute, so they wouldn't be able to refuse. Sang Ming asked Yin if she was sure everything would work out. "After all, Su Tai looks pretty strong." He worried, but the girl told him not to worry. Their junior, Han Wu, was also very talented. Teacher Ling frowned, saying that Han Wu could only take first place if he could find the secret of truth in the zombie city. The second day of survival in the zombie city began, for which all participants were given 2,000 points. Han Wu was lying on the floor, completely exhausted. They said he couldn't even get up from his fatigue. Xinwang sat next to a mountain of gold and various foods, telling him not to bother. She would collect everything herself. She was glad that Han Wu had retained his strange abilities after being transferred to this world. Without them, they would have been lost. He happily agreed and called her his wife, but was soon met with a kick. She asked with displeasure what he was talking about. She began to beat him non-stop as Han Wu asked her to calm down. He argued that he didn't invent the rules of this world, and they would have to obey them so as not to give themselves away. She should at least think about it.
Xinwang turned around and said with annoyance that she didn't care, and that he was just a scoundrel. The protagonist then overheard Sun and Yin, who was surprised that the two of them had enough time to flirt. Han Wu hadn't checked the rankings for a long time, so he didn't know he was only in third place. Xinwang opened the system panel. Su Tai was in first place with 535,000 points. Sun and Yin was in second place with 356,000 points. And Han Wu was in third place with 302,000 points, she exclaimed anxiously. Oh my god, the gap between the protagonist and Su Tai has increased to 200,000 points. Han Wu shouted that Sun and Yin didn't need to worry about him. He still had a few trump cards up his sleeve. And how are you doing? Have you already managed to earn back the kindness and
care of the local rich woman? Xinwang laughed and said that he was disgusting. Sun and Yin got angry and shouted, "What trump cards is this loser talking about? If he has already lost today, his springs will make sure that Han Wu has no break from guests." But the protagonist said that would actually work to his advantage, and soon, rummaging through the mountain of resources, something incredible caught his eye. To his complete astonishment, he discovered level 4 seeds. The system panel identified the plant as a charming mushroom, which releases a hypnotic cloud of gas at its enemies, turning any zombie in the vicinity into a temporary puppet. For a short time, any zombie under the mushroom's influence could be turned against its own kind, completely brainwashed. The protagonist snatched up the seed, marveling at its unbelievable ability. This thing was a true puppeteer in the plant world. Paired with their corn cannon, they effectively had their own artillery now. He grinned. This little fungus was going to make sure their guests were thoroughly entertained. Chinwan, noticing his mood had lifted, finished loading their cart. All right, she said. Time to hit the trading post. They needed to offload all their junk and stock up on more high-grade seeds. He nodded in agreement, stopping himself just before he called her wife. A blush crept onto Chinwan's cheeks as she told him to stay close, because you never know what might happen. She secretly wished he'd just finished the word. An hour later, they departed. Han Wu was clearly disappointed as they left the trading shop. He was certain the tap dance skill book from that level 4 zombie would be worth a fortune, but nobody would even buy it. Qin Shuang tried to cheer him up, saying it wasn't a total loss. We still made 243 gold coins from the other loot. We can buy a lot with that. Besides, she added, the merchant told me the mayor loves collecting all kinds of weapons. Maybe he'd be willing to trade that zombie banner for something valuable. Han Wu grumbled his agreement, stating that the final call would be made by the master of the Han Wu mansion. Embarrassed, she shot back indignantly. The Han Wu mansion? Why not the Qin mansion? He just smirked. Can't do that. Then I'd become one of those useless sons-in-law who marries into his wife's family. She shrieked, "You're making fun of me again," and began chasing him as he ran off waving his arms. As he fled, he jokingly screamed about domestic violence. Soon enough, they arrived at the mayor's rich and beautiful home. The mayor eyed him dismissively, asking what a guy like him could possibly want. A weapon from his collection. When he saw the banner, however, he paused. It was a rare piece. All right, he said. You've managed to pique my interest. You can pick something. They strolled through a vast warehouse filled with various artifacts when the protagonist's eyes locked onto a particular sword. He said with awe that he felt as if the blade was calling to him. As he grabbed it, brilliant streams of energy erupted from the steel. What is this feeling? He gasped in surprise. This sword, it seemed to resonate with his dragon blood. He spun around and declared happily, I want this one. The mayor said the kid had a sharp eye for quality, but one banner wasn't going to be enough. He needed to sweeten the deal. Han Wu offered up the tap dance skill book and his third order seeds, admitting it was everything he had. The mayor said he could keep the skill book, as he had no need for it, but he would gladly accept the seeds. Han Wu was thrilled that they had a deal. As a parting gift, the mayor decided to give the kid a tip. While tap dance was useless to him, and Han Wu didn't seem like much of a dancer, his neighbor, Mrs. S, was the city's former dance queen. She might be very interested. The protagonist told Chinwan they should head over there next. On their way, they passed Su Tai, who was now flanked by 3 fire dragons. Han Wu muttered that the guy was as arrogant as ever. Su Tai sneered. The power gap between us is only growing. You should just admit defeat now, he taunted. Maybe if you do, I'll have mercy and let you stay in the same class as Xinwang. The main character glanced over at his wife and asked if she knew this guy, to which she simply said no. Sutai was enraged that Hanu had called her his wife. He screamed that Hanu had no right to call Shuang that, vowing to destroy and crush him. However, they simply walked away, with Hanu telling her not to pay any attention to that fool. The guy seethed, promising that Hanu had just signed his own death warrant. He wouldn't just disgrace the main character, he would twist his entire destiny. Meanwhile, Han Wo had arrived at a large house. He knocked and asked if Mrs. S was home. A woman came out, accompanied by Sun Qingyi, who announced that it was their neighbor, Hanu. The lady stated that her darling had already told her what happened. She knew why they had come. If they were looking for compensation for the damage, they could leave. Their weakness was their own fault, and she had no obligation to pay for it. Sun and Yen smirked, telling Han Wu not to bother them. But the protagonist said that wasn't why he was there at all. In fact, he had come because he admired her. He explained that the mayor had recently told him how she was once famous in the city, proudly holding the title of the dance queen. By a stroke of luck, he had found an item that, in his opinion, only she was worthy of. Hannah said irritably that he must think some cheap flattery would change her attitude toward him. But he was dead wrong. He simply showed her the book and asked if this skill book might change her mind. While Hannah stared at the book, utterly fascinated. Sun Qinggan spoke up angrily.
Aren't you being a bit too bold? Han W, he snapped. Are you trying to bribe us with some worthless book, Mrs. S? However, said admiringly, this is the lost skill book of the Dancing King. She told him to name his price. She was prepared to give him anything. Sun Qingyan looked at her in alarm, thinking that if Hanu asked her to kick him out, she'd do it without a second thought.
He quickly put on a smile and said that Hanu was his friend, a fellow classmate, but he couldn't finish the sentence. Hanu handed the book to the lady and told her it was a gift. After all, they were neighbors and should help each other. He promised that if he ever found anything similar, he'd bring it to her.
Hannah thanked him and sincerely apologized for her rudeness. From now on, she insisted he call her Hannah, hoping they would get along. As they started to leave, waving goodbye, the lady said they could come visit again any time.
Suddenly, a system notification appeared. He had become friends with the dance queen, Hannah S, gaining 99 friendship points. He had also unlocked the S family's personal store and received 30,000 points. The protagonist was stunned by the massive reward. He'd have to kill an insane number of zombies to get that many points. Maybe this was the real secret to surviving in Zombie City. Qin Shuang also asked him what was going on. She had just received a notification that she had become friends with Mrs. S, the dance queen, unlocked the S family store, and received 10,000 points. Han Wu looked at her with a proud grin, realizing that because of their marriage, Qin Shuang also shared in the rewards. Marrying her had definitely paid off. He told her he was just doing everything for his wife, which made her blush and call him shameless. Afterwards, Han Wu decided to check out the interesting items in the store. By opening the system panel, he saw the store had third-tier clover seeds for 10 friendship points, dance training for 20 friendship points, divine dance clothes for 35 friendship points, and a fruit of wisdom for 90 friendship points. He knew right away that the fruit of wisdom was exactly what he needed, but the price was astronomical. He decided it was better to save his friendship points for now and buy the fruit before the trial was over. Soon, he returned to his mansion, standing among his various mutated plants, confident in his power. The fourth-tier plants, enhanced by his directed mutation, would make tonight very interesting.
At that moment, a horde of zombies appeared, their terrifying roars filling the air as they approached. The protagonist stood calmly behind his plants as the corn cannons launched a huge fireball at the monsters. A massive, fiery explosion tore through the zombie crowd, scattering them everywhere as Han Wu watched the destruction.
He surveyed the destructive fire and asked, "Only the little ones came today. Where did all the high-level zombies go?" But then he saw Hannah waving at him and understood what had happened. The lady called over that she had taken care of all the tougher monsters on her side so as not to cause him any trouble. He realized there would be no big fight tonight. If their house wasn't in danger, then why not take a little trip? He transformed into his dragon form and soared high into the sky. Han Wu could see the entire city below him, teeming with a huge crowd of evil monsters. He grinned, knowing these weren't just zombies anymore, they were precious points. He began to dive rapidly, preparing his sword for battle. He began unleashing powerful attacks. killing and slicing through zombies. After his strikes, the monsters seemed to burst into showers of coins. Han Wu flew higher once more, feeling unsatisfied. Compared to what they got for that one fourth-level zombie, this pocket change was basically useless. 4 hours later. As dawn broke, he was standing on the roof of a tall building. He checked the rankings, where Sunin Yan was in first place with 831,687 points, while he now had 123,000 points. He was pleased that the gap in their scores had narrowed, but it was far too early to relax. The morning of the third day of survival had arrived. With it, everyone was given an extra 3,000 points. The protagonist returned to his house, where he found a stranger waiting. "Who are you?" he asked. The knight greeted him respectfully and said, "My name is Grimes, a resident of this city and the captain of the local guard. I saw you dispatching zombies last night, and I've come to invite you to join us." The city guard, it turned out, was desperate for talent like his. Han Wu shot back that he'd only ever heard of the Guardians of the Galaxy. So what exactly did this city guard even do? The captain simply replied that they guard the city. What else? More specifically, they were tasked with containing invasions from zombies level 5 and higher. If creatures like that ever roamed free, their entire home would be wiped off the map. Han Wu's ears perked up at the mention of level 5 and above. That was a goldmine of experience points. With opponents of that caliber, he'd rocket to first place in no time. He immediately told Captain Rick he wanted in and asked to join the guard. The man clapped a hand on Han Wu's shoulder and let out a hearty laugh, saying of course he was accepted. That's exactly why he'd come. He was certain that with Han Wu on their side, protecting the city would become a whole lot easier. Just then, a system panel flared to life, announcing that Han Wu had befriended the city guard captain, Rick Grimes. It also unlocked a personal store just for Rick, netting Han Wu a cool 60,000 points. For officially joining the city guard, he was awarded another 50,000 points and access to a personal guard store. He glanced at the rankings, his eyes widening in shock. Am I in first place now? He wondered aloud. He had a staggering 836,000 sentinches points. Sunin Yen was now in second with 834,000, and Su Tai trailed in third with 761,000. After waving their goodbyes to Rick Grimes, the guard promised he'd be waiting for Han Wu that evening. The moment our hero stepped through his front door, Xuan rushed over, beaming with excitement. "It's incredible," she exclaimed. "You shot up to first place. How did you manage that? What were you even doing last night?" Just as he was about to explain, a sharp knock echoed from the door. Annoyed, he opened it, grumbling about who would be visiting at such an early hour. Standing before him was a girl, who confidently stepped forward and greeted him with a smirk. "You were an absolute beast last night," she purred, completely relentless. Baffled, he asked who she was. The girl simply replied that she was someone who was dying to meet the guy who pulled off such incredible feats. From behind a very nervous Han Wu, a very displeased Hin Shuang appeared, demanding to know what he did yesterday that had strangers showing up at their door. The girl's eyes landed on Hin Shuang. "And who's this?" she asked. Hin Shuang proudly declared, "I'm Han Wu's wife. Now, who are you?" The newcomer sauntered over to Han Wu, leaning in close. "Don't you think getting married so young is a bit of a waste?" she whispered, then introduced herself. "My name's Jessica. And honestly," she added, "I don't really care that you're married. I can always be your mistress." With that, she turned to leave, calling over her shoulder that they'd be seeing each other soon, and not to forget his new duties with the city guard. A blushing Han Wu waved awkwardly after her, while a fuming Hin Shuang seethed. "I saw that. You didn't seem too eager to see her go." She grabbed his ear and started twisting. "You scoundrel! When did you start meeting up with strange girls at night? How did you earn so many points overnight? Did you decide to pull a Sun Chin Yin and find yourself a sugar mommy?" He yelped in fear, insisting that wasn't the case at all, and she had it all wrong. "That Jessica was just trying to get a rise out of you," he explained. "Last night, I was just wiping out city zombies, and I guess the captain of the guard took notice. He asked if I wanted to join them, so I agreed. He explained he got a ton of points just for signing up." She looked embarrassed. "Well, you didn't tell me that—" "What was I supposed to think when some girl shows up saying she wouldn't mind being your lover?" Han Wu shouted back indignantly. So you are jealous of me, and you don't even need to be. Everything I'm doing, he continued, is to get strong enough to overtake Sutai and help you. She shrieked right back. What jealousy, I couldn't care less who you're with or what you're doing. He calmed down and handed her a small pouch. Look, let's just forget it. I'm planning to join the guard tonight and take down some high-level zombies. I'm leaving the house's safety in your hands, so I'm giving you a bunch of high-level seeds. Hearing about the high-level zombies made her worried. She urged him to be careful, reminding him how powerful those monsters were. He just smiled. Don't worry, he said. I've already tested my sword on a level 4 zombie. It split in two instantly. I'll be fine. As he left, Hin Shuang yelled after him. Don't you dare get caught in that cunning vixen's trap. That night, Han Wu arrived in the city, where he was greeted by the squad. Rick was glad to see him. But before anyone could say much, Jessica latched onto his arm. It's only been a few hours. Did you miss me? She cooed. An annoyed man nearby glared at her. There you go again. The guy has a wife, you know. He then introduced himself to the protagonist as Johnson Dwayne. Another man, David, asked if Mr. Han Wu could demonstrate his strengths for the team. Without a word, the protagonist transformed into a dragon and soared into the air. He figured his transformation was his greatest trump card. A love-struck Jessica stared up at him. See, this guy is definitely my type, she declared to the others. Maybe the captain will let me handle his training personally. I wouldn't mind working closely with. A man that handsome. Rick just shrugged and agreed. Fine, Han Wu. You'll be working with Jessica tonight, just remember. Even the zombies that look weak can pose a serious threat, so for now, listen to your partner. He then announced, the zombies are coming. Everyone, get ready for battle. Jessica instantly whipped out her pistols as massive plants of different elements sprouted behind her. Han Wu was stunned by their firepower. She had 2 level 5 plants, a flame shooter and a frost shooter. Johnson summoned a colossal level 5 giant nut plant and began to merge with it. A strange energy enveloped him as his hands darkened and swelled to a massive size. His entire body transformed until Johnson stood as a hulking, muscular giant. Meanwhile, David summoned a massive tree, causing a spear and a sword to appear in his hands as he began to merge with a patrol pine and a gladiolus swordsman. Rick's ice leg materialized next, to David. The zombies are advancing, he stated flatly. His body transformed, radiating an aura of pure cold and ice before he shot forward, his face a grim mask of determination. Jessica just laughed, her guns blazing. Eat lead, you freaks, she yelled. The massive monsters couldn't even get near her as her bullets seemed to detonate inside their bodies. Johnson charged one of the zombies and leaped high into the air, shouting, I can handle this. He brought his hammer down hard on the monster's head, but was caught by surprise when the zombie began to mutate, its head sprouting thorny vines that lashed out towards him. Johnson barely managed to leap back in time as a powerful stream of ice energy from Rick slammed into the zombie. Die, Rick commanded. Moments later, David appeared, announcing, I'll cover the other side, and began running the monsters through with his spear. Han Wu, soaring over the battlefield, thought to himself that he finally understood what a real battle with high-level zombies was like. These guys were incredible. Time to join the party, he decided. He dove to the ground and started hammering the zombies with punches, his entire body cloaked in a fiery aura. I am a deity, after all, he roared. A deity of slaughter. He sliced another, monster in two with his sword, thinking it was easier than he'd expected. But suddenly, Jessica screamed, Watch out! Han Wu spun around just in time to see her flying right at him. They crashed to the ground in a heap. I can't breathe, he wheezed. What happened? Perched on top of him, she fired her gun. A powerful fire bullet struck a zombie dead on and exploded. A level 5 zombie is way more resilient than a level 4, Jessica explained to the bewildered guy. You wounded it badly, but you didn't finish it. You can't underestimate these things. He thanked her for the save, and Jessica replied that there was no room for heroes here. You're still a rookie, so focus on support and stick close to me. She immediately went back to blasting away at monsters with both pistols, aiming in different directions. Han Wu also got back to slicing up zombies. And the system. Notifications kept rolling in, constantly adding points. Soon he'd earned 3,000 points, then another 3,000, and then he was awarded a level 4 plant seed, the incinerating sunflower. 3 hours later, he reverted to his human form, wearily rubbing his forehead. The others, however, were still going strong. Jessica was firing nonstop, and Rick was unleashing a massive, powerful stream of ice at the monsters. Hanwoo wondered where they got all their energy. Jessica just laughed. "What's wrong, handsome? We're just getting started and you're already worn out. You'll never be my lover with that kind of stamina." In a way, she was right. He thought he might be in an immortal's body, but he wielded the power of a deity. How could he possibly be tired after only 3 hours of fighting? Maybe it was the transformation draining him. Suddenly, he was jolted by a voice in his head. The source asked. "Can you guess who's here?" Hanwoo shot back. "Bright matter. You really have time for a chat right now. I sense a hint of resentment in your tone," the source replied. "I awoke because I heard someone speaking ill of my host's physical capabilities. I simply will not tolerate such an insult. Don't you worry. Hanwoo, soon, that gorgeous female will be eating her words." "Now then," the source continued, "it's time we unlocked your fire seal. You might want to sit down and get comfortable." All at once, a colossal lock and chain materialized before Hanwoo's eyes. The moment the lock clicked open, he felt a tidal wave of powerful energy surge through him and let out a scream as a brilliant light completely enveloped him. With a surge of power coursing through him, he yelled that he felt an incredible rush, like his body was overflowing with raw energy and strength. The source explained that Hanwoo's gene lock was now open, allowing his body to undergo short-term mutations by assimilating the genes of powerful creatures. In his hand, Hanwoo held the seed of a level 4 plant, a radiant incinerating sunflower. He mused that this was just like their plant fusion abilities, and he certainly wasn't going to turn down that kind of power and resilience. Swallowing the seed, his entire being erupted in a blinding flash of energy as he ascended, brilliant light pouring from him. He soared above the zombie horde, encased in a sphere of pure light, and the monsters below appeared to spontaneously combust. Jessica and David stared up at the sky, mesmerized by the glowing figure of Hanwoo. She whispered that he was absolutely dazzling, while David shielded his eyes, asking if some kind of angel had just descended. But Rick snapped them out of it, ordering them not to get distracted as he and David launched back into the fray. Weaving through the monsters, Rick shattered them with single blows from his icy fists. Suddenly, a colossal zombie loomed over Hanwoo, raising its massive hand. Rick yelled for someone to protect him. Johnson charged forward to intercept the beast, but the gigantic monster swatted him away with a single, effortless blow. Rick shouted in alarm. The level 6 zombie was far stronger than they'd anticipated. He urged Hanwoo to escape while they tried to draw its attention. The monster hammered its fists against the protagonist's protective barrier of light, with fire igniting in his eyes. Hanwoo calmly told them not to worry, assuring them he had it under control. As the giant zombie let out a terrifying roar and swung, Hanwoo unleashed an unbelievably powerful blast of pure flame. The monster shrieked in agony as it was consumed by fire, completely vanishing into thin air. A stunned teammate yelled that Hanwoo had actually won, that he'd obliterated the creature. The triumphant hero was then hoisted into the air by his joyful friends as the system announced he'd befriended Jessica Smith, unlocking her personal store and earning 50,000 points. He also became friends with Johnson, the Giant Hammer, a fellow citizen and city guard member, which unlocked Johnson's personal store and granted another 50,000 points. Then he officially befriended David Ham, another guard member. This unlocked David's personal store and awarded him 50,000 points, on top of the 23,000 points he earned for slaying the level 6 zombie. The source then reappeared, asking its dear carrier how it felt to have his genetic shackles removed. The exhilarated protagonist replied that the feeling was absolutely incredible. He couldn't describe it any other way. The source seemed pleased, but then announced it had some bad news, which immediately put Hanwoo on edge. He demanded to know what bad news it could possibly be, already suspecting it was about payment. He had nothing to give and refused to spend his hard-earned divinity points. But the source scoffed, saying it had no need for a newbie's divinity. It was talking about the side effects of releasing the gene lock. Hanwoo breathed a sigh of relief, but then the implications hit him and he screamed in terror. "Side effects! What side effects? Why didn't you warn me? Am I going to be stuck like this?" "Calm down," the the source chided. My host shouldn't be so fragile. Don't worry, the side effects won't impact your physical health. The issue is that you won't be able to use the release on a continuous basis. It has, as you would say, a cooldown period. This is for your own protection. Annoyed, the protagonist demanded to know why it had to scare him like that. He asked how long the cooldown was and what would happen if he tried to use the ability before it was ready. The source explained that due to his body's current weakness, he could only use it once every 10 days. Using it more frequently could trigger genetic chaos, turning his temporary mutations into permanent ones. Unless, it added slyly, you'd like to test that theory yourself. Han-woo frantically waved his hands. No way. He wasn't about to spend the rest of his days as a walking glow stick. Just then, the team gathered around him, and Rick asked if he was all right. Han-woo assured him he was fine, but then blushed beet red as Jessica stepped close and playfully traced his jawline with her finger. This handsome hero completely won me over with that brilliant display, she purred. I'm 100% sure you're the one for me. How about we spend an unforgettable night together? John stepped in, telling Jessica to give the guy a break. He was obviously exhausted, and she was practically drooling over him. He pointed to himself. If my brother here is tired, he should head home and get some rest. We can handle the remaining week. Level 5 monsters on our own. Han-woo admitted he was a bit drained and thanked them for their concern, promising to see them the next day. As he walked alone through the darkened streets, he contemplated his new power. The gene lock had a 10-day cooldown, meaning he desperately needed to boost his primary combat abilities. Then it hit him. He had access to personal stores now. There had to be something useful in there. It was time to do some shopping. Opening the system panel, he figured the points he'd just earned should be plenty. 30 minutes later, after browsing countless plants, he settled on the plant fusion skill. It would have to serve as a substitute while the gene lock was recharging. The source materialized beside him, mockingly asking if he was truly satisfied with that piece of garbage he called a skill. It explained that plant fusion was just a crude and extremely superficial method of merging life forms. Offended, the protagonist shot back that while that might be true, this so-called trash was his only option, and it still cost 70 friendship points. What else was he supposed to do when his awesome gene lock could only be used once every 10 days? The source retorted that this was only because of his weak human body. You may not believe me, it said, but with a few simple tweaks, I can elevate your pathetic fusion skill to an entirely new level. It smiled faintly, adding, my services will only cost 2 divinity points. Han-woo immediately refused, unwilling to part with his divinity points. The source grew irritated, calling him unbelievably greedy and clueless about the opportunity he was passing up. Fine 1 divinity point, but I'm not going any lower, it snapped. Han-woo coolly agreed, smugly thinking that the source was far too inexperienced to bargain with him. If only it knew how he used to haggle at the markets just a few months ago. The source snapped its fingers, and Han-woo felt a strange sensation, like his skull opened up and his very being was reconfigured with a flash of light. When it was over, he stared in disbelief at 3 new system slots. The source had actually managed to upgrade his fusion skill instead of just 1 plant. He could now merge with 3 at once, including a slot for a level 6 plant. It was mind-blowing. The source just grinned and called Han-woo an amateur, but it reminded him that he still owed 1 divinity point. Han-woo assured it he wouldn't forget and immediately reached for his seeds. Thanks to his dragon blood, he had a natural affinity for the dark element, so the first slot was going to a level 5 plant, the Dahlia of Doom. The next morning, the system marked his 4th day of survival and deposited 4,000 points into his account. He was glad to see his points climbing, noting that Chang was catching up fast and would likely overtake Sutai in a couple of days. He checked the rankings. He was in first place with 1,400,000 points, followed by Sunan Yen with 1,200,000. Sutai was 3rd with 986,000, and Qin Shuang was 4th with 736,000. When he got back to the mansion, he found Qin Shuang sitting beside bags of glowing stones. Noticing his good mood, she asked sourly, "Did you spend the night with that girl?" He awkwardly insisted that wasn't it at all, but she just tossed a pile of weapons at him. "This is your share. You can sell it yourself." He simply handed them back. "I don't need them anymore. You can have them," he said. "Besides, why would a married couple split everything up?" Qin Shuang's face turned crimson with embarrassment. She started whacking him on the head, yelling at him to stop teasing her. "We agreed to split everything equally. I don't need your share. And I don't need your pity," she added, wincing in pain. He yelped that he got the message, still flustered but trying to look proud. She announced she was going to practice dancing with Mrs. S and that he should get some rest. As she walked away, Han Wu called out plaintively, asking her to be back before sunset. He knew Qin Shuang was sharp enough to figure out she could earn points by building friendships with the townsfolk, but her pride was just too immense. 9 days passed, and Han Wu returned to the city guard's meeting spot, greeting the senior members. Jessica immediately called out, "Hey, handsome!" But he noticed the mood was tense. Everyone looked grim. He asked cautiously if something was wrong. Jessica replied that nothing gets past him. "Tonight is the lunar eclipse," she explained. "It happens once a month, as you can probably guess. The zombie waves on these nights are more savage than anything you've seen before. One of their own, a guard named Jasmine, had fallen. Rick, racked with guilt, blamed himself for her death but swore it wouldn't happen again. He gave them his solemn word none of them would die before he did." Hearing this, the other guys started to tear up, begging their captain not to speak like that. Jessica gently took Hanwoo's hand, admitting she might not have the strength to protect him this time. She made him promise to escape if the situation turned dire. The protagonist knew she was right. He was currently the weakest link in their defense. If a real fight broke out, he'd likely be the first to fall. Still, he told her not to worry. He couldn't call himself a man if he hid behind a girl, no matter how capable. In fact, he was going to try and protect her. A faint blush crept onto Jessica's cheeks as she simply told him to be careful. With a determined frown, he pulled up his system panel. This was no time to be frugal. He had to gear up as much as possible. The system store was full of options artifact armor for 12,000 points, a night vision mushroom for 2,000, and a flower of strength for 1,500 points. There was also stamina grass for 1,000 points, and a level 5 golden dragon grass for a steep 12,000 points. The final plant was a raya for 5,000 points. Hanwoo had a grand total of 95,000 points, a number that plummeted to 0 in an instant. He purchased the golden dragon grass, certain. It contained actual dragon genes. Thanks to their natural compatibility, he knew the fusion would be a spectacular success. The process began instantly, his body shifting into a modified draconic form, crackling with streams of dark energy. At that moment, Rick looked to the heavens and declared, "It's starting." Hanwoo glanced up as well, just in time to see the moon eclipse into darkness, leaving only a shimmering halo. Below, the zombies let out a collective roar as they stared at the black moon. Their bodies began to twist and mutate, growing larger and far more menacing. Rick enveloped himself in an icy aura and shot into the sky, shouting that everyone needed to get ready. The zombies' levels were surging, and this fight was going to be a brutal one. Jessica cocked her pistols, her voice steady as she confirmed she understood. Johnson's frame expanded, his muscles bulging as he too acknowledged the captain's orders. David readied his spear for the coming onslaught, and, with Hanwoo hovering above them, the entire team declared they were ready for war. The mutated monstrosities charged, their screams splitting the air as Rick commanded his team to stop them at all costs. He immediately started conjuring a massive sphere of pure, freezing energy. Jessica unleashed a hail of gunfire on the zombies, yelling for the Qin beasts to get a taste of her bullets. She and Rick hammered the monster from opposite flanks, while Johnson grabbed one of the zombies' massive arms, holding it back. He roared for the captain and Jessica to keep up their ranged assault while they held the line. Seeing his chance, Hanwoo flew towards the horde, deciding it was his turn to join the fray. He zipped behind a monster, landing a devastating strike with his fireblade. Just as he finished, he spotted another pack of zombies rushing him. Hanwoo launched into a series of powerful kicks, sending the creatures flying in every direction. Rick soared overhead, shouting down that Hanwoo was doing a great job. An hour later, the entire team stood panting in the middle of a battlefield littered with monster corpses. But their relief was short-lived, as a fresh wave of horrors crested the horizon. Rick ordered Jessica to sprint to Mayor Schwarzenegger and call for reinforcements. As she took off, the guys braced themselves to hold off the zombie tide. The girl yelled back for them to hang on, promising she'd be quick as she could.
Suddenly, a colossal monster brought a crushing blow down on David's shoulder, making him scream in agony. Johnson immediately moved to shield him, grabbing the monster's arms. But David screamed for him to save himself and get away. Just then, Rick appeared behind Johnson, weapon drawn, and fired at the creature, yelling for
Johnson to hold it steady. The big guy restrained the zombie just long enough for Rick to deliver a fatal blow to its head. At that exact moment, a system notification popped up. The 10-day cooldown for the gene lock had finally ended. For the protagonist, it couldn't have come at a better time. He dropped to the ground in front of his team and told
Captain Rick he would buy them some time. Rick protested, saying it was far too dangerous and no time for heroics. But Hanwoo just smiled, assuring him everything was fine. He was a member of the city guard, sworn to protect his home. Besides, he had no intention of dying today.
The protagonist selected a plant from his system panel and commanded the gene lock to open. A brilliant light enveloped him, and in a flash of energy, a gigantic plant erupted from the ground. Long vines shot across the battlefield, ensnaring and crushing the zombies as Hanwoo hovered above the chaos. The other guards could only stare at this incredible display of power, muttering that it was unbelievable. After some time, an exhausted Hanwoo sagged in the air, looking down at the field of slain monsters lying in the dust. But his fatigue turned to frustration as another horde appeared in the distance. "Will they ever end?" he growled. Just then, he heard Jessica's voice. She was sprinting back with a whole squad of soldiers in tow, shouting that help had arrived. The mayor charged to the front line, declaring it was time to wipe out these zombies for good. But Rick, still airborne, yelled for everyone to halt. He could sense an immense danger lurking just ahead. The mayor raised a pair of binoculars and saw a dense, unnatural fog blanketing the forest before them. Rick explained that while they had night vision, the fog would render it useless, leaving them completely blind. He asked if anyone had a plant that could solve their visibility problem, saying they'd be incredibly grateful. Schwarzenegger pulled out a 4th-level wind clover seed and planted it in the ground. In an instant, the plant shot up, unfurling massive leaves that amazed even the protagonist with its growth speed. The plant seemed to take flight as its leaves transformed into spinning blades, generating powerful gusts of wind. Hanwoo activated his identification eye, and the system confirmed that this was a special flower pot used for planting seeds, an item that boosted plant growth by 100 times. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was a genuine treasure. The mayor noticed his expression and said that if Hanwoo liked the pot so much, he'd give him a couple. After all, Captain Rick had already filled him in on the protagonist's massive contribution to their defense. He could consider it a token of gratitude from the entire city. Hanwoo graciously thanked the mayor, and a system alert informed him that he was now friends with Arnold Schwarzenegger, the mayor of the zombie city. This unlocked the mayor's personal store and awarded him 100,000 points. He immediately pulled up the massive store panel, thinking the mayor must have something truly special. And just as he suspected, he found an item that was essentially a biological weapon. He knew he had to have it. It was a black death mushroom, designed to spread deadly spores upon contact with zombies. These spores would then accelerate their growth and sprout into new Black Death mushrooms. The moment he acquired the item, he dropped it into the horde below. The monsters were instantly coated in spores like a coat of glitter, and moments later, new mushrooms began to erupt from their bodies. Hanwoo thought to himself that with just a little more, he could test out a very interesting theory. He continued to hover above the zombies, watching as the spores almost completely consumed them. It was time for part 2 of his plan. He reasoned that mushrooms were living creatures in their own right, and since they were born from his power, they should be subject to his will. With that thought, he activated life, sacrifice. A blindingly powerful energy erupted from him, enveloping the entire area and making the whole city shine with his immense aura. Triggered by the sacrifice, the infected zombies began to explode in fiery clouds, one after another. The system then presented him with 3 reward options. The first was a seed of the Shanxi, Tree of Wisdom, a level 9 plant. If planted in the divine sphere, it would strengthen the sphere's stability and eventually bear fruits of wisdom. This would only happen once the tree reached maturity, which the system noted would be in its 1,000th year of life, with a total lifespan of 100,000 years. The second option was a golden flower pot, which granted immortality to any special plant grown within it. The third choice was a level 4 building, a botanical museum, which would generate a special plant seed every 24 hours. The probability of getting a level 1 seed was 50%, a level 2 was 40%, and a level 3 was 9%. The chance of getting a level 4 plant was 0.9%, and this pattern would continue all the way to a level 9 plant, which had a probability of 0.900 thousandths. Hanwoo was torn. Every option was incredible. Ultimately, he chose the golden flower pot. He figured if he combined its immortality effect with his directed mutation ability, he could create something truly game-changing. He could always find level 9 seeds later. At that moment, Rick warned that their situation was still dire as another wave of zombies appeared, forcing the team to ready themselves for battle again.
Hanwoo felt a surge of anxiety, knowing the Black Death mushroom was his most powerful weapon right now. With no time for hesitation, he activated directed mutation and planted the mushroom in his new golden pot. The system presented him with several potential mutations. The first was a significant increase in
the quantity of spores released. The second enhanced the spore's activity, and the third accelerated the growth of new mushrooms. He didn't even have to think about it. "I'll take all 3, he declared. He then dropped the shimmering supercharged mushroom to the ground below. He began to steer the massive wind from the clover blower, directing a giant cloud of mushroom spores to blanket the area above the zombies. Rick yelled out in triumph that the horde was slowing down. All across the city, people began to cheer that they had won, that it was finally over. The zombies were stopped. The mayor looked up, a smile spreading across his face. Hanu was warned that the lunar eclipse was hitting its peak. The zombies were about to get a massive power-up, becoming way more savage and tough, so they had to be on high alert. Hanu glanced at the moon, noticing the bright halo around it had all but vanished. And right on cue, the monsters began to transform all over again. One of the zombies sprouted horns as dark. Swirling energy enveloped it, causing its body to swell to a monstrous size. The mayor's face was grim as he ordered everyone to fall back and fortify the main gate. The gathered residents were terrified, convinced their luck had finally run out and they were all about to die. Our hero stood in the crowd, listening to their despair. He knew their fighting spirit was crumbling, and if they lost hope, any chance of victory would be gone. He had to do something to rally them. So he shot into the air, his voice booming that no one was allowed to panic or give up the will to fight because the city's people were counting on them. He declared that they would absolutely crush these hideous zombies. With that, he plummeted downwards, smashing through the monster ranks and sending them flying. His allies, fired up by the display, roared in agreement, their morale soaring. Hanwoo turned back and acknowledged they were doing well. But just then, a long vine shot out and coiled tightly around his body. The protagonist's eyes widened in alarm as he traced the vine back to a cluster of zombies. Jessica screamed Hanwoo's name and rushed toward him, but Rick grabbed her arm, holding her back. He told her to stop, warning that she'd only get herself killed for nothing. He promised they would work their way over to him and that she mustn't be reckless. He then yelled for Hanwoo to just hold on a little longer. That help was on the way. Meanwhile, our hero was furiously tearing at the vines with his wings, arms, and legs. He cursed at the zombies to get their filthy tendrils off him. Soaring even higher into the sky, he ripped the last of the vines from his body. After a quick look around, he figured he just needed to fly back the way he was dragged from to reach the city. But after 30 minutes of flying at top speed, he started to get a bad feeling. He wondered what was going on. Where had the city gone? Did he take a wrong turn? Just then, the system's voice echoed in his head, stating that the host had yet to realize he'd been captured. He immediately asked if this was a trap and if there was a way out. The system coolly replied that, of course, there were solutions. As a creation of the great divine ruins civilization, a simple trap like this was nothing, but the advice would cost 1 divinity point. Hanu shot back that he was fresh out of points. All he had left was his life, and the system could take it if it wanted. The system replied, "Very well. You've made your choice, but as an exception for its host, it would offer 1 piece of free advice. He shouldn't even think about just waiting it out, because there would be no dawn to save him." He had fallen under the fog's influence, where time had effectively stopped for him. Hanu began to panic. If the system was telling the truth, this was an incredibly dangerous situation. It meant flying in any direction was pointless. Nothing would change. He had only one option. He had to fly straight up. It had to be the right answer. He reasoned that this fog must have an upper limit. With that, he rocketed skyward, leaving the monsters below to stare after him. A couple of minutes later, he looked ahead in shock and saw a massive dome, as if he were trapped under a giant shell. Annoyed, he swung his magic sword, shouting about being trapped like an insect in a jar. A small crack appeared on the surface. He realized the material was incredibly durable, but decided to test just how long the barrier would hold. He relentlessly attacked the dome's walls with his flaming blade, and soon a hole appeared. It grew larger and larger until Han Wu could finally squeeze through. But he was stunned by what he saw. He was now flying in front of colossal trees when suddenly, a voice welcomed the stranger to its domain. The protagonist landed on the ground, realizing that one of the trees was the source of everything. How did it know he wasn't from this world? And how would being exposed affect his points? He remained on guard and swung his sword through the air as a warning, but a voice told Han Wu not to worry, that no one would kill him. The protagonist stood before the tree and demanded to know why it had summoned him. The tree explained that it had a request the lord of this place needed Hanu, a stranger, to save this world. He was confused about what saving the world meant and was asked to kill all the zombies. But then the tree's voice grew tense, saying he must not do that. On the contrary, he was to expel all the city's inhabitants. Han Wu sat down on the ground to process this. If he had to drive out the humans, then this simulation was far more complicated than he ever imagined. He asked the tree if it could explain everything in more detail. The plant revealed it was the Tree of Wisdom, the keeper of this secret world. For 10,000 years, the tree had faithfully performed its sacred duty. This world was a quiet and calm place until it was discovered by an outsider who wanted to plunder all its benefits. This stranger showered the world with his own creatures, using them to collect the seeds of special plants created by the Tree of Wisdom, all for the sake of his own enrichment. How could the master of this world simply watch as his creations were used as a bargaining chip? But while the tree had protected this world for millennia, its owner didn't have the power to fight back against the invaders. And so, the tree began to pray to the god of death, desperate for revenge against the strangers in exchange for its faith. The god of death was a terrifying skeletal monster who controlled zombies like puppets. After their deal was struck, the tree gained the power to turn corpses into zombies. And thus, the war between humans and the undead began. For millennia, the tree systematically increased its zombie numbers while weakening the humans. 30 years ago, it decided the time was right and launched a large-scale attack. The city was flooded with monsters. At first, everything went according to the world ruler's plan. People retreated and hid in their last city. However, at the most decisive moment, a single, incredibly powerful person appeared. The tree didn't know how he did it, but in an instant, the man grew a huge number of fire dragon plants, a special 4th-level plant. The massive mouths of the dragons unleashed a torrent of fire energy that destroyed all the zombies. The march of the monster army was stopped by one person. Years later, the tree realized this unknown person must have also been an outsider. The man had abilities no one else in their world possessed. And today, during another massive attack, the tree noticed the main character, whose abilities were also completely different from the powers of the townspeople. Hanu asked if this meant the tree wanted him to betray the city's residents and help it carry out its revenge. The world's master confirmed that was exactly right. And if Hanu agreed, the tree would give him 10 fruits of wisdom. The protagonist's mind raced, because 10 fruits of wisdom equaled 10 points of divinity. After a moment of silence, the tree added that it could also offer 3 more corpses of gods. They had died thousands of years ago, but their bodies were still active. The protagonist tried to keep a straight face, but inside he was ecstatic. The offer was too tempting. He awkwardly wiped away a bit of drool and forced himself to calm down. The zombie city was a secret world belonging to the Imperial Academy. He was sure that one of the Academy's top leaders was protecting this place. If he helped the Tree of Wisdom, he would bring the wrath of some very powerful, upper echelon gods down upon himself. and it was far too soon for him to compete with them. He said that he was sorry, but he wouldn't even consider helping. Then the tree added that if he helped, the plant would introduce and recommend him to the great god of death. Hanu was shocked by the offer. This was an amazing chance to get a 5th rank divine title of death. If he could obtain such a rare title, he would most likely become a being revered by all the other gods. The tree waited for his answer, asking again if he agreed. This time, the protagonist answered hesitantly that he agreed and would do his best. But he had a condition: he needed to somehow connect with his divine sphere and summon creatures from there, otherwise he was powerless. The tree thought for a moment and then replied that it was possible, but it would require an oath from Han Wu to the great god of death. If he broke the oath, then a terrible curse of death would fall upon all his creatures, and this applied not only to those he brought into their world. The protagonist understood this meant the tree feared he would seize their secret world, just like the other stranger. But that risk was nothing compared to a 5th rank divine title. He made a gesture of an oath and swore before the great god of death. Soon, a bright mark appeared on the back
of his hand. He cried out in surprise, asking what kind of seal it was. The long stems of the tree lit up and began to move, creating an arch for a portal. A bright flash illuminated the space, and an army of insects soon flew toward Hanu. He happily soaked in the rays from the familiar aura of his divine sphere. It
seemed he could even feel the aura of a lord-type creature. The tree said it hoped the stranger would fulfill his part of their agreement, and told Hanu he could go. After which, Han Wu began to fall from a hole in the sky. He said with displeasure that it was rude, and soon he landed right in the middle of a crowd, zombies, then glanced up and remarked on the impolite behavior. It seemed Han Wu was too eager to get rid of everyone to even offer them a cup of tea. First, he had to figure out how to drive all the city's inhabitants out. But to do that, he needed to get there. A short while later, he was soaring through the high, clear sky. Rick spotted him and shouted with joy that he was finally back. Jessica's face lit up as she turned toward the spot where he touched down. She threw her arms around him, telling him how relieved she was to see him unharmed, while he just blushed and looked away awkwardly. The other guys cheered, telling him he was incredible. Soon after, the mayor arrived, announcing that to honor Han Wu's service to the community, he was being awarded the title of Outstanding Citizen. The protagonist chuckled, expressing his gratitude. This meant he would now get discounts on all goods. As the sun rose, the zombies began to crumble into dust, and the defense team roared that the lunar eclipse had ended. They were victorious. At that moment, Su Tai was glaring at the leaderboards. Our hero was still holding the top spot with 12 million points. In second place was Qin Huang with 8,720,000 points, followed by Sunan Yin in third with 7,920,000, leaving Su Tai in fourth with 7,890,000 points. He seethed, muttering that this was impossible. At this rate, he'd never surpass Han Wu. If a direct confrontation wouldn't work, he'd have to try a more cunning approach. Grabbing a hefty sack of valuables from his stash, he was at a new location 20 minutes later. Su Tai slammed the bag on the table and looked at the man before him. He was the best assassin in the city. Right? The bag contained 8,000 gold coins, and he wanted the assassin's help in eliminating Han Wu. The mysterious figure agreed without hesitation, telling Su Tai to simply wait for the good news. As he walked down the street, one of Han Wu's insect spies flew over to him, allowing our hero to watch the whole exchange. Back in his house, Han Wu reviewed the system panel and smirked, understanding everything. Su Tai was resorting to dirty tactics. He figured Su Tai wouldn't mind if he returned the favor. He commanded his locusts to emerge and feast, to their heart's content. Moments later, a massive cloud of insects blotted out the city sky. They descended on every plant in their path, devouring every leaf, stem, and fruit in sight. Even the mushrooms weren't spared. Jinwang rushed over to him and asked if the locusts swarming the city were his doing, wondering how he managed to transport the creatures there and what he was planning. But our protagonist just replied that it was a secret, and if he told her, he'd have to kill her. She fumed, irritably grabbing his ear and twisting it. She yelled, asking what kind of scoundrel threatens to kill someone. If it was a secret, He should have just stayed quiet, Han. Wu could only yelp in pain. Just then, they both heard an enraged shout, demanding the scoundrel Han Wu to come out. A fuming Sutai appeared, looking furious, and dared them to claim Han Wu had nothing to do with the plague of insects. Our hero greeted Mr. Sutai with a wide grin and asked what he could possibly be talking about. Livid, Sutai chucked a bundle into the house that burst open, releasing more insects. He roared that Han Wu had no honor, realizing he couldn't win with special plants alone and had resorted to cheating by somehow summoning his vile locusts into this world. Our hero feigned confusion, asking what nonsense Sutai was spouting. How could he possibly summon his creatures here? Han Wu mused that the logic was flawed, but Sutai wasn't having it. Besides, he didn't need logic. He wasn't great at math. But even he knew his 12 million points were way more than Sutai's 7 million. There was no way for him to catch up. He began to taunt the guy, showing off his high score and smugly asking if it was time for Sutai to just leave his house already. This sent Sutai into an even greater rage, and he began trembling and spewing curses. He thought that the scoundrel Han Wu could talk all he wanted for now. Sutai, in turn, would use every means at his disposal to ensure Han Wu didn't live to see the next morning. Meanwhile, at the trading post, a panicked crowd was demanding insect repellent. The seller, sweating under the pressure, told the gentleman that, unfortunately, he was completely sold out of insecticides, but promised a new shipment would be available by the next day. This news was met with despair. One man lamented that he didn't know what to do. His plants wouldn't survive the night. Another guy was baffled, wondering how this could have happened. All he had left was a single level 4 piranha plant. He'd never make it through the night. But from behind the crowd, the mayor's voice boomed, calling for all citizens to listen. The city was under an immediate evacuation order. He urged them not to panic, as the city's churches would shelter anyone who feared they wouldn't survive the night. No one had to die today. Han Wu observed all of this, thinking it was perfect. If the townsfolk gathered in the churches, there'd be no one left to try and poison his locusts. If this kept up, the citizens would soon have nothing left to defend against the zombies. They'd be forced to abandon the city. Soon, night fell. Han Wu met up with his team. Rick was thrilled to see him, explaining that the zombie army took huge losses the previous night, so today should be less intense. He suggested Han Wu could even take a day off. Jessica ran up, adding that she'd still be happy if he stayed to keep her company. He awkwardly replied that in that case, he'd rather take a patrol around the city to search for weak points in their defenses. As he was walking alone down the street, an insect spy flew to him, reporting that Sutai and the hired killer were on the move. He smirked, displeased. Fine, let them come. He would find a hangul, nice, deserted place to greet them. By dawn, he was sitting in the middle of the city and saw his opponents running toward him. Han Wu was ready for them. He grinned. It's rude to keep your target waiting. Sutai was furious and immediately asked if the mercenary had sold him out. But the assassin retorted that Sutai could insult his looks or his character, but never his professionalism. Sutai spat back that he didn't care. All that mattered was killing that bastard. Our hero then asked if Sutai even realized what he was doing. He should know the academy was recording their every move. Did he really think nothing would happen to him after killing Han Wu? But the guy just sneered back that the mercenary would be the killer, not Sutai himself. Why would the academy punish him? Their conversation was cut short by the assassin, who didn't understand why. Sutai was wasting time talking to a dead man. He attacked, unleashing his ghost vine plant. Thorny stems erupted from the ground, swirling around him. The mercenary, enveloped in a plant-like aura and a ghost flash, lunged with a dagger aimed at Han Wu. However, before he could land a blow, his blade was sliced clean in two. Shocking. The mercenary, our protagonist, laughed, saying that if that was all he had, he'd think that for 8,000 gold coins, Sutai could have hired someone more competent. The killer spun around and demanded to know if Sutai had broken their contract and sold him out. The guy began to backpedal, nervously asking what was going on and how Han Wu knew about their deal. A squad of massive, mutated insects materialized behind our hero. He smiled devilishly and declared that he has eyes and ears everywhere. And now it was his turn. It was time for his insects to act. Sutai screamed in sheer panic. That's impossible! How could you summon your creatures into this world? The insects began to tear through the head, killer's plants, as Han Wu commanded his minions to kill them both. The mercenary desperately tried to form a defensive net with his thorny vines, shielding himself from the swarm. At the same time, our hero stepped in front of Sutai, stating he would handle this one himself. The terrified Sutai shrieked that Han Wu couldn't kill him, reminding him that the academy was watching everything and that he wouldn't get away with it. The protagonist's face hardened as he asked who said anything about killing him. He could just toss Sutai into a horde of zombies and let them finish the job. The zombies would be the killers, not Han Wu, so why would the academy punish a student? Weren't those Sutai's own words? At that, the guy bolted, screaming in panic for that bastard to stay away and leave him alone. He cried out for help, but in a flash, our hero caught up, grabbing him by the collar. He then began to swing him around, repeatedly smashing him against the ground as the guy screamed in agony. The battered and swollen guy hit the dirt again. He begged Han Wu to stop, pleading that he'd had enough and that his family would never forgive this. Did he really want to become the target of a true god? Han Wu simply hoisted the guy up again and said he didn't care. That was a problem for tomorrow. A moment later, Sutai was sent flying through the air, landing directly in a massive crowd of zombies. Sometime later, Han Wu arrived at the scene with his insects. He was pleased to see that only bones remained of Sutai. As cruel as it was, the protagonist felt it was a cause for celebration. He flew up, telling his insects they could rest for now. He would handle the cleanup in the morning. Back in the city, cries of despair echoed from every house. It was over. They had lost all their plants. They had nothing left. What were they supposed to do now? Several men had gathered in the mayor's office. They were deeply worried, saying they couldn't survive like this for much longer. The churches didn't have room for everyone. They had to do something. The mayor was panicking, admitting he was fully aware of the dire situation they faced. It was then that Han Wu spoke up, announcing that he had an idea. Schwarzenegger was overjoyed. The mayor declared he was all ears. Hanu, seizing the moment, dropped a bombshell. Have you ever considered just leaving this world? The crowd murmured in confusion, wondering what he meant, but one man quickly chimed in. If that was an option, I'd take it in a heartbeat. Another immediately agreed, saying he was on board too. The man confessed he was sick of the constant fear of zombies haunting his nights. The mayor then explained their grim reality. It wasn't a lack of desire to escape, but an impossibility. According to our archives, he said, the portal to other worlds was destroyed right after the zombie apocalypse began. Hearing this, our hero thumped his chest, signaling he had a solution. My only worry was whether you'd actually want to leave, Hanu declared. Don't stress about the details. I've already secured a new home for you all, Duang City. He assured them he would personally handle the portal issue. It might take a bit, but he gave his word that every single resident would make it out alive. At this, Schwarzenegger's face lit up with pure joy. We're in, Schwarzenegger exclaimed. Just tell us what you need, Hanu, and we'll do anything to help. A short while later, Hanu approached the ancient tree. Everything is set, he announced. The citizens are prepared to depart this realm. Your part is to mend the portal. I have already arranged a new sanctuary for them. Magnificent news, the tree boomed, its voice filled with ancient relief. I have yearned for this day for ages. It expressed deep gratitude to the young stranger, assuring him, do not concern yourself with the portal. It can be mended. Your task is to gather everyone in this forest tonight, under the light of the full moon. And so, as night fell, the entire village journeyed into the woods. Deep within the shadowy, dense forest, Jessica shivered with fear while the mayor's anxiety grew. He turned to Han Wu, his voice laced with doubt. Are you certain the portal will even manifest? It's nighttime. The hour of the zombie rain. Just then, Jessica cried out, pointing. Everyone, look, isn't that the tree of wisdom? Through the canopy, they could see a colossal tree, its branches framing the brilliant moon. A collective gasp went through the crowd. It was undeniably the tree of wisdom. Moments later, the astonished mayor shouted, The portal, it's open! One by one, the people began to step through the shimmering gateway. Hanu waved as they passed. This is goodbye for now, he called out, but we'll meet again soon. Every villager's face was alight with a joyful smile. Tears streamed down Schwarzenegger's face as he choked out his thanks, calling Hanu their savior. Jessica stepped forward, planting a bittersweet kiss on his cheek. "Goodbye," she whispered sadly. "I hope you'll think of me sometimes." After the last person vanished through the portal, Han Wu was left standing alone, letting out a sigh of relief that the long ordeal was finally finished. Man, that test really dragged on, he thought. Just then, Teacher Ling's voice echoed in the minds of all the students. With this, the exploration of the secret world, Zombie City, is now concluded. In a flash, they were all standing back in their classroom. Ling looked over the group and said, "Congratulations to all of you who made it back successfully. Unfortunately," she continued, "2 of your classmates failed to overcome the trials and perished. Our academy sincerely wishes them better luck in their next lives, hoping they will be stronger and more prepared." Hanu's blood ran cold. No one had ever told them that dying in the secret world meant dying for real. He figured Swai had no one to blame but himself, but his thoughts froze when he saw the very student standing before him, alive. He stared at the smirking guy, completely baffled as to how he could have possibly survived. Teacher Lena cut through the tension. "First, everyone take your seats. I will now announce the results of your assessment." Topping the list in first place was Han Wu-ae, with a staggering 16 million points. In second place was Jane Shuang with 12 million, and third was Sunan Yen with 10 million points. Suddenly, Swai shot up from his chair, pointing a finger. "I want to report Han Wu for cheating," he yelled. The protagonist simply turned to him and asked coolly, "Cheating, you say? Do you have any proof?" "Of course I have evidence," Swai shot back. "Hanu's locusts appeared in Zombie City. I saw him summon his creatures with my own 2 eyes." A few cronies behind him piped up, shouting that they saw it too, but Lena simply raised an eyebrow. "And what made you believe summoning your own creatures in the secret world was against the rules? The entire point of the lesson was survival. And adaptation," she finished. "Hanu discovered a method to bring his summons into that realm and capitalized on it. While some might call that luck, I see it as a testament to his strength and ingenuity." Still fuming, Swai blurted out, "I think you're intentionally protecting Han Wu. I demand to speak with the Academy's administration," he declared. A chilling pressure suddenly filled the room as Lena's dark aura flared to life, looming over him. "By all means," she said, her voice dangerously calm. "No one is preventing you from speaking to them. However, as your instructor, I also possess the authority to discipline a student for insubordination." He visibly flinched, shrinking under the immense pressure. He thought in terror, where did she get an aura this crushing? Lena then delivered her sentence. "Your punishment will be 1 year of hard labor in the secret city of the dungeon world." A portal opened beneath Swai's feet, and he began to vanish, trying to plead with her to stop. After he was gone, the teacher turned to the class with a sweet smile. "Now, does anyone else wish to join Swai?" His friends looked at her, terrified, and broke into awkward smiles. They quickly stammered that Lena was completely right, and that Swai's blatant disrespect absolutely warranted his punishment. "Excellent," she chirped, her menacing aura gone in an instant. "Now, let's proceed to the rewards. Disciple Han Wu, you will receive a jade flower pot." After class, Han Wu was walking down the hall when Jiang Meng called out, beckoning him over. He greeted the elders warmly. "Perfect timing," he said. "I was just coming to find you to deliver the wisdom fruits." They nodded, having already heard the news. "So, how many did you manage to get, 1 or maybe 2? In response, the protagonist simply opened his hands, revealing a cluster of glowing fruits. "I had to use a few during the final battle," he explained. "So I only have 9 left. I hope this is sufficient." Internally, he recalled spending all his points to acquire 12 fruits just before the test ended. 9 was plenty for the trade, and he definitely had plans for the other 3. Jiang Meng stared at his palms, completely stunned, while Xin gave an appreciative nod. 9 fruits. That's an incredible haul, Yulin remarked. "It's true. And on top of that, your first place finish just won our faction another 10 divinity points. I bet Huan Xingjun is absolutely seething right now. You should spend the 9 divinity points you'll get for these wisely. That's a huge amount." A big amount, indeed. Surprised, Han Wu then heard a venomous voice from nearby. "A big amount even for me." A displeased man glared at him. "So, you're the reason I lost a fortune in investments." In an instant, Jang Mong moved to shield Han Wu with his own body, demanding, "Wan Xingjun, what are you doing here?" The protagonist was completely lost, with no idea what was going on. Yulin sighed, recognizing a classic sore loser. Xian quickly filled Han Wu in. "That's Huan Xingjun. You can just think of him as our rival. He showed up right after your class started and began running his mouth, trying to provoke us. We ended up making a wager he bet on one of the other students, and we put our faith in Han Wu. And in the end," he continued, "you helped us earn 10 divinity points." A surprised Hanu asked, "Who did Elder Huan Xingjun even bet on?" Xian shot him a wicked grin. "That idiot with the fire dragon plant?" A smirk spread across Hanu's face as well. "Ah, so it was Suai. I'm so terribly sorry to hear about the senior's loss."
Huan Xingjun's face turned red with fury. "What did you just say?" he roared. "Isn't this little weakling getting a bit too bold?" But before he could move, all three elders formed a wall in front of him. "Don't you even think about laying a finger on our junior, you scoundrel!" Fuming, Huan Xingjun backed away, spitting.
"You'll all pay for this. Don't forget, your next class is with the first-year students." After he stormed off, Jang Meng turned to Han Wu with an apologetic look. "Sorry for getting you involved in our mess. That moron is only angry because he lost a bet to us. But about our next lesson, he's right. Perhaps even... we won't be able to protect you from him in there." But Hanu just smiled. "Don't worry about it, senior," he said calmly. "You have no idea how many times I've been threatened in just the last few months. This kind of pressure just forced me to grow up and get stronger. Every fool like him only serves as another stepping stone. So now I am more than capable of standing up for myself," Jang Meng insisted. "Even so, if you need anything, just call." Shin nodded. "That's right, we've got your back." Meanwhile, in the Great Palace, a guard announced that a demigod had come to see His Excellency. Once granted entry, the ruler, who was in the Great Hall, asked what the demigod wished to discuss with him. The man bowed low. "Your Excellency, my name is Jin Gang. I have come to report a discovery that may shed light on the incident within the world of divine ruins." The ruler's brow furrowed. "Speak, then. If your information proves useful, you will be rewarded." Jin Gang presented a small box and told His Excellency that I found this locust corpse at the exact location where your people were conducting their ritual. I know of only one person whose signature summon is the locust Han Wu, a disciple of the Imperial Academy. I am certain this young man is connected to that incident. The ruler's eyes narrowed. "What does Jin Gang know of this person?" The man answered, "As I mentioned, he is a preparatory course disciple of the Imperial Academy. He possesses only average ability, grew up without parents, and is currently still just a divine being." A storm of fury erupted from the ruler, with lightning and a dark aura crackling around him as he shouted, "Jin Gang! Are you trying to tell me that some lowly divine being was able to enter the ruins of the divine ravine, moreover? That he was able to kill the 6 demigods I sent and take what was rightfully mine?" Jin Gang immediately fell to the floor, bowing as he pleaded for the ruler not to be angry. "At first," he said, "I also could not believe that a divine being could have even gained entry to the divine ruins. However, a little later, I confirmed my suspicions by asking the locals about that guy and examining the area for traces of his creatures. The merchant who sells radioactive ore admitted that Han Wu had recently purchased a batch of ore from him. I have already checked the records. The payment was made with divine power points. It was Han Wu, no doubt about it. Records even showed he'd entered the divine gorge. The furious ruler declared that the demigod knew exactly what would happen if he was lying. Despite his rage, the ruler eventually gave in, ordering Jiang Gang to take his men and get out. The man bowed low, expressing his immense gratitude. But once he was gone, the ruler turned to his subordinate with a cold command. "Use every resource at your disposal. Investigate this Han Wu. Find out if he has my treasure. And if he does, burn that insolent thief to cinders." Miles away, Han Wu sneezed, blaming it on the chilly air, completely unaware someone had just ordered his death. He had to focus on preparing for his next big lesson. While he was worried about how Han and Xingjun would handle it, he couldn't deny that Teacher Ling's reward was incredible. In his hands, he held a jade flower pot, containing a seed that with each cycle would produce seeds of whatever was planted inside it. The higher the plant's rank, the longer the cycle took. He held up the seed, a plan already forming. Combining his plant fusion technique with a 6th-level ghost vine would be absolutely game-changing. With this jade flower pot, he'd have an endless supply of ghost. Vine seeds a flawless strategy. But then, his eyes fell upon the demigod corpses scattered around him. They were the perfect catalysts for creating the Locust Lord. If he fed the Lord a fruit of wisdom after its creation, its power level would skyrocket into a whole new dimension. Just as he was plotting, he was jolted by a call from Teacher Ling. He answered, asking why she was calling. She got straight to the point. She had some bad news for him. Confused, Han Wu asked if it had something to do with the zombie city. Unfortunately, yes, she confirmed. The secret world of the zombie city was a gift to our academy from Mr. Hai himself, one of the 3 headmasters of the Imperial Academy. Because of what you did in there, the academy lost the coordinates to that entire dimension. And from what I hear, Mr. Hai has already figured out who's to blame, and he is beyond furious. Han Wu's heart sank. Does this mean I'm getting expelled? Of course not, Ling reassured him. Your actions didn't technically violate any academy rules. However, Mr. Hai needs an outlet for his anger, so he's decided to challenge you to a duel. I'll be the referee. Han Wu let out a huge sigh of relief. Okay, that makes sense, he said. At least now I know. I'm not going to be killed. I know I can count on you, Teacher Ling. That's right, she replied. I always protect my students, so don't hold back. Fight with everything you've got. After hanging up, he collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. What was done was done. All he could do now was follow Ling's advice. The massive arena of the Imperial Academy was buzzing with noise. From the spectator seats, the elders yelled their support. We believe in you, Han Wu, but if it gets too tough, don't be afraid to surrender. Ling approached him, gesturing to the man standing beside her. Teacher Hai is right here. Han Wu greeted the teacher, a grim-faced man radiating an oppressive aura. I won't be using any of my personal abilities or spells in this duel, Hai stated flatly. I will use only 1 million of my creatures. I don't care about winning or losing. I just want to give you what you deserve for costing me my secret world. Do you accept these terms?
I accept, Han Wu replied, his voice firm. I'll do everything in my power not to disappoint you. Teacher Hai. Ling nodded. Then let's not waste any more time. The duel will take place in a rocky highlands. You may begin summoning as soon as I activate the system panel. In an instant, their surroundings shifted, and they found themselves in a completely
different place, surrounded by jagged cliffs. I'm starting, Teacher Hai announced without ceremony. A shimmering portal tore open behind him, and out marched mechanical figures. Then more, and more, until a veritable army stood assembled. From the stands, Sang Ming gasped in horror. What in the world are those things? Their aura is terrifying, Cyan answered. They're Homo sapiens, an incredibly rare offshoot of the human race. If I recall, they're born as elite-tier creatures, possessing innate high intelligence and staggering potential for growth. It's said they evolve so rapidly that they can reach the heroic tier even without the patronage of a god. Yulin chimed in, shocked. I can't believe Teacher Hai would deploy heroic tier creatures against a mere student, the sheer power rolling off them. This is going to be tough for our junior. Sang Ming panicked and yelled out to Han Wu. Surrender if you give up now. You'll only lose half your creatures. You can always get your revenge later. The important thing now is to save what you've built. A different teacher shot him a glare. Be quiet, disciple. Down in the arena, Teacher Hai looked at Han Wu with a smirk, thinking the boy was paralyzed by fear. Aren't you going to summon your creatures? He goaded. Han Wu simply smiled. Apologies for the delay, teacher. And then he summoned them. A portal ripped open, and a swarm of insects blotted out the sky, flying over the Homo sapiens army. But among them were other, massive creatures. Teacher Hai's eyes widened. How did Han Wu manage to evolve so many of them into super elites? But his shock was just beginning. Because then he saw it a colossal, humanoid insect, a lord-class creature. How could a mere locust evolve into a lord? And behind it, an army of red goblins, led by their own lord, hefting their hammers and roaring for battle. They were followed by a hulking minotaur. The teacher was utterly bewildered. Where did Han Wu even find demonic minotaurs? And while they didn't have a lord, his shock returned full force when he spotted the Imperial Windsword. which was also Lord Class High's mind went blank. He couldn't process what he was seeing. And just when he thought it was over, an army of skeletons marched forth, which stunned him just as much. A genuine flicker of worry finally crossed his face. 5 lords. And a bone collector, a creature at the very apex of the heroic tier. Not even a veteran demigod could assemble such a force. Is this guy actually a divine being? Sang Ming whispered in utter disbelief. He suddenly realized it wasn't bad luck that day in the bloody arena. He now understood he never stood a ghost of a chance against Han Wu. Xian put a hand on his shoulder. Calm down. You're not the only one. I doubt anyone in our entire class could put together an army like that. Yulin simply nodded in agreement. Our junior has an incredible future ahead of him. All that's left is for him to officially enroll in the academy. Their fear turned to excitement, and they began to cheer for Han Wu, yelling for him to show them his true power. On the field, the protagonist gave the order. Demonic bugs, attack! His colossal swarm surged towards the Homo sapiens army, who countered in perfect unison. They cast a single unified spell, forming a shimmering barrier that incinerated Han Wu's bugs on contact. He watched in shock as the Homo sapiens then began launching massive fireballs into the swarm, each blast obliterating dozens of his insects with ease. This can't continue, he yelled, ordering the demonic bugs to pull back and the remaining locusts to form a defensive wall. The insects swarmed together, creating a living shield that absorbed the volley of fireballs. But the teacher just scoffed. That's not nearly enough to stop my Homo sapiens. He commanded his creatures to begin their real attack, and in perfect sync, every single one of them raised their hands to the sky. Han Wu stared in panic as a colossal ball of energy formed above them. Did my teacher binge-watch Dragon Ball or something? With a final command, Hai unleashed the attack. An incinerating wave of pure energy, like a solid wall of fire, rushed towards Han Wu's forces. The protagonist screamed, "If this hits, we're done for! We have to break!" That barrier? He roared an order to the divine hammer, and the massive red goblin lord charged forward. The monster launched itself into the air, flying towards the shimmering shield with a deafening war cry. Swinging its colossal hammer, it brought the weapon down with immense force, and on impact, a blinding flash of energy erupted. A massive crack spiderwebbed across the barrier, shining as brightly as the sun itself. "Excellent work!" Han Wu yelled. "Now, locusts, attack!" A countless swarm of insects surged over his head, completely blacking out the sky above the Homo sapiens. The elders cheered, thinking Han Wu actually had a shot, but the teacher's expression remained unchanged. "We're just getting started with this little weakling," he muttered. The buzzing horde descended upon his monsters, but Han Wu was already calculating. He had numbers, yes, but their individual combat power was still low. He knew he couldn't wipe out the entire Homo sapiens army with locusts alone. His eyes shifted to his skeletons. It was time for his backup plan. At his command, the skeleton lord led its legion charging into the fray. The Homo sapiens were now fighting a war on 2 fronts, fending off locusts from above with beams of fire while clashing with skeletons on the ground. Han Wu gritted his teeth, frustrated by the absurdly large number of skills the teacher's monsters possessed. They were just too versatile, even though his forces were pushing forward. He knew he was still losing the war of attrition. He desperately needed to power up the locusts with the mutation source. But when he tried to activate it, a voice in his head warned him, "The enemy this time is far stronger than you. If I don't immediately enter hibernation, I could be detected. Therefore, the mutation and gene lock functions will be unavailable for the time being." Then, it had the nerve to wish him good luck before going silent. Han Wu stared at his own chest in disbelief, frantically pulling at his shirt. "Are you kidding me? Is this some kind of sick joke?" This curse wasn't funny anymore. "Get back out here!" he screamed. Why would it abandon him at the worst possible moment? He even started rolling on the ground, banging his head in frustration. But nothing happened. Defeated, he stopped. It was useless. Now, his only hope rested on his skeletal brother-in-arms. He gave the order. The skeleton lord was forced to reveal his full power as the monstrous army began ripping the Homo sapiens limb from limb. The collector unleashed his own abilities, and skeletons, tethered to the fallen Homo sapiens, clawed their way out of the ground, bathed in a brilliant light. Jiang Ming knew instantly this was his opponent's ultimate move. As the collector kept summoning more and more skeletons, a massive, fiery explosion rocked the battlefield, leaving him stunned and confused. Teacher Hai remarked that he had to admit, the undead possessed some terrifying strengths. The ability to swell their numbers using the bodies of their fallen enemies was a truly fearsome advantage. It was a luxury no other race could afford. That's why, tens of thousands of years in the past, the undead were a walking nightmare for every civilization. But those days were over. Thanks to the diligent research of countless gods, dozens of methods to counter the undead had been discovered. Now, any deity ranked as a true god or higher had at least one ace up their sleeve for dealing with them, a special technique designed specifically to combat these creatures. If Han Wu thinks this is his ultimate move, Teacher Hai mused, then he'll be stuck as a demigod forever. Meanwhile, our protagonist started to panic. His locusts were practically useless against these things, and with no corpses to raise, his skeleton lord was sidelined. He didn't even have 1,000 red goblins left, not to mention his demonic minotaur. Was he really going to have to surrender just then? Zhang Tai Jianfang was still in the thick of it, his sword a blur as he carved through the monsters, screaming for them to die. Bodies of Homo sapiens went flying everywhere, a chaotic dance of death aided by the minotaur. With every swing, monsters were cleaved in two or lost limbs, while the minotaur stomped the Homo sapiens into the dirt, scattering them like bowling pins. A knot of worry tightened in Han Wu's stomach as he spotted them. Zhang Tai Jianfang and the Minotaur shaman had pushed way too deep into the enemy horde. They were on the verge of being completely surrounded. If he didn't do something, their deaths were inevitable. He commanded the dark locust to fire. The creature soared forward, knocking an arrow. When it loosed the shot, the arrow exploded high above the Homo sapiens, who looked up just in time to see a storm of countless arrows raining down from the heavens. These dark arrows were imbued with the corrosive power of the shadow attribute. Even with their incredible durability and defense, some of the Homo sapiens succumbed to the agonizing effects of corrosion and paralysis. Han Wu was stunned. He never imagined the fruit of wisdom would amplify the dark locust's abilities to this degree. The arrows had become terrifyingly lethal. Meanwhile, the Minotaur and Jiang Tai Jianfang were still on a rampage, smashing through the Homo sapiens, tossing them aside and ripping their heads off. With Teacher Hai's monsters spread thin across the battlefield, Han Wu's forces could move without restriction. But then,
Our hero watched in disbelief as the downed Homo sapiens began to rise from the ground again. It couldn't be real. They were healing far too quickly. Abruptly, the sky above Han Wu darkened. He looked up, bewildered, as a colossal dragon descended through the clouds. A voice boomed, announcing the arrival of Han Wu's most vital ally, the Great Dark Dragon.
Annalise had come to his rescue instantly. The battlefield swarmed with half-dragon troops charging into the fray. Yin, also witnessing the spectacle, gasped. Is that a pure-blooded dark dragon? She couldn't believe their junior had been hiding such an incredible asset. Xiang Ming confirmed it. It really is a pure-blooded dragon, and a rare dark attribute one at that. He was certain this magnificent beast had the potential to evolve into a monarch-class creature. Xian then turned to the crestfallen Xiang Meng and told him that his loss was sealed from the start. Even the teacher was flabbergasted, never expecting Han Wu to be holding a trump card of this magnitude. And the kid hasn't even started his first year. He thought, he's destined for great things. He was about to speak, but the half-dragons touched down right in front of him, leaving a mountain of butchered Homo sapiens in their wake. He started to ask what they were, but then it hit him they were half-dragons. There weren't many of them, but their raw power and insane regenerative abilities were undeniable. Now, he had no idea how this fight would turn out. He made an offer to Han Wu, suggesting they call it a draw, but our hero just frowned. Alus, hovering over Han Wu, was shocked by the proposal. The dragon then opened its massive jaws and roared that he, Alus, would never accept such terms. Xiang Meng couldn't believe his ears. Did he just say? The teacher offered a draw. Sakan chimed in, asking if Mr. Hai actually considered Han Wu a genuine threat. Yin wondered what would happen to Han Wu if word of this ever got out. Their supervising teacher, standing behind them, echoed the same sentiment. She looked at them with a stern expression. You children don't seem to understand. If Teacher Hai had used even half his strength, Hanwoo wouldn't have stood a chance, but he cherishes talented students. They all stiffened at the sound of her voice as she continued. The very fact that Master Hai suggested a draw means one thing. He has acknowledged the immense potential in Hanwoo. There's no way Master Hai will let such a promising young man slip through his fingers now. It seems today marks the beginning of Hanwoo's rise to greatness. Master Hai then approached Hanwoo, saying that he'd had time to cool down and that any more fighting would just lead to pointless bloodshed. He added that accepting the draw would be beneficial, as he planned to give Hanwoo the remnants of his Homo sapiens army as a gesture of apology. The agitated dragon, Alus, immediately began to protest that this was unacceptable. He was the great dark dragon. He would not stand for it, but Hanwoo clamped his hand over the dragon's snout, gesturing for him to be quiet. He couldn't believe Master Hai was serious, but the teacher confirmed it. He would indeed hand over the Homo sapiens, but on one condition: once Hanwoo officially enrolled in the Imperial Academy, he would have to become his disciple. Our hero was stunned. Hai wanted to take him as his student. Lena instantly appeared at his side, urging him, "Why aren't you thanking Mr. Hai for this incredible offer? He's not just one of the 3 strongest mentors at the Imperial Academy. He's also a brilliant teacher."
Every single year, the line of students hoping to study under him is over 500 meters long. And I'm not exaggerating. Hanwoo did a quick mental calculation at 2 people per meter. That was at least 1,000 students. The teacher confirmed his math was spot on, adding that the entire academy only accepts
2,500 people annually. Without hesitation, Hanwoo walked up to Teacher Hai and bowed deeply. He expressed his immense gratitude for the opportunity and declared that, if Teacher Hai wished it, he was ready to become his disciple on the spot. "All right," the teacher said. "We'll consider our deal settled, as I promised. I will send the remaining 820,000 Homo sapiens to your divine realm. Think of it as an investment in your future. However, the apprenticeship will have to wait until you've officially enrolled in the academy. I couldn't care less about other students, but I hold mine to an extremely high standard. Therefore, before you start your first year, you need to become a perfect demigod. Do you understand the implications of that?" Our protagonist confirmed that he did. Teacher Lena explained that achieving demigod status required saturating one's body with divinity, but Hai interjected, adding that Hanwoo also needed to obtain a divine title directly from the god of death himself. "If you can meet both of those conditions," Hai declared, "then you will officially become my disciple upon enrollment." As soon as he finished speaking, Hanwoo's seniors rushed over to congratulate him. It was only then that the teacher noticed they had an audience. "You all understand that nobody can know about what just happened here, right? That goes for your own teachers, too. Have I made myself clear?" Xian replied. "Master Hai, you know what our teachers are like. We won't be able to sidestep their questions." In response, Hai tossed a gold card to each of the 3 students. Instantly, all 3 broke into smiles and claimed to have completely forgotten everything they had just witnessed. Teacher Lena stared at them, dumbfounded. "It seems they have absolutely no fear," she muttered, daring to blackmail an elder god. The next day, as classes resumed at the academy, Qin Xuan approached Hanwoo to ask for a favor. As they strolled through the academy park, Qin Xuan explained that her family had arranged a marriage alliance with the Sutai family. From what he gathered, she was the one being married off. Hanwoo was shocked. "I didn't think arranged marriages were still a thing in this day and age. What do your parents think about it?" She explained that her parents were merely demigods who had only recently earned their divine title. "As followers of the God of Light, they have no sway over my grandfather's choices. He's the only true god in our family, so his word is law." Hanwoo asked who the groom was supposed to be. Su Taishi sadly confirmed that was the original plan, but the family heads had changed their minds. They reconsidered after Su Tai's humiliating defeat in their last class. Now, her fiancé was set to be Su Gang, Su Tai's older brother. Our hero realized her family wasn't messing around. "How can I help?" he asked, promising to do whatever he could. She thanked him, but he just smiled. "What are you thanking me for? We're already married, after all. It'd be pretty strange if I didn't defend my own wife." Qin Xuan landed a solid punch on his arm, telling him embarrassedly to shut his mouth. Hanwoo coughed from the impact but grinned. saying he was finally getting to see the real Qin Xuan. He told her not to worry. He would absolutely go with her and do his best to help. He'd help her get out of this marriage. She nodded, a wave of relief washing over her. 3 days later, they stood at the gates of the Qin family's city. Han Wu gazed around in astonishment and asked, "Are you some kind of princess?" The girl replied. While Qin City is nothing compared to the imperial capital, it is home to over 10 million people. As they turned, Uncle Zong explained to the young woman that her parents had sent him to bring her home, as they were waiting for her at the estate. She thanked him for his trouble before introducing her classmate. Han Wu. It dawned on Uncle Zong that this young man was also from the Academy's preparatory course. Remarking that he must be quite the prodigy, Han Wu simply thanked him for the compliment, and Uncle Zong ushered them all into the waiting vehicle. During the drive, an unmistakable anxiety clouded Qin Shuang's face. Noticing this, Han Wu leaned in and told her not to worry. If any danger arose, he would be there to protect her. A short while later, Qin Shuang announced that they had arrived. Screams were already echoing from inside her house. Qin Shuang's father was shouting that no one ever said his daughter's freedom was the price to be paid. Why should she be forced to suffer alone for the sake of the entire family? His brother retorted that he had no right to talk, since his daughter's accomplishments were built on the family's resources. Wasn't it fair for her to repay that debt? But her father fired back that the third brother's children also drained the family's funds. Yet he'd never seen them sacrifice a single thing. For instance, his third daughter had used a fortune of their money to get into some second-rate academy. Perhaps she should marry into the Su family to fulfill her duty. He warned his brother to watch his words. Han Wu muttered that this was like watching a bad play. Was this how everyone in their family treated their own children?
Qin Shuang threw open the doors to the hall, declaring that she would not be marrying into the Su family. Her uncle scoffed at her nerve, calling it nonsense. How dare she interrupt a conversation between elders? Snapped that Qin Shuang was clearly exhausted from her journey and needed to be escorted to her
room. Another uncle took a softer approach, saying that little Qin Shuang surely understood her obligation to contribute to the family's prosperity. The Su family was an incredibly wealthy clan, led by a true god. If she married Su Gang, she would have anything she could ever desire. Her father shielded her with his body, warning them not to even think about touching her. He swore that if a single one of them laid a finger on her, he would lose all control. The uncle sneered that his sixth brother spoiled the girl far too much, and it wouldn't do her any good. But Qin Shuang's father roared back that everything he did was for her benefit. His daughter was a student at the Imperial Academy's preparatory course, a woman destined to become a true god. He refused to let them destroy her future. His brother yelled that he was being completely irrational and that he wouldn't allow it unless their grandfather himself commanded it. He conceded that Qin Shuang
possessed astounding potential, but right now, she was merely a divine being. When would she reach the level of a true god in tens, or perhaps hundreds of years? At this moment, their family had only one true god, and they had to rescue him by any means necessary. Qin Shuang's father knew full well what the other families would do the moment the Qin family
lost their leader. They couldn't let that happen. Han Wu turned to Uncle Zong and asked how Qin Shuang's marriage was connected to the safety of their family head. The man struggled to explain that some time ago. Their leader had journeyed to the world of a foreign civilization, where he had been captured by its people. They were threatening to execute him and had issued a condition they would only negotiate with another true god. Han Wu put the pieces together. Only the Su family had responded to their plea for help, and their price was this marriage. The protagonists now saw the full picture. The Su family was keenly aware that Qin Shuang had every
chance of becoming a true god, and he'd be shocked if they didn't seize such a perfect opportunity. So, the only thing they really needed was a true god who could act as a negotiator. Maybe Yan Hong could help. He made the call, and the man answered instantly, asking if Han Wu needed to borrow more divinity. Han Wu said that wasn't it this time. He needed a much bigger favor from Yan Hong. He needed him to rescue a true god imprisoned in one of the outer worlds. Whether through kidnapping or negotiation, it didn't matter. The man on the other end replied that he understood completely, and Han Wu didn't need to elaborate any further. He knew exactly who they were talking about. He also knew that the true god of the world
where the Chen family head was being held, was quite powerful, though he should still be weaker than Yan Hong. Han Wu asked if that meant the true god would help him. The man replied that he would, but only if they could agree on a suitable price. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that the services of a true god would carry an astronomical price tag. While the Chen family could likely afford it, the cost would be a catastrophic blow to their finances, which could sour their feelings toward Qin Shuang. Han Wu decided if he was going to help, he'd handle it himself. He asked if the true god still required artifact sources and how much he wanted. Yan Hong noted that Han Wu was perceptive. He had spent around 30,000 sources to repair his spear, so he would charge that much for the job. Han Wu agreed instantly 30,000 sources for the rescue of one true god. He told him he would send his coordinates so they could work out the details. Meanwhile, the argument was still raging. The uncle insisted that Qin Shuang couldn't let her selfishness dictate her actions. But suddenly, everyone fell silent as Han Wu asked to intervene. He walked over, and Qin Shuang's uncle demanded to know who he was, asking if just anyone could wander into their house, or if they were in a conference room. He ordered his men to remove Han Wu, but Qin Shuang shielded him with her body, insisting that he was her classmate and was there to help her. The enraged uncle declared that he was no mere classmate. No friend would get involved in such a dangerous situation. It was obvious he was her lover? Now it all made sense why she was so against the marriage. Qin Shuang insisted it was nonsense, but the uncle pressed on, stating she was a descendant of a true god and must find a partner befitting her status. He then asked if the young man's family had a true god. Han Wu replied that there was no true god in his family, not even a demigod. He was on his own. They understood, right? But he did have a bottle of divine drink. After he said that, Qin Shuang begged him to stop. Her uncle sneered that Han Wu had just proved his own worthlessness. He was not worthy of joining their family, and they would not allow Qin Shuang to marry him. He held out a card with 500 million god points on it, enough to last a lifetime. He told him to take it and vanish from Qin Shuang's life. The male lead just smiled, saying he was grateful. In that case, he would use this money to pay for the services of the true god he had hired. He asked them to save their family head. Qin Shuang's uncle pointed out that the boy hadn't hesitated for a second to trade her for 500 million. He then added that he'd use it to pay for a true god. But as the words left his mouth, he froze in disbelief, and then outrage. This was absurd. Another of Qin Shuang's uncles asked if Han Wu seriously thought 500 million was enough to pay for a god's services. They wouldn't lift a finger for such a trivial sum. Had the boy ever even met a true god, he felt like this kid was just stalling, probably working for another family. Qin Shuang's father said he understood the boy was trying to stand up for her somehow, but his words were meaningless, and he should just leave. But she cut in, saying if Han Wu said he asked a true god for help, then that's exactly what happened. Her uncle said his patience was wearing thin, but if Han Wu was so confident, then he was willing to waste a little of his time. Han Wu could explain how he intended to secure the help of the Su family's true god for only 500 million. But the protagonist asked who said anything about the Su family. Were there no other true gods in the entire world at that? The man flew into a rage, shouting that he'd had enough and wouldn't listen to this nonsense any longer. He told the boy to take the card and leave. If he weren't Qin Shuang's classmate, things would be much worse for him. But one of the brothers urged the elder to stop. Then, the man himself said with shock that he felt the aura of a true god. Everyone stood frozen in the Great Hall as Han Wu calmly stated that it appeared his friend had arrived. He also wanted to warn them that this guy was significantly stronger than the true god of the Su family. The man said he definitely felt a true god's aura. Could this boy have been telling the truth? Even though it sounded like utter madness, Qin Shuang's uncle asked if Han Wu realized his lie was about to be exposed right now, that you can't play games with true gods. He answered coolly, "If you don't believe me, you can ask the god yourselves." He added that he would go greet their guest in the meantime. He stepped outside and saw Yan Hong descending from the sky, his powerful aura washing over the estate. The true god was approaching the house, after which Qin Shuang's uncle bowed low, saying they welcomed the true god. He must have heard about their family head's predicament and come to their aid. Yan Hong barely glanced at the man, stating he had no interest in a demigod. The man was left speechless and humiliated, while Han Wu only chuckled. Then, Yan Hong called out, asking where. Han Wu was... Qin Shuang couldn't believe her ears. This true god had been summoned by the protagonist. The two brothers whispered to each other that they heard the true god say that boy's name. When Han Wu announced that he was standing right in front of him, Yan Hong was visibly stunned. Could this young, weak-looking divine being be the one he called his master? He asked if Han Wu was truly the one he had been working with all this time. The protagonist grew nervous for a moment, but then Han Wu showed him the artifact and said it was him. Surely Yan Hong remembered the source of this artifact. At that moment, the god placed his hand on his shoulder. Yuan Zhong remarked that he was stunned by Han Wu's youth, but ironically, the protagonist was thinking the exact same thing about him. As they entered the residence, the true god asked, "So this is the Hanu family," but Han Wu corrected him, saying he had no connection to the Qin clan, a statement that clearly unsettled one of the brothers, realizing they had just offended their potential savior. The man rushed over to Xuan's father. "Isn't that boy your daughter's classmate? You have to convince him to help us," he pleaded. The other brothers quickly swarmed him, adding, "That's right, we're all one family, we have to support each other. You can't just abandon us." Another brother tried to appeal to self-interest, whispering, "Think about it. If this true god rescues the patriarch, then Qin Shang won't have to marry into the Su family. You want that, don't you? So you have to do something." Qinwan could only stare in astonishment as her father approached her. He told her, "My daughter, you've always been an excellent judge of character. You befriended this young man, and now is the perfect time to capitalize on that connection. If we can save the head of our family, no one will dare mention that marriage to us again." She blushed, completely mortified. "Dad, you've got it all wrong," she stammered. "Han Wu and I aren't like that." But her father just smiled. "It's only a matter of time. Do you think I don't know my own daughter? You would have never brought him here if you didn't like him. And for the record, I wholeheartedly approve of his candidacy. So, will you talk to him?" he pressed. As she embarrassedly walked over to Han Wu, he met her halfway, saying she was just in time. "The true god has agreed to save your family's patriarch," he announced. "Go tell your father to give me the intel on your grandfather and the agreement token as soon as possible. The god is on a tight schedule." She was stunned. The matter was solved so quickly. "Did the god really agree for just 500 million?" she whispered. Han Wu quickly covered her mouth. "Don't worry about the reward. I've handled everything. Just do as I ask." But she couldn't believe a true god would make a move for a paltry 500 million god points. Han Wu must have sweetened the deal with his own funds. All for her. A moment later, Yuan Zhong reminded Han Wu not to forget the payment he'd promised, to which Han Wu confirmed he wouldn't. With that, the true god soared into the sky as Han Wu waved, telling him to return safely. Suddenly, all of Chuang's uncles were beaming. "Han Wu, you must be exhausted after such an ordeal." "Would you care to join us for dinner?" one offered. "Indeed, it's your first time visiting. We could give you a tour afterward," another added. Han Wu simply pulled Qinwan close and stated flatly, "If she hadn't asked me, I never would have helped. You should be thanking her." Her father just laughed, saying, "He's absolutely right. The young man is a good kid." 2 days later, back at the academy, classes were underway. Sui was frantically searching for Han Wu and Qinwan. "Have you found them yet?" he demanded. His lackeys shook their heads. "No, they're not in the arena or the dining hall." He cursed under his breath. "This is bad. They've been gone for 2 days. Did they actually go to her family?" He wouldn't allow them to derail his plans. He immediately returned to the Su family city, storming in to tell his grandfather. "I'm certain of it. Jinwang and Han Wu went to her family. They're plotting something," he insisted. His grandfather's rage flared. "Our family's future daughter-in-law is gallivanting around with another man. If word of this gets out, our family's reputation will be in tatters." He ordered Su Gang and Su Tai to accompany him and settle the matter once and for all. They both agreed, with Su Tai mentally vowing that this time he would utterly crush Han Wu. Meanwhile, Han Wu and Chuang were in the forest. He gazed at her, his mind calculating. With 500 million divinity points, he could acquire around 100,000 artifact sources. 30,000 of those would go directly to Yanzhong. The rest should be enough to elevate gluttony to the 4th level. An army of heroic locusts was almost within his grasp. He let out a small laugh, and she asked what he was daydreaming about. Just then, Uncle Jones sprinted toward them, calling out for the young mistress. Seeing his panicked state, they asked what was wrong. "The true god of the Su family is here." He gasped. "Swai and his older brother are with him. The sixth master sent me to warn you and get you to safety." Inside the Chen residence, the brothers were in a frenzy. "Based on our intel, they'll be at our doorstep in less than 10 minutes. The true god of the Su family wouldn't come unannounced." "This must be about the wedding," one concluded. Qin Xuan's father argued. "Now that Han Wu has arranged to save our patriarch, there's no need for our family to go through with this marriage." But his brother retorted, "Sixth master, you are far too naive. The Su family leader is not a simple man," he warned. "If he discovers what we've done, he might see it as a sign of disrespect. That would put us in an impossible situation." Qin Xuan's father sighed. "In that case, we must pretend everything is proceeding as planned and pray the patriarch returns quickly."
"We have no other options," he said grimly. His brother scoffed. "Do you take the Su family leader for a fool if he's coming here personally? He's already considered every possibility. We're in a terrible position, completely cornered."
"We'll have to agree to the marriage. If we truly anger a true god, the entire Chen family will pay the price." Qin Shang's father slammed the table in frustration. "You're speaking nonsense. What are we supposed to tell my son-in-law? We can't forget that he's the one who invited a true god to save our leader. We can't betray our benefactor."
But his brother shot back. "It's time to stop fighting this. Do you really want our whole family to be destroyed over your one daughter?" This enraged Qin Shang's father, who roared at his third brother. "How dare you? Why are you shifting the blame to my daughter when you were the one who orchestrated this disastrous marriage in the first place?" Another brother stepped in. "Enough! You're behaving like children. I see only one solution that will satisfy both sides. Let Han Wu end the Su family's heir duel for Qin Xuan's hand." "Why are you treating my daughter like an object?" Qin Shang's father yelled. But the other brothers agreed. "He's right. This way. We won't offend either party." "Sixth brother, you must listen to us. It's the only way to protect our family."
Their argument was cut short by a thunderous shout from outside. Why have the descendants of the Qin family not come out to greet a true god? They were horrified. Immediately, they all rushed outside, bowing low. "We are overjoyed that Elder Su has graced us with his presence," the patriarch sneered. "Enough of your flattery. I'm not here for pleasantries. We will arrange my grandson's wedding at once, and then I will depart to save your family head. Bring Qin Xuan to me now." But Qin Xuan's uncle stepped forward, bowed, and informed the elder. "Elder Su, my niece's classmate has already invited a true god who has resolved the matter of our patriarch's rescue. Therefore, we hope you will show your magnanimity and forget about Qin Xuan." The head of the Su family erupted in fury, his aura flaring violently. "Some demigod dares to openly defy the word of a true god. You think such insolence can be overlooked," he roared. In an instant, the sky filled with storm clouds and lightning as a gale-force wind swept through the estate. The brothers collapsed to the ground, bowing and begging the Su patriarch to stop. Just then, Qin Xuan rushed into the room. "Please, stop," she cried. "You'll destroy our home." They dashed into the main hall, which was now coated in a thick layer of ice. Swai pointed at Han Wu and whispered to his brother. "That's him. That's Han Wu." His brother nodded grimly. "I understand. He won't be leaving here alive." The enraged Su grandfather turned to Qin Xuan. "If you want me to spare your family," he growled, "you will accept your fate and marry my grandson. Then, I will not harm my own kin. I give you my word." She looked at him in disbelief. "Why would I ever do that? It will never happen." Her uncle quickly stood between them. "Please, don't be angry with Qin Xuan. Elder," he pleaded. "She is still young and doesn't understand the ways of our world. The patriarch will surely convince her when he returns." Another uncle hissed at the sixth brother. "Control your daughter before she angers Lord Su even further." The head of the Su family fixed his gaze on Han Wu. "So, you're the benefactor who came to prevent the union between our families. You may try to justify yourself, but if I don't like your explanation, you won't leave this place alive." The protagonist simply replied, "I was only helping a friend who was in a difficult situation. Because of him," he continued, gesturing to Swai. "So I don't feel any need to explain myself to you. Or is there some rule in the divine world that forbids helping one's friends?" Sutai shouted. "How dare you show such disrespect to my grandfather?" The protagonist merely raised an eyebrow. "Is the pride of a true god so easily wounded? I only stated the truth." How could you interpret that as disrespect? Swang added coolly. My brother told me a great deal about you, Han-woo, but he neglected to mention your supreme confidence. You should leave now and try to never cross our path again. Otherwise, I will take this as a personal provocation. The Su family, and the protagonist asked with a sigh. Has it really come to cheap provocations already, Feng? So be it. I'm not going anywhere. Suggang grinned. That's great. It means your pride will be the death of you today. He began to walk toward Hanu, gathering his spells and energy as Qin Shuang's father tried to stop them.
You're not actually going to have a duel, are you? But the head of the Su family stepped in his way, declaring, My grandson has chosen to fight to protect our family's honor. Does the Chen family really want to interfere with this? You should know that if you do, I will not simply stand by and watch.
Shugen unleashed divine realm transfer, and immense ice cliffs shot up around Hanu. The guy emerged from the divine realm's gate, remarking, I never knew there was so much undeveloped land in the benefactor's divine realm. What a shame. He then summoned his creature's super elite steel warriors, whose talent was steel armor. They possessed a divine power that allowed them to transform steel, letting them change their steel armor at will. Hanu's brow furrowed. These steel warriors, with their shifting armor, were far more dangerous than Su Tai's steel knights. Su Gang bellowed for his steel warriors to crush them and destroy anyone who got in their way. The massive army of warriors surged ahead, and Hanu commanded his humanoid insects to counterattack. The steel warriors effortlessly cut down the normal insects with their swords. But then the mutated insects began firing arrows. An iron knight quickly closed in on the lord and readied its sword, which was glowing with energy. However, the insect lord knocked the iron warrior back with his spear, and a second blow followed, causing the warrior to seemingly explode. Swang grew furious. I'll admit I underestimated you, Han-woo, but that won't happen again, he seethed. He stood before a massive portal and ordered the rest of his warriors to attack.